All right, everyone. We are live with the June 2 election results. I just need to pull up the spreadsheet. I gotta move the layout or freaking. I'll be having a Kornacki going on, but we've got here is the elections that I'm keeping an eye on. And then the key is for the colors polls open, and then the next one's to close. Hello.
And here we are. It's the first Tuesday of June. Our journey through the 2026 primary season continues. A half dozen states with primaries
All right.
today, and polls in one of them have now closed. New Jersey. And you are looking at the 7th congressional district in New Jersey. This is going to be one of the most closely watched congressional districts in the country this fall. The Republicans, we can already say,
You've got in New Jersey 7, you've got Tom Kean Jr., an incumbent, has not been seen in about a year or about 3 months. MSNBC has this.
What we are now waiting on is who will oppose Tom Kean in New Jersey 7th District. Rebecca Bennett, a former Navy helicopter pilot, has the endorsement of the most county organizations in the district, has led in the polling. She goes in as the favorite, but there are candidates here. There is some drama. Just next, matter of fact, in the 12th congressional district, this is Democratic territory. This is an interesting race because the incumbent here, Bonnie Watson Coleman, poll closing state. We can't declare anything until we get to
But
Mountain Time. There's 2 counties in Mountain Time.
hopefully it doesn't become too much of a problem.
And yet, many of you stayed and watched, and we appreciated it. And anyway, it's a long way of saying polls have now closed in New Jersey. We haven't had a Denton County yet. I want to give you a quick sense of how tonight is going to work, because it's going to be a long one. It's going to be a little different tonight. We're going to be combining a little later on what we're doing here with a special that's going to begin at 10 p.m. Eastern Time on NBC News Now. NBC News Now is in its regular programming right now. They're going to be checking in with us a couple times in the next few hours. If you've been watching these, you know how that goes. You'll get to watch the on-air hit. It'll pop up on the screen there. And as a matter of fact, I think I have one coming up like in the next minute or two, just to sort of in 2 minutes. So we got our first one in 2 minutes. If you haven't seen this before, pretty cool. You see the tricks our control room is able to pull off here. They're going to connect me to Gotti Schwartz, who's hosting our show on News Now. He's going to ask about the Jersey. we'll take them through, what we know at this point is nothing, but that could change in the next couple minutes. So we're going to do that. When that hit finishes, we'll come back on the other side again. You won't miss anything. Come right back here, and then we'll go through what the rest of the night's going to be. Because obviously this is all building towards California. The polls are going to close at 11 o'clock, inside 3 hours from now. A lot of drama, obviously, in the gubernatorial primary there, maybe even more in the Los Angeles mayoral race. We'll be covering that now. Key congressional races there. And in between, we've got Iowa, we got South Dakota, and we got Montana, we got New Mexico. There's nothing going on in New Mexico, so I don't think we're going to spend much time on New Mexico.
Yeah, nothing much in New Mexico.
Too many nights doing New Mexico elections. It would have been fun, but unfortunately,
I'm expecting it to be take a while to get results.
Go to our hit on news now. We'll ask about NJ7. We'll show them NJ12 to make sure you're not missing any votes. Again, these are the two main congressional races.
Hello, welcome to the stream.
biggest team
Okay.
in the 7th.
I think.
In New Jersey.
Hold on.
Of the vote that come out of the Union County.
I think I fixed the internet issue.
Then smaller shares in Morris County. Again, Bennett has the county parties backing there. And then you get out smaller again, still Warren and Sussex County. You're getting in northwest New Jersey. You're getting more to sort of rural areas where the organization.
All right.
Bennett. They backed a different candidate, Brian Varela, in this race. But again, they are much
All
smaller
right.
size compared to like a Hunterdon, Somerset, Union. These are the three biggest.
It should be coming in. The internet. This stream's gonna last about 5 hours, so you can just be on and off.
Is validating what that polling was showing. And so, if this is indicative of what's to come with the rest of it, you could be looking at this could be the matchup here. Rebecca Bennett.
Has Tom Kean Jr. been campaigning? No. Tom Kean Jr. has not been seen in public since March. Kean, his house has gone dark, neighbors have said. None of the House leadership know where he is at the moment. She was elected that year, and one of her sort of selling points biographically was that credential of being a Navy vet and a helicopter pilot. And Rebecca Bennett enters this race months after Mikey Sherrill gets elected governor as a Navy vet and helicopter pilot. And so sort of similar political terrain, similar geographic terrain, similar sort of story, hoping.
Entry into politics story, and
did I identify New Jersey 11? No, I did not. That's one of the ones to watch. It said because that's sure.
So far, so again, if this holds, that could set the stage there for a general election. And we'll see what happens, with Kean. Again, his statement today, I don't know if you saw it, but Morris, we just got some Morris County in, continues. This is smaller here. Morris is a big county. This is only a small sort of chunk of Morris counties. It's only 10% of those here, but you could just see still directionally in line, completely in line with what we're seeing everywhere here. If you're Bennett, everything you're seeing in these numbers is exactly what you wanted to see. Nothing new in 12? Anything new in 12? Nothing new in 12. Nothing new in 12. So on that one. Yeah, I said that the Tom Kean situation, he put out a statement, a written statement. He said within a few weeks, he said he would be transitioning from work from home back to in-person attendance and in public appearances. He said in the next few weeks. So didn't put quite a date on that, and he said he promised full transparency at that point because there've been a lot of questions about what exactly.
And all I will say about Tom Kean Jr. is that I hope he's okay, and I hope that whether you agree with him politically or not, that you'd wish him that he's okay. Yeah.
But maybe, and I'll just check the 12 here. There we go. Oh, great. By the way, you see it in the bottom of your screen. Thank goodness. We had a lot of viewers asking about this. Could we put a scroll or whatever at the bottom of the screen there with the results so you're not just locked into whatever I put up on the screen? I hope you see it. There it is. It's a great idea. We were overdue in getting to you, but that should hopefully help tonight as we kind of jump around from race to race. So, as a matter of fact, why don't we do this? Adam, if we get more in New Jersey, I'll put the cameras back up here. If we get more in New Jersey, let me know. I'm going to go off of this for a minute. I mean, you get the basic idea, I think, of what's been happening here. And let's just give you
New Jersey, House 3 is looking interesting.
See all these. Don't ask me to explain the color. And then we make our way over to Iowa. And I didn't mean to go to the 4th congressional district. I meant just to go to Senate race in Iowa. So
We got Union County.
we just got Union. We're going right there.
I think it's the Republican one.
About New Jersey. Now it's going to be like this is the Republican Senate primary for the right to run against Cory Booker in New Jersey. But I wanted to show you the House primary. Pennsylvania colors up. Okay, we just got Union County, meaning it's not. Oh goodness. Let's go. Oh,
All right.
so if we just got Union.
So when we get more of the election day vote is when I'm expecting a call to be made. Okay, 11% in.
It's absolutely everything we can see. Broadway is here. This is the biggest population center in the district. And what more is there to say? Bennett crushing it there. Bennett crushing it in Somerset County. Bennett crushing it in Hunterdon County. Even in Morris County, where we've seen crushing it. It leaves two component counties here, Warren County and Sussex County, where it might look a little bit different because those county organizations have actually backed Burrell here, but those are small compared to what we just got in. Okay, so about 30% of the vote Union, about 20% of the vote is going to come next door from Somerset, and then about 20% of the vote as well is going to come from Hunterdon County. So between these counties, you're looking at like 70% of the vote. So where 70% of the vote is in this district, you're looking at Bennett running at 51% in Union.
If Bennett up by that much, it'll be really, really difficult if you're the opponent.
Just came in the 12th district. So this is where the city of Plainfield. Now remember, Adrian Knapp is the name of the candidate here. Is this going to be Knapp? Did he win? And he did. Okay. So again, this is Plainfield's a good-sized city, but this is the only part of Union County in the district. So again, this is.
And then New Jersey 9th Republican.
This is the mayor of Plainfield, Adrian Knapp, and he is again with that early
Is also
just came in there. He's putting up
looking
over Amelie.
interesting. Hoping we can fill in some of these is before we add any more, but we'll see.
Right. So this that's the concern for Matt.
Mhm.
That was sort of the sense going in. Was Matt's going to sort of have his home city, but it wasn't going to extend across city county lines. And I mean, look at that. You go down to Somerset County, and you can see that's not going to be able to do much for 43% of the vote out of Union County if he's getting 2% in the other county. Meanwhile, take a look inside Union County right there, and who's coming in second is Adam Amelie. 18% of the vote.
I'm thinking Homily should be favored in this election, but I am not. Now, you may wonder why I don't have the Democratic Senate when I try to put up as many statewide as I think are worthy for the Democrat. Cory Booker is running unopposed for the Democratic nomination.
Better news for Homily than for anyone else, because if Matt's limited by just his home city, then the question is who's coming in second. And he's coming in second so far over Robinson, and so far he's leading her in her home county. So,
because Homily is leading Chanel Robinson in her own county.
From the two biggest pieces of the puzzle, however, 40% of the vote in Middlesex County, and Middlesex County is backing, find him on here, Brad Cohen, okay, who's currently at 4%.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so his county is going to have to come through for him in a massive, massive way. Remember, we say the county organization supporting him in New Jersey, they used to have to think about the line. The line, yes, you might know what the line is, but the line really puts a muscle behind those county organization endorsements. It doesn't really exist in that. So you can say.
Yeah, I'm adding another one because New Jersey House 2 is, again, things are turning out.
But we'll see what Middlesex can deliver here. Again, what Middlesex can deliver for Cohen. but he's going to need something. He's going to need something very big out of there. I think. In Mercer County, again, about 30% of the vote is from here. Again, the city of Trenton's here. Princeton is here. So if you're Ewing Township, if you know New Jersey is here, that's another big one. West Windsor. But again,
33 minutes until Iowa polls close.
Were to do well in Middlesex, is it a bit like the situation we just showed you with Math and Plainfield? Is it not gonna spread elsewhere? For Math, it's such a small part of the district. That's
And in New Jersey, House 3, McGuire is starting to pile on over Cullen.
Let's see when that comes in. So that's the big Middlesex County. We are waiting on Middlesex and Mercer, and those are going to be very important to see when they come in. But zooming out, that's what it looks like. Did we get anything new in 7? No, I think we're where we were in 7, right? Yeah, 23%. Nothing there. Nothing new in the bigger sense. Okay, so I'm gonna shout at 12. We're getting more at 12. Yeah, right. Okay. Middlesex, Mercer is what we're kind of looking for there. But I wanted to give folks a sense of what else we're going to be doing tonight, because about a half an hour from now, things are going to expand a bit. And where they are going to expand is going to be in Iowa. So, sorry, you think I would know how to do this by now. The Senate race in Iowa. So start here on the Republican side. Ashley Hinson, Congresswoman, running with Trump's endorsement, is widely expected to win this primary easily tonight. This is the U.S. Senate seat that Jody Ernst is not seeking re-election for. Again, and this is in Iowa, a state that Donald Trump carried by double digits in 2024. But it is one that Democrats are hoping to play.
Remember, in 2024, there was that last poll, which actually showed Harris leading.
Interesting contrast here between these two candidates, right? They represent very different things, sort of ideologically, geographically, demographically. Josh Turek, from Potawatomi County, where Council Bluffs is, is out by Omaha. And he actually represents, he's a state legislator, and he represents a district that voted for Donald Trump. So he actually, of all the state legislators in Iowa who are Democrats, he represents the most Republican, the most pro-Trump district. He's been able to win in that district, calls himself a moderate, running on electability. You see folks like Chuck Schumer, the Senate Democratic leader, they see a possibility to sort of export that out of the district statewide. Now, Zach Walz, meanwhile, is from here.
Okay, just cross-posting that Rob Menendez has won. I did not mark that as Nalita Powell going unopposed. New Jersey has 9 Republican. Pino is leading, but only 18% in.
Alex, you didn't pick up everything.
You have the Democrat who represents the most Republican.
That probably means you don't get a Dairy Queen.
Apologies for the background noise. Not much. We are currently just waiting for more stuff in New Jersey. By the way, this is going to be going on for about 5 hours, so hopefully on and off, feel free, join at any point you like.
To see this come in here. No, nothing new in New Jersey. Also in Iowa,
No, I'm there.
And
again, not on the Democratic side, Rob Sand here, who's won election statewide as a Democrat, running as governor, the governor's seat here. Kim Reynolds, the Republican incumbent, not seeking re-election.
Kim Reynolds was the first governor to announce that she would not seek re-election.
Two main candidates appear to be Randy Feenstra, Republican member of Congress from the 4th District of Iowa, the northwest corner.
Yes, I figured she would. She's going to go up against Joe Hathaway in the general.
Congressional district here. That's what Feenstra represents. He's running for governor. Zach Lund is a farmer, but who's running as a populist, MAGA-aligned Republican candidate here. And Lund is the one who has had the momentum in Poland. In fact, there was a poll last week that actually put him slightly ahead of Feenstra. Now, two complicated factors.
Don't see Lon winning in Iowa. I know what they're talking about, but I just don't see it.
It has a 35% threshold, right? So it's a crowded field here. And that's important because if no candidate gets 35% of the vote in this Republican primary, they go to, not a runoff, they go to a state convention. The state convention would pick the Republican nominee then. So who comes in first is a question. But right away, does that person also get 35% of the vote? Otherwise, it goes to the state convention.
I always forget Iowa does that, where if no one gets 35%, 35% there, then it goes to state convention. The Feenstra endorsement, though, from Trump, given Iowa being a closed primary, I think is a significant help for him.
But after that, does that change sort of the complexion of this race?
We got some new results in NJ12 County. We got more
Somerset County in New Jersey 12 was coming in. That is definitely important.
We got more. Okay, now this just got interesting.
Oh.
Okay, so we said Somerset. Wow, look at this. Chanel Robinson, who is a county commissioner in Somerset County. So that initial batch there, which was the early vote. Is that right? Yep.
Yeah.
Now the next giant batch here has come in, and it's much better for Robinson.
Big vote bunch for Chanel Robinson. So.
With a little bit less than half the vote in total, and that's put her into the lead district-wide. Again, all we have right now is Somerset County, and again, Union County, where Plainfield is, where that city's there at least early.
So you're hoping. Union County also put in a bit, and it's pretty much the same with MAP leading. Still, but it actually puts Robinson in the lead now over Hamowy. Not one that I mentioned, but New Jersey Democratic House 4 Rachel Peace has won. Will go up against Christopher Smith.
I think that's the dynamic, but I think we might have reversed the dynamic. We're waiting the same day vote now in Somerset County. We're waiting on everything in Middlesex, everything in Mercer. Again,
you really do need to get results from Middlesex and Mercer in order to make a projection, but I'm satisfied with the amount we've got in this district.
She's able to build this advantage with the same day.
Oh, New Jersey 6 is all of a sudden getting interesting between the incumbent and Sue.
She's able to do that. That's a huge hit. What it looks like for her is that support going across county lines here, which are the two biggies when you get to Middlesex and Mercer counties.
Incumbent, it's basically going to be tantamount unless something crazy goes on. Nothing from New Jersey 7.
Rebecca Bennett went into tonight favored. Everything you're seeing right now is coming out Bennett right there. So there's absolutely.
Which that'll definitely be a story that we will talk about later on in the stream.
Looks like we just got Middlesex County.
Oh.
Okay. So we said this would have to be a big number for Brad Cohen. This is a thought bigger than the 2% we saw him getting early on in Somerset County. He's the mayor of East Brunswick. He's running with the organizational endorsement in Middlesex County. Middlesex is 40% of the district, and there's half the vote. So it's probably Mayo and early vote all coming out at once.
I'm not sure because the Middlesex has one of the highest mail-in in New Jersey of the counties, but it actually shows Cohen now in first Homoy second,
But look what
and then
happened.
Chanel Robinson now in third.
Can be gleaned from this. Go back here to Middlesex County. So we said Chanel Robinson. What happens when you get outside Somerset? Does that support extend to
Nothing new from New Jersey 9.
So you see her running just a little bit ahead of Homoy in her home county, but then you go next door to Middlesex County, where there's even more vote. Didn't extend. Meanwhile, here's Brad Cohen, 6% of the vote in his home county, where he's got. But again, you go next door to Somerset County, and that's a yeah, I think the vote, whatever exactly it was, it's pre-election vote, right? So he's running at 36, and he's
I don't know why I'm glitching out all
27 and
like
one,
this,
she's
but
down, she's right down 4% in the other one. Meanwhile, here's Adam Hunt behind in second place in Somerset County, and he's 11 points behind. But running
remember, I picked Homoy.
keep doing this. If he can do this across Mercer, if he can do this across Middlesex, if he can do this across Somerset, and Cohen is like a one-county wonder, and Robinson's like a one-county wonder. The maybe Mercer is a one-county wonder, or maybe that's
Yes.
because
Yes.
Princeton, he's got to be pleased with these results so far.
And yeah, we just got Morris. And
Okay,
Sussex.
this I'd like to see for New Jersey 7.
Morris at their
Morris County shows Bennett getting 864 and 2% in Sussex. Pretty he's going to remain at 17 and 6. I think Varela's.
So I think right now, zoom out, this is what the district looks like. It's basically a third of the vote. Look, 5,000 to 5,300 votes ahead. Obviously, we say this is a vote that was cast before election day, mail vote, early in-person vote. I think our decision desk is probably just waiting to make sure that the same day vote, which is going to be a big chunk, just make sure that there's nothing crazy in that suddenly Varela's not getting 60% of the vote. I don't know why he would be. I don't know why and the others would be, but that's what the so going back to 12th district, I'm going to take a little bit of water because my allergies have been brutal for the last. It is I lost my voice for 2 days after doing this last week. Just got the I think maybe people notice if you talk for an extended period and your allergies are acting up. Oh, brutal. So
and that was on a quick night.
Yeah, can you imagine if that had been suspenseful? So bear with me.
I don't think so. Unless the results look something significantly different, which I don't see why they would be in this one.
Expected total votes going into it were about 8,000 election day votes in Somerset, 6,000 mail-in, and 3,000.
All right.
So again,
It's
our like expected vote going into the night for Somerset in particular, about 8,500 election day, 6,000.
I want to make sure that we're not expecting another big batch before I go into the story of New Jersey 7, because there is some news about that one today. Yep.
So again, this is the place where Varela
Okay.
party's backing. Let's see if it looks any different. Surprise, surprise, it does not. So Warren County, and again,
Warren County, yeah, this is exactly back to the point of Varela not making a comeback. Yes, 20% is where he's at there, but he's getting almost nothing anywhere outside of Warren County and District 7. Yeah.
It would take an epic reversal in the same-day vote.
It need to be pretty much fully Shaw.
It would be Becca Bennett against Tom King Jr., NJ7. I hope the folks. I hope the folks in those counties like TV ads.
I just want you
Yes.
might want to stay there for.
Is it coming? Folks, pay attention to that Rebecca Bennett name right there. You see it?
All right.
NBC News.
Yep.
Closing desk has declared.
Rebecca Bennett is the
Been nominated.
projected winner.
We'll now move on to the general election where she will face Republican incumbent Tom Kean Jr., who was renominated tonight without opposition and who had been sidelined with an undisclosed medical situation for the last several months. He released a statement this afternoon promising that there would be a return to the public view in the coming weeks, and that with that.
And then anything now in bright green is the projection.
I'm quite really sure what's been happening, but we do know this. It will be Bennett. It will be Kean Jr.
But
We got our first Mercer vote. Huge.
okay.
So,
Wow.
Rena Reynolds Jackson, the state legislator.
New Jersey.
He got his bang out of Middlesex County, but he's sort of an afterthought in Somerset and in Mercer. And the same can be said for Chanel Robinson. She's getting somewhat of a bang out of Somerset County, but an afterthought in Middlesex and Mercer. So add that all together. You're looking at a district-wide vote right now that has Hamawee ahead, but Cohen still at double-digit lead in the biggest county in the district is keeping it better. Everybody else now has fallen under 10%.
Yeah, Chanel Robinson just below 12. 10. Remember, she was leading.
And now we start to say, where's the meaning
Okay.
coming from? So we've got.
But what I'm saying, anyway, I'm just going to talk, and if anything happens, so be it. New Jersey 7, incumbent Tom Kean Jr. has not been seen since March 5. He has been dealing with an undisclosed health issue, which has not been told to speak to any of his staff. He has not been seen at his home. There have not been cars in his driveway. His house is completely dark, according to his neighbors. His father has said that his son is dealing with a health issue and won't elaborate. His father, Tom Kean Sr., was a former New Jersey governor, and they have been really, really hush-hush about this. He has said today that he will ease his way back into the public spotlight from working at home over the next few weeks. That is the closest thing to an answer we have in New Jersey 7. Anyway, another batch came in from New Jersey 12 while I'm talking, from Middlesex County and Mercer County. And everything is pretty much the same. But you got Hamawee in first now.
Hamawee, I think, has got to be feeling the best here of these candidates.
Cohen, though, is in second, and Chanel Robinson is in third.
One thing that he would really need is a bigger margin than the pre-election vote in his home county. Right? He's winning at 36-25 over Hamawee.
Yeah, by 12 points. You need to win it by pretty much 14 or closer to 16, probably, if you're Cohen and want to get this.
What if Cohen gets a lot more out of the second half of the vote that gets tabulated in Middlesex than he got out of the first? That's what he's going to need. He's going to need something like that, I think, realistically here, because again, Mercer County, he's running at 7%, 6%. He's running at 6%. He obviously would like Hamaway's number to drop in Mercer, for that matter, as the election day vote gets tabulated there too. He doesn't want Hamaway getting too far away from any of these other counties. But and for that matter, if it comes to it in a close race, again, Union County, percent or so of the vote here, be running at 18%. And where's Cohen? One.
Yeah.
Close at all. That's Cohen.
One can't be coming in at 1% even at Union County if he wants the nomination. And we are 13 minutes now from when the polls close in Iowa. And this is going to be a long night. I've got more of these streams planned. This is the long night. I'll tell you that much.
Interesting race right there. And again, this in a heavily Democratic district. So, in all likelihood, winning the primary can't not come in.
Just a reminder, it's 8:47 now. We're coming up at the top of 9. We will have to do a check-in again with News Now just prior to the top of the hour.
Yep.
And then we'll have Iowa polls closed.
Right. Okay. So as we get through that, and I think the News Now one is going to be a little lengthy at the top of the hour here.
I think so, yeah.
Okay. How do we split this? I don't think we've had this challenge. This is an interesting story, but I also have a feeling that our viewers are more interested in the outcome of that Democratic Senate primary in Iowa. It's just that this is, as we say, it's a Democratic district. So I have a bias when I see a close race, right? I want to stay on it because I have a bias towards something that's very close and very competitive.
New Jersey 12 is going to be close.
In 12 minutes, we could start getting numbers out of Iowa. Now, I think Iowa's going to be a little slow going with its returns, but we will shift towards that and err on the side of showing you Iowa, I think. Obviously,
we mark new one.
From middle, from Summers County, potentially even decisive. You get a big batch of vote here. I think it'll find the situation about. I assume that
Might some South Dakota, Mexico.
So let me just jump in here. It's an interesting race here for governor for the same reason the Iowa Republican governor races. There's a 35% threshold here. Now, unlike Iowa, if nobody gets 35% in the South Dakota Republican gubernatorial primary, they just kick it over to a runoff. I think in 8 weeks from now. So it's not a state mention. It has runoff potential. Now this South Dakota before she joined the Trump administration, hoping the job. Larry Roden became the lieutenant governor. He became the governor when that happened. John Hanson is the state house speaker. Johnson is the at-large member of Congress from South. Doden is running either a self-funded campaign or a large self-funded campaign. Again, aimed squarely. He's tried to position himself here as the most staunchly, adamantly pro-Trump candidate, the sort of populist, grassroots conservative candidate in this race. He's the one who's been moving in the polls out here. Okay, so you got Doden as sort of the outsider, Johnson, the congressman, and Larry Roden, the interim governor, who moved into the job when Noam went to the administration. But does anyone get 35% here tonight? So we'll be watching the South Dakota, primary as well. Iowa, we're also.
I don't know what time polls close in South Dakota.
There are some House races, Iowa, that are going to be very significant, particularly competitive primaries in them. But there are 4. It's tough to see those. You say. The rematch with Tina Bohannon, who near leader in 2024. This is another NJ7. This one we're
we
Mm-hmm.
So I really should have.
I can
No,
see
no,
it.
that's
Okay.
all right.
Keep them with,
So
well, 37, but some of these have 2, the California ones.
with the election day vote update, did we doing better with the election day vote? The mayor,
he's up to 50% report.
All right.
800.
Hopefully, this doesn't happen again. We're a little less than 5 minutes away from Iowa poll closing.
coming up the California vote rush in the 11 o'clock hour because all that pre processed it, they've got it ready, and county after county, they release it all in one giant chunk. Orange County in 2024, 750,000 votes came in at 11:06 p.m. And they just fly like that. And at some point in that hour, one of those counties is going to be Los Angeles County. And when you see that, that means city of Los Angeles. And you see that, that means we're going to get like half the vote in the mayor's race all at once. Talk more about that, but here comes the news now, man. They won Iowa.
And closing up this hour on a very big primary night across the country and here in California. In just a few minutes, polls will close in Iowa. That's where we are keeping an eye on the U.S. Senate race between State Representative Josh Turek and State Senator Zach Wells. They are battling it out for Joni Ernst's seat, which opened up while she retired or decided to retire. There have been millions poured into that race because the Democrats think this might be their best chance at flipping a seat in their favor. For more on what we need to keep an eye on, let's check back with Steve Kornacki at the big board. Steve, what's it looking like?
Yeah, Gotti. Well, I mean, we're obviously waiting for the first votes to come in here. But again, the backdrop for this, as you were just saying, this could be. We're not sure it's going to be. This could be a battleground Senate seat in November here. It's a Republican seat now, as you say, Joni Ernst retiring. Ashley Hinson, Congresswoman, does face some opposition in the Republican primary, but it's not expected to amount to much. She's expected to coast tonight in this Republican primary. So the suspense here is on the Democratic side between Turek and Walz. And if you just want to think about the stakes of Iowa in November, it would be this. The Democrats are trying to get Senate control. Republicans are trying to keep them from doing that. Democrats need a net gain of 4 Senate seats to do that. They'd have to hold on to, they'd have to get Maine. They'd have to get North Carolina. Big ifs. They'd have to hold on to Georgia. They'd have to hold on to Michigan. And then they'd need 2 of Iowa, Ohio, Texas, Alaska. Right? And all those states are states that Donald Trump carried, like he did in Iowa, by double digits. So this is one of 4 very pro-Trump states that Democrats are hoping to put in play. And we're going to see tonight, in the next hour or two, who they choose to make their candidate for that.
Yeah, and hopefully we'll have some conclusive results outside of Iowa and beyond. But realistically, you've covered so many of these primaries, and we all want instant gratification. When do you think we'll have a real sense of how things may turn out here in California?
Yeah, look, I mean, there's a possibility in California that there's some clarity in the first hour to 90 minutes. And that's because, I'll put it up here on the screen and just give you a sense of it here. This is the governor's primary here. Remember,
Just a sec, everyone.
Governor. Election, Tom Steyer, Steve Hilton, Javier Becerra have kind of been the top 3 in polling here. Each county is going to report out probably like half of its vote pretty quickly, in that first hour. And what that's going to be is California is a heavy vote by mail state, and the vote by mail that came in before Election Day, counties are able to process that, get that ready, and spit that out pretty close to after poll closing. Then there are still some folks who come out and vote early, who vote on Election Day. They'll be reported in the first hour too. There could be some clarity that first hour, but if there isn't, that's where the wait comes inside.
Fingers crossed. We saw some very busy primary polling locations today. For, again, a primary, a lot of people out there voting. Steve Kornacki, thank you so much. That's going to do it for us tonight.
7,
There's,
6,
Middlesex vote.
Okay.
5,
Tell me when I'm going back to that.
4,
In about a minute.
3, 2, 1.
We got a minute here. What just came in Middlesex?
So we got 3,700.
Okay, we got some Middlesex.
Yeah, he gets
Benefits homily.
38%.
Wow. Yeah. Folks, Hanway's feeling great after seeing that.
Yeah.
And they'll want to go back to Iowa on the other side of this.
Do they want me to show the 7?
I think they want to go back to Iowa because we have made some characterizations, at least particularly in Congressional District 3.
Okay, hold on.
You want to do the 3rd district?
Yes.
It's unopposed.
Yeah, we made the characterizations at the top of the hour.
Yeah, both candidates are unopposed in District 3. Both District 3 candidates are running unopposed in Iowa 3.
Joining us now at the big board, NBC News chief data analyst and Steve Kornacki. Steve, you've got an update on the race in Iowa, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, as the polls are now closed, so we don't have any votes yet, but hopefully this thing is going to light up soon. Again, the Senate race here, all eyes are on this. Ashley Hinton expected to win the Republican nomination. Question on the Democratic side.
Yeah.
Will it be Josh Turner
So,
or
District 3, I'll be back in just a minute. Just a quick recap over the past minute. District 3, 2 candidates unopposed. I'll be back in a couple minutes. Carroll County. We'll be back.
Because he's going to get Western Iowa is sort of his base here.
Fudge.
Political bases in Potawatomi County, but these are a place like Carroll County.
Just a sec.
A bunch of Carroll counties can add up. That's a very
Shit's coming in real quick for Iowa YouTube. Oh, I forgot that this in Mexico. I'm just gonna leave it purple. Kornacki Cam, NBC. Yeah, New Mexico, South Dakota. Polls just closed.
35%. Do we get more in this one? We got 190 votes in Mercer County, okay? And what did they look like?
Yeah, Iowa,
Jackson gets the
South Dakota, and I think Montana
42%. Same day votes.
as well.
Yeah, and then second, he gets 18%. It's a small number of votes here, but again, we're here now. This has become the complete story of the moment. Shit here. We're not spending out on NJ Truckers, especially when it's the resolution, but it is like the news has been, if you're a Connolly, the news has been very good and very encouraging for you. Cohen showed some life here in Middlesex County, but now we've gotten a big chunk of the same day vote reported out there, and it's not been as good for him as that early vote was. He needs to be better than the early vote was, or otherwise he needs to offset it somewhere else. We're certainly not seeing him offset it in a small part there in Plainfield. He's not offsetting it in Mercer, or wherever he were in Somerset. So this right now is advantage Homily until and unless something changes. If it doesn't, as we said, he got the most money behind any of these candidates, it's certainly paying off right now, as of right now. So Adam will learn if we get anything significant in NJ12. We've got to be short for him. When we go out to Iowa now, because that's shifting to where the action is this hour. the much discussed Iowa getting the fourth.
Dawson is currently leaving Wolf, Tornaby, and Steiner in District 4, but only 1%.
Again, get the Senate. Okay, here's the Senate race being up. Okay, now we got Lee County. Okay, so, again, this is small. We've gotten 2 small counties here, but we said, is there going to be an east-west divide?
Okay.
Right?
Lee County.
We can.
Oh, we just got some Polk. We just got some of Polk County. We got some of Polk County.
Look at that. We just got a 6th of the vote there in Polk County.
We got 1/6 of the Polk County vote. That is massive.
This is 25% of all the vote in the state. This is a
Actually, let me check and see, make sure you guys can hear me.
Again, we've got 3 counties, 2 of them are small rural.
Audio test.
Big counties.
Audio test.
And Turk is
Audio test.
with the early vote right there. So you're seeing potentially a geographic thing here with Turk in western Iowa. Again, this is Walls' neck of the woods down here. And again, he's getting crushed there too. So, Tama County, Turk. Okay. I mean, this is, yeah.
Audio test.
You're just seeing big Turk numbers. Now again, Lee County, Johnson County, Cedar Rapids, Iowa City area. These are big. Okay.
Audio test.
He says 25% of the vote in the poll. Johnson County, which is right here, 10% of the vote. Where Cedar Rapids.
And my phone's been muted, but
yeah, there's some, we got to be scary. Okay, wow.
audio test. Oh, Debquay, but we got a whole bunch of Polk County.
Versus John Cornyn last Tuesday. We've gotten just a few reports from a few counties here, but so far those reports are very emphatic. And again, Josh Turek is a state representative from Potawatomi County, western part of the state. His selling point to Democrats has been, he says, one is a moderate, and he's elected. His state legislative district is, of all the Democrats in the Iowa State Legislature, there's no more pro-Trump district than any of them represent than Turek in Potawatomi County in western Iowa. So he's been selling Democrats the idea that a candidate like that can win a state like this. Certainly seems Democrats in Iowa are buying into that. And as we said, we didn't expect Ashley Hinson, Congresswoman Ashley Hinson on the Republican side, to face serious opposition tonight. You can just see here the 4 counties, nothing that they all look pretty similar. 5 counties, I should say, all pretty similar. 3-1 lead, compared to 3-1 lead for Hinson. So you got Hinson, as completely expected, winning or leading her Republican primary by a wide margin, but not by a margin that far off.
Okay, do I have New Jersey 10 marked? Because that one, I don't think we did. Feenstra by quite a bit, and I think Feenstra is favored.
A little bit more interesting here. You're looking at statewide. Steen is running in second, and Laura is running in third. So, in Feenstra, remember to keep in mind the 35% number, because that comes into that. Feenstra, Trump endorsed 34%. Another thing to keep in mind as these numbers come in here, sir.
I'm going to see if there's an update in New Jersey 12, and then I'm going to be gone for maybe like 2 or 3 minutes.
So again, Lon is to the extent it's a factor here. That's sort of the east sort of south side of Cedar Rapids, Lee County here.
Okay, it's still Homily first, Cohen second, nothing crazy.
There had been some number of early votes that had already been cast. Republicans going to polls not knowing if Feenstra was Trump's candidate. And looking at early vote in some of these large places get reported out first, is the possibility the initial batch, they might get friendlier to Feenstra as you get to the same day vote.
It's looking more and more like Feenstra's going to be the favored.
more sort of Trump aligned. We see this in Republican primaries. Well, this is Trump's candidate, okay? And he didn't endorse until the Friday before the election after the early voting period had started. So that's something to keep in mind. Is that going to, as Feenstra moves over the 35% mark, I guess we just got Webster, yeah. As Feenstra moves over that 35% mark. So keep that in mind. Democratic Senate primary, call that back up. We got one more county, nothing changing there. Want to take our trip to South Dakota?
Adam head over there. There is a vote.
Adam said he wanted to see South Dakota. Let's call it up. Governor's race, Republican primary. There he is, Dusty Johnson, the at-large.
Dusty Johnson is leading.
31% of the vote here.
The incumbent's in third.
The big population centers here, well, this isn't, to the west of Sioux Falls. Sioux Falls this is the biggest.
Iowa Democratic Governor Rob Sand, unopposed.
In Iowa, right down here, Lincoln County, going up north, Brookings County. These are some big population center counties. The other one, the main one out west, is Pennington County. We don't have anything from that yet. South Dakota is split between two time zones here, so the polls were actually closed an hour earlier in the eastern part of the state. They just couldn't report anything out until Mountain Time. But these are just small counties largely that we're seeing right now. As you can see, about 2,500, about 3,000 votes total counted. Just seeing Larry Roden. I mean, he is the interim governor right now. Hanson, the state house speaker. Doden, who's been running as sort of Doden leading in 4 counties. Doden has been running as sort of the populist Trump-aligned candidate. And then there's Dusty Johnson too. Really, that's kind of powering his performance statewide. So again, 35% of every. Yes.
While you're doing governors, we also got our first report in New Mexico. Santa Fe has our first report.
New Mexico, we got
We want to put New Mexico on the map.
Yeah.
All right. What do we want to show here? We want to show
whichever the Democrats.
There we go. Deb Haaland facing opposition here from Sam Bregman in this primary, but
Haaland
we just got
is
a big chunk of the
big over Bregman at this point.
County times 2. So we said we didn't expect much drama. We didn't expect much suspense in New Mexico. And look at that, about 10% of the votes already in that Democratic gubernatorial primary. And Deb Haaland with a, as expected, advantage right there. New Jersey 12, nothing new?
Not since our last update at the top of the hour now.
Okay, let's go back to Iowa and just kind of live in the Democratic, we should be in that Democratic primary, right? Because that's this is more interesting, but I think nationally significant is what happens in that Democratic primary, which again is just looking is pretty.
Bye, Mom.
Pretty emphatic here.
Parents are leaving right now.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if the decision escalated. Sometimes that comes quick. I think we do want to see Johnson County, Lynn County right here, Johnson County right here. 20% of the vote from these two. This is Wallace based. What does he get out of here? Does this change anywhere else for him? But that's what he's looking at right there. Again, the congressional races will have 2, maybe 3 very competitive congressional races in Iowa this November. Now
I will
get competitive
be
congressional primaries.
back.
I can show you on the Republican side. Go up here to the 2nd district.
I'll be back.
This is Joe Mitchell's running with Trump's endorsement. So I just wanted to see here if that was translating. Small number of votes in there. It is. We showed you where it meets. This will be, we say, one of the most closely watched in the country. None, leading there. And again, no opposition here for Chris McGowan. In the 4th district, it's being vacated by Feenstra, and that's a solidly Republican district. Back to the Democratic Senate primary there. Call that one up. If I can get that. And again, just waiting to see a little bit more there. I need to just have a little allergy situation. Sorry. Okay, sorry about that. Do you feel any of this?
I do get allergy, but it hasn't affected me these past couple weeks.
This has been brutal. I keep thinking it's like a sinus infection or
Ragweed, grass,
what is it? Pollen.
pollen.
Gotta be pollen, right?
I don't know. I don't know what your allergy
They
situation
put me on Singular today. I don't know if that's good. Okay. This is what happens when we don't get avalanches of vote returns. We start talking about our medications. This is also what happens when we age. Okay. You know the situation here. Nothing new in New Jersey 12. No news well, I don't want anybody to miss New Jersey 12. We got a winner in NJ7 on the Democratic side. Rebecca Bennett and Tom King. That's going to be your big November general election matchup in NJ7. And again, showing you these House primaries here in Iowa. You know, in Iowa 1, Miller Meeks and Bohannon, a rematch. This one's going to be hugely followed this November. This race is going to be very closely watched.
All right.
I should say if you're
Guys, I'm not back.
one
I'll be back.
Yes. Okay, I'm not even Deb Haaland, Democratic primary, governor of Mexico. Check on that. Yes, especially. Okay.
All right, Deb Haaland.
Here again, Joe Mitchell running with Trump.
Nominated.
This is a different Trump here, like 10 points. This is the kind of district. Look at Iowa. Second district, Iowa. If Democrats are successful in making the Senate race a real race, that means the state as a whole will have moved, 10 plus points. It's a 13-point Trump state. So here's a district. Instead of telling you, I can show you. Here's a district that Trump won by 10 points. So this is one of those I think you would look. Again, this is the Republican primary. This is the Trump-endorsed candidate. Here's the Democratic primary. Lindsey James. And this is not a surprise. This is far ahead here. This is also her political base. But this is one of those that, if the Democrats succeed in making Iowa competitive in the Senate race, almost automatically, I think you would make this a competitive House race because it just would mean the state's moving at the 10 or so points that a district like this would have to move. So it would come into play. They're kind of linked, those two storylines, is what I'm trying to say. Otherwise, 1 and 3, that's where the action is going to be this November in Iowa. I'll put that Senate race back up on the screen for you. We'll check in. We've got a few more votes that have come in here right now, going along the Mississippi River. Again, you're in the eastern half of the state. I say, is there an east-west divide? There's no east-west divide in these results so far. It's Turek, Marshall County. Turek getting 2/3 of the vote. Sierra Gorda, this is what Mason City is. This is a decent sized place right here in terms of vote share. And Turks, there's just like
some more in NJ12.
Yes.
Mercer County, another update.
Big one?
Yes.
All right.
2,300 votes.
Okay, what's Mercer looking like? Oh, I think I can see this. Go ahead.
So Homley gets 33% of that latest batch.
Yeah. That's the most, right?
Yeah, I was a little cut off on my thing, but
yeah. And again, that was how many votes?
2,300.
That was a ton of votes, right? Versus up near 60% right now. That's election day vote. Homily doing better with the election day vote than he did with the early vote here. And we said, even when he got with the early vote, was putting him on a course there that he wanted to be on. Zoom out there, yeah. I mean, remember, we've been watching this. Remember when we first got Middlesex going, moved ahead. Then, Homily, I think, was about 23-20 we were looking at, is what's in my head. We pretty much, the early vote had come in from everywhere. We said that was a piece that Homily wanted to be up. The pace has quickened for Homily since that, as this election day vote has come in. We've seen that in Middlesex. We've seen that, we've seen that in Middlesex. We've seen that in Mercer. We're still stuck at 46% here in Somerset County. We also got
in our Iowa Republican governors.
Oh, wow, that's big. Let's get out there. To Iowa, it's going to land in. Oh, I'm in the 4th district. Okay. We want the governor's race. We want the Republican primary. We want Polk County. Oh, my goodness. Okay, now we say 25% of the vote in a Democratic primary because Polk is the biggest on the Republican side. Although right next door is Dallas. That's significant, too. So this is about 15% of the vote in the Republican primary is going to come out of Polk County. Again, this is where Des Moines is the state capital. We just got most of the Republican vote from there. And here, Zach Wahn, again, he's positioned himself here as the populist conservative grassroots candidate. He's endorsed by the Political Action Committee from Turning Point USA, the Charlie Kirk group. They endorsed him last Friday on the same day that Trump endorsed Feenstra. And here he is running 10 points ahead of Feenstra, 9 points ahead of Feenstra in the big state capital, and right next door. These are the suburbs.
We also got another big update on the Democratic.
Oh, okay, yeah. We should pull Dallas County up. Another big one there. The Democratic Senate primary. Oh wow, almost all of Polk is in. Look at that. Congratulations, Polk County and the quick vote county. Josh Turk, 27 points ahead, and no, okay, I thought, yeah, okay. Next door, Dallas County. Again, these are suburbs of. This is decent. This is decent size here. What are we looking at here? About 5% of the vote is going to come out of Dallas County. Turk there, I think, with that early vote, comfortably ahead. Nothing here is at odds with what we initially saw. It does seem that the same day vote in Polk County was more friendly to walls. Remember that early vote, I think, was over 70% return, and under 30 for walls. To get it up to 63-37, walls had to do decently with that same people. But the end result is getting clobbered in the place of a quarter of the voters. He's lost by 27 points, more than 10,000 votes, and he's getting clobbered everywhere else we see results from. We keep saying Johnson County, which is his home, his base, his state senate districts here. He lives here. It is a big piece of the puzzle. It's 10% of the vote in a Democratic primary. It's probably the second biggest Democratic vote producing county in a primary in Iowa. But when you're running this far behind statewide, even if you get a bang from there, that could erase a big chunk of that. But you're losing everywhere else, right? I mean, could he do something next door here? This is the other big one here, Cedar Rapids, Lynn County. But I mean, I don't know. He's getting crushed in Dubuque County. He's getting crushed along the Mississippi River right here. Nothing in this like the walls. If you're a Turek supporter, there's tons of light in what you're seeing right here. Again, Republican gubernatorial primary. Check back in there. And you can see here, again, powered by Polk County. Juan, again, close to 40% of the vote there, has pulled into the lead statewide. Feenstra's numbers is going to kind of look around with his congressional. We showed you Carroll County starting line. This is a big one. Woodbury County, yeah, okay. It's only 4% of the vote. In western Iowa and in northwest Iowa, especially in a Republican primary, this is a big one. Woodbury County here. Again, remember, Feenstra's district covers the northwestern state. It's the most Republican part of the state. This is one of the population centers in that very Republican part of the state. In Feenstra, they are getting more than 50% of the vote in just that small initial batch, probably early vote that we're looking at right there. But if he can run up some margins like that in places like that, he's going to need to run up margins like that, I should say, in places like that, because that's a huge performance there for Lon out of Polk County. So what else are we looking here in the Republican side? It's interesting, we say, this is going to be about 5% of the vote here when we get, this is going to be much less. Johnson County is the big one on the Democratic side, not as much on the Republican side. Again, Dubuque's about 5%. Davenport here, where Davenport is, Scott County, that's going to be about 5%. So we've got some population centers there too. The Republican vote too is also just more geographically distributed, spread out than the Democratic vote. But an interesting dynamic here, and again, if no one clears 35%, then it goes to a state convention. That's where that gets. South Dakota. Let's check it. Now we've gotten some vote here from some of the more. Lincoln County is a small number of votes here. It's one of the bigger sized ones here in South Dakota. So with Brookings County, where we got 40% of the vote, Congressman Dusty Johnson, this is the Republican gubernatorial primary, is leading there. It'd be very interesting when we get something from Pennington County. That's the big one out west. But sort of filling in right here. But there you go. Yes, we got another updated NJ12. Okay, Middlesex. Let's go. NJ12, county level Middlesex. What do we got? Oh, wow.
We got another 6,900 votes.
Yeah.
Hamway gets 42% of them.
So Hamway has had a great election day. The folks who went out and voted at the polls today, very, very big for Hamway. Remember, Brad Cohen led here this is his home county. He's the mayor of East Brunswick. He's endorsed by the party committee, and now he's falling behind. The election day vote here has been huge for Hamway. been very underwhelming for Cohen. He's now behind in his home county. What you can see what that does district-wide. 2/3 of the vote is in right here. You know, we're in territory here that's getting close to where we are. It is, I think, where we are in that Iowa Democratic Senate race. Everything that you're looking at here is if you're Homily, is what you want to see. And what is Cohen left with? He can't even win his home county. We're not seeing Chanel Robinson extend her support in her home county anywhere else. We're not seeing Felina Reynolds Jackson extend her support for Mercer County anywhere else. We're just seeing Homily lead in Cohen's county. We're seeing Homily in very close second in Reynolds Jackson's county, and we're seeing Homily a close second in Robinson's county. And we are seeing our friend Adrian Mapp with a big number there, flexing his muscle in his home city, but nowhere else. There's hopes in the district. So it adds up to this for Homily.
We got another update in Iowa Senate back in Blackhawk County.
Oh, home of the University of Northern Iowa. What's their nickname now?
The Blackhawk.
The Panthers. Blackhawk County comes in. Okay. And what can you say? In fact, what you can say here, not only this is a continuation of the trend here that's very positive for Turek, you're getting into the kind of territory where you think Walz might be a little bit more competitive, because I mentioned this is, among other things, this Waterloo, Iowa is here, Cedar Falls, Iowa is here, the University of Northern Iowa. You think there's a college town aspect to this, and you think that Walz kind of running to the left, the more liberal candidate here from the college town, Iowa City, or Iowa City area. Maybe he's not getting trash can. 22% statewide. Turek, 30-point advantage over Walz. 15,000 vote advantage over Walz. Give you a sense of the scale of this, right? Polk County, you're looking at just over 40,000 votes. We think that's probably all the vote, right, that's going to come out of Polk County. That's just over 40,000 votes total that are coming out of Polk County. Again, in a typical Democratic primary, that's going to be about 1/4 of the vote statewide. And in the typical Democratic primary, the turnout coming out of Johnson County is going to be a little bit less than half of that, right? So, 40,000, what would it be in Johnson County if passed as prologue? It might be between 15,000, 20,000, something like that. So even if Walz gets a massive number out of Johnson County, his home base, right? Even if he gets a massive number, it's a University at 20,000. Great night for 25,000 votes. He's 15,000 votes behind. And you can just see this pattern here of Turek dominance across the state where even, when you get the Johnson County report out, even if it's huge for Walz, it's going to be offset pretty quickly by all of these other areas that are just sort of adding up. I mean, you take a look at it, it's a small Mills County. Yes, take back to the... now, there it is. There it is, folks. Oh, I wish I like it when I'm on the screen.
I know.
NBC News is declaring that Josh Turek is the winner in the Iowa Democratic Senate primary. He defeats State Senator Zach Walz, and he will advance to the general election where NBC News has also declared that Congresswoman Ashley Hinson has defeated her Republican primary opponent. It will be Hinson. It will be Turek. That will be the general election contest in Iowa. This is one that you go into it, and Hinson has the advantage on paper. Why does she have the advantage on paper? Because, is the thing there? Okay, maybe it's on this screen. Where'd that go? Okay, I was going to show you. You see what I'm seeing, right?
Yes.
Okay. That's not just, okay. I'm sorry. Why is it advantage Republican on paper? Because Trump won the state by 13 points in 2024. And in 2020, when Trump lost nationally, he won the state by 9 points. So this has a very solidly pro-Trump. He won in 2016, for that matter. He's 3 for 3 in the state. And it's one of those states, it had more of those pivot counties. Remember those Obama, Trump counties? But any state, they had a third of Iowa's 99 counties. They voted Obama, and then flipped over to Trump in 2016 and have not looked back. That is the atmosphere that Josh Turek, the Democrat, is going to be running in, trying to flip this seat. And again, Democrats nationally have looked in on this and said they think Turek could do that because Turek won a district that Donald Trump carried. Small part, Donald Trump carried. He won that district in the state legislature. Now he's got to try to do that statewide, in a much more nationalized political climate. That's
Yes, that's all. I think that's good.
Yeah, if you want to head back over to NJ12, we did get another big thing, Mercer County.
Yeah.
This is the one where Brown Jackson have been performing well, but I think Hamley was this recent batch about 2,000 votes.
Folks, if you've been watching, right, that her margin right now, again, Relina Reynolds Jackson from Mercer County, this is her base. Her margin, she's had the lead here, but keeps shrinking to 12 votes. Again, what does it mean? It means all the votes coming in right now in New Jersey, in these districts, all the votes election day vote. And Amelie's just doing, he's running away with the election day vote. So he's closing the gap. I would expect he'd probably leapfrog her in the next batch here to take the lead in Mercer, on top of having a big day with the election day vote in Middlesex, where he's now leapfrogged Brad Cohen. That's his home base. He's got the lead there. We just don't have the same day vote from Somerset County. But I mean, you could see what's probably likely coming in, right? Like, given what's happening in Mercer, given what's happening in Middlesex, why wouldn't Amelie also do better with the election day vote once that starts coming in Somerset County and move in front there? And again, what that's done district-wide, he's now opened up the lead here. He's approaching 9 points, approaching 5,000 votes, and almost to the point where I'm looking at Adam for the sake of it, I should stay on the page. Are we that, like...
And no insight on that, but yeah, you've been telling us the trends.
You know how that comes. We probably figured out our language by now, but I think there might be one of those check marks coming, and I might kind of, tap dance here for a minute or two. I thought that update might, but it's not there yet. It's on the decision desk. Our College of Cardinals, Clues of Smoke will come at some point right here, and all will be. So I will go back. I think we can see where it's heading. Back to Iowa, where the Senate race is set. We've gotten more updates, which means the governor's race we should check back in on. And I can see here, Vaughn continuing to lead it. Can you see what came in? Did something come in the last few minutes, or
Woodbury was Woodbury was the last big one. Yeah, it was our, and then we had 2 updates from Polk with about 500 votes.
So there was a little bit more to come.
Yeah.
They put him over 10,000 votes. It's a very good number for him right there. It's a very good number for him right there. We'll check in on South Dakota. South Dakota governor's race now just over 10% of the vote reported there. And Toby Doden, who's tried hard to align himself with Trump here, leading Congressman Dusty Johnson, the incumbent acting governor, just 83 votes behind Johnson, and Speaker of the State House, John Hanson, running about 6,027 votes behind him. And remember, 35% threshold. So if nobody, there it is. How many times do you get to see this in our board? They're not the 50%. The old 35% rule. They got it in Iowa tonight, and they got it in South Dakota. In Iowa, it means state convention. In South Dakota, it means runoff between the top 2. And very spread out here. What's going to be significant here, particularly significant when it comes in right here, one of our favorite county names tonight, Minnehaha County, right? Sioux Falls, South Dakota. This is the biggest in the state, by far the biggest in the state. We're waiting to hear from there. That's going to be very significant when it comes in. Then out west, we're waiting at Pennington County. This is the main population center in the western part of South Dakota. Rapid City is here. So those 2 are going to be, I think, very telling when they come in. If anyone's going to have a chance here of getting 35%, I think you guys are.
Well, I wish you had something more interesting.
Yeah.
But I just want to do a functional update.
Yes.
We're at about 9:35 right now, and we will. We're going to move into a different phase of our programming coming up at 10 o'clock. And I don't know, if you wanted to reset, if you wanted to clue our audience in on what the plan is, there's also an opportunity we could take a little break before that. But yeah, I just wanted to pose that.
Yes. Well, I don't know how folks feel. Like, I kind of feel like the guy I said call. I could put Toby Doden up. I could put Dan Hollander. I'm going to put NJ12 up because it might be resolutions. While I'm talking, here's the plan. We talked about this a little bit earlier. But things are going to speed up very quickly. So first, as always, thank you for watching this. I really hope over the next 2.5 hours or so, 3 hours or so, stay with us, because this has sort of been
the appetizer. You know, we were talking about when to Big League, or oh my big dialogue with the organization director was, oh my gosh, I missed the moment. And NBC News decision desk has declared that in New Jersey's 12th congressional district, Democrat Adam Homowy has won his party's primary. This is the race to succeed the retiring Democrat Bonnie Watson Coleman. Homowy will advance to the general election where he lost the. Yeah, I'll see if I can get it right. Well, this is a district that Kamala Harris carried by 23 points in 2024. So you would consider this, you would classify this as a safe Democratic seat in the general election. Homowy will advance to that general election. As we said, you just ultimately here, there's a breadth to his support. His other candidates had geographic, very clear pronounced chart geographic limits to their support. Homowy's support spread out really across this district, with that one exception there of Plainfield, where the mayor really kind of flexed his muscle. And Homowy did particularly well with the election day vote. Again, this is a candidate who was backed by most money and most outside support of anybody in this race. A big, new, pro-Palestine super PAC that came in on his behalf. There's some controversy around Homowy that has made national news stemming from his relationship, his ties with Sheikh Omar al-Rahman, testifying in his federal terrorism trial back in 1995. So that was something that was brought up, certainly. There's some media attention on that. So Coleman's brought that up. But ultimately here you can see Democratic voters here, or enough of the Democratic voters here, because Homowy's probably, you know, if this lands at about 30%, I wouldn't be surprised. Enough Democrats in a crowded field are good with Homowy being their nominee here, and very likely their next congressman. So, with that, we will just remind you of the other major thing that happened in New Jersey earlier tonight. 7th District, Tom Kane Jr., the Republican here, Rebecca Bennett, as the polls have suggested, nominated as the Democratic candidate, Bennett. It will be Kane in the general election. With that, we're going to move off of New Jersey. We're going to say, we're going to wave goodbye to the Garden State, okay? We say we paid enough tolls, but we enjoyed having you pump our gas for us. We're going to go out to Iowa, where again, to recap what just happened here, Josh Turek, state representative from Western Iowa, nominated by the Democrats in the U.S. Senate, has been opposed. Ashley Inson, congresswoman, she easily, as expected, wins her primary. Potentially a competitive race this fall. Democrats would like to make it a competitive race this fall. But again, this is a state that Donald Trump carried by 13 points. And just to underscore the situation with Democrats here nationally and how this fits in, if you do the Senate math, right, maybe we'll just put it up on the screen here. For the Democrats, they don't want to take the Senate. They need to flip 4 seats, right? So what the Democrats, first thing they got to do is they got to hold on to Georgia. It's no guarantee Democrats are holding on to Georgia. They got to hold on to Michigan, right? Michigan's got that Democratic primary all in support. You see what happens there. There's no guarantee Democrats are holding on to Michigan. And the outcome of that primary, we'll talk more about that as it comes in, could actually get ramifications for that. So first thing Democrats want that for is they got to win Georgia, they got to win Michigan. That's just so they don't lose any ground. Then they got to start gaining ground. And the state that obviously gets mentioned first and foremost there is the only seat up this year held by a Republican that Trump didn't win. That's Maine. That's Susan Collins. Well, you know what's been happening in Maine the last couple of days is sort of, is chaos the word for Democrats right now? Is concern for them? I mean, isn't it, you know, Republicans are saying it's an implosion, you know, but the Democrats need to get Maine. They would then need to get North Carolina open seat there, where they're running Roy Cooper. That would get them 2, and then they need 2 more, right? All these things have to happen, the Democrats need 2 more. And the states they talk about for that are Texas. You know the story of Texas. And the Democrats think that having Pax as nominee put that makes that more realistic. How about Alaska? What's the 2-state abbreviation for Alaska? I don't say A. Is it AK? Oh, it's not Arkansas. Texas, Alaska, Ohio, Sherrod Brown, trying to make a comeback then again, or Iowa. And they need 2 of these 4. And these 4 states all have something in common. They all went for Trump in 2024 by double digits. That's the Democratic Senate path, right? Protect those 2, win those 2, and then make those kinds of incursions. 2, not 1, 2 states that Trump carried by double digits. So will Iowa be a state that's competitive this fall? I think National Democrats got the candidate they wanted tonight, but that's still a big if. So that's the story there in Iowa, the Senate race. Governor's race will check back in. Again, 35% threshold here. Yes, sir?
No. Again, just a reminder. At 9:55 is when we're due over at 3A. So it's up to you how you kind of want to budget your minutes over here. We will have lots of Steve content coming up on the Kornacki can, but it'll be from our studio right next door to us.
Good point. So we did, the Republican governor's race right here. We're going to show our friends in South Dakota again. Not much has changed there. We told you the big population side is 35% threshold vote for these governor's races. We showed you what had already happened in New Mexico. So Montana's first district is interesting, but we don't think we're going to get much out of their polls tonight. And so on the 78 minutes and 37 seconds from that, polls are going to close in California. And as we get to about 10 o'clock, as Adam said, we are going to walk next door. You're going to see all this. We're going to walk next door. News Now specials are going to begin. And really the thrust of that is going to be counting down in California. Because again, the way things work in California, we talk about it being a slow vote counting state. It's true. Once they get about 2/3 of the vote in, it slows down. It can take days. Why? Because all those late arriving vote by mail ballots, it's torturously slow. You routinely have House races that take weeks to vote. But the first third of the vote, or 2/3 of the vote, so it's going to come real fast. Fast and furious, starting at 11 o'clock. And these counties will light up real quick. How quick? 2024 presidential election, Orange County. Okay? Orange County, right down here. Orange County, right down here. One of the biggest in the state. It's like 10% of all the votes in the state out of Orange County. And 6 minutes after poll goes, we get half the vote out of Orange County. Okay? The 2021, remember the recall attempt of Gavin Newsom? Polls closed in California, right down here in San Diego. That's also like 10% of the vote statewide. We got that within, I would say, like 3 weeks, something like that.
Very quick.
It's quick. And what you get in California, I'll tell you now, and hear me say this in the News Now thing, in these counties, when they light up in that first 30, 45 minutes, you're getting all the vote by mail, pretty much all the vote by mail that came in for election days. You can process that, get that ready, and they can spit that out right away. Then the next thing we're going to get that probably in the first 9 minutes from a big place in California, it's the poll.
Okay. I had stuff I had to do. I am so sorry. All right. I am back. Back. Okay.
You've seen the poll. Tom Steyer, Javier Becerra, the 2 Democrats, plus Steve Hilton, Republican. They've kind of been the top 3. Now, could be a spot split. Somebody else jumps off, one of them falls down. Certainly. But that's sort of been the dynamic. Does Hilton get through to one of those spots in the general election? Or do Becerra and Steyer manage to both get enough to lock them out? Still a very Democratic state right now. Certainly, if you're Steyer, if you're Becerra, the dream for you tonight is to get one of those 2 spots and to have the other one go to Hilton. You think that political gravity in California being so Democrat would carry you there. But certainly a possibility that you could have 2 Democratic candidates here advance to the general election. Geographically, we'll talk about this more. It's going to be really interesting when the votes start coming in. LA County, right? That's the political base of the city. He's member of Congress when we join the Biden administration. It's like a fifth of all the vote in the state is going to come out of LA County. Okay, then you go up here to the San Francisco Bay Area, not just San Francisco itself, but all those Bay Area counties up there. That's about a fifth of the vote. And that's where Steyer lives, and that's where you expect Steyer to do better. So it almost becomes a bit of a battle of geography here. Is Becerra squeezing more out of LA County, or is Steyer squeezing more out of San Francisco? That's how we both squeezing out enough, and it's going to hurt a guy like Hilton, who's got to do better sort of in northern inland California. Really interesting what the numbers are like in the Central Valley, in San Joaquin Valley for Hilton tonight. And also maybe complicating things for Hilton. This is a big piece of real estate down here, Riverside County. It's one of the biggest counties in the United States of America by population. That's where the other main Republican, Chad Bianco, is the sheriff. And Hilton's been trying to send messages in the final days of this campaign to Republican voters to give up on Bianco, to coalesce, to unite around him, to make sure that there's a Republican in the general election. So that's a big question. In his base of Riverside County, which is a huge area, how is Bianco doing? Is it going to affect, is it going to negatively affect Hilton as he tries to get one of those 2 spots? So, and then sometimes those counties, as they line up with that early for that vote by mail and then that poll place vote, at some point, Los Angeles County will like, holy cow, is that going to be a big moment? We're going to be watching this thing, hopefully like all. If I'm not having this, both of us, because the second that LA County lights up, maybe it's 11:30, 11:40, 11:20, I don't know. Whatever it is, you're going to get obviously clarity, some clarity in the governor's race. You're going to get the LA mayor's race. That's where the LA mayor's race comes in here. Karen Bass, the incumbent, Spencer Pratt, Nithya Raman. I think you're probably familiar with the basic dynamics here. It's the same as the governor's race. Nobody gets an outright majority tonight. Really, nobody expects that one of these candidates is going to do that. The top two advance to the runoff. Can Spencer, but how real, the whole of this show, Pratt making some moves here. So, in the 20s, and is overperforming where the expectations were starting this campaign. How real is that sense that there's some momentum behind Pratt, that he can get into that runoff? How broad is his support actually? We're going to get second LA County lights out, or somewhere right around there. If you're getting half the vote in LA County, you're probably getting half the vote in the mayoral race in Los Angeles. And then shortly thereafter, you're going to get that polling place vote. So we'll probably in that first 90 minutes or so get, 2/3 of the vote out of the city of Los Angeles. We may have a sense, some of those questions about how real that support for Pratt is, whether he can get into
I'm waiting for them to go back to talk about it's not California, which we will discuss as it comes in.
Razor pin in the governor's race, we might not have any resolution at the end of that. That's certainly possible. You know how it goes in California. It might be where we know one candidate's advancing to the general election. We're just not sure in second place. That's possible. At 9:55, I'm going over next door, and all of this is going to be on. They're doing a special on Newsday. It'll start at 10. And Allie Jackson going to be hosting it. And we're going to go through, first thing we're going to do is take you through what's already happened tonight. You know what that is, so bear with us. And they're going to ask me some stuff about California and do that. And then we're going to kind of come back here. We're going to take you through any updates from South Dakota, from Iowa, from all the stuff that the junkies like you and me want to see.
Nothing yet from New Jersey 9. Pino still leads, though.
Right before 11 o'clock. And, the way it's going to work, 11 o'clock, they're going to kind of set me loose. And everything I just described about, that furious, the California vote rush, we'll call it that, right? The gold rush, the vote rush. You'll see. You'll see this thing light up. And we'll see if we get clarity, but we'll see if we get confusion. But that, I think it's going to be a very fun hour. So we're building towards that. What do we need to do here?
Yeah, I think we can, the cameras will stay on. Everybody can continue watching us, but maybe we'll stay quiet for a little bit as we get to the top of the hour, just so we can regroup and also have some housekeeping. But I think we can wrap up for this little bit. And obviously, again, everything will stay on. We'll still be here. You'll still do hits. You'll come back here into this studio later on in the hour. But yeah,
am I supposed to tweet this out? I keep updating people on this to watch this.
Oh.
Sure, yeah.
I did not notice. Hamawi won.
Somebody, please. Oh, yeah. Actually, we should enlist the audience. Please help us.
I hope I can spell his name.
What's going on? What's going to be coming? Starting at 10. Really, at 11 o'clock.
yeah. So stay tuned, and we'll see you soon.
When they tune in, I'm going to be over there already. Are we doing the walkover, or are they?
I don't think they'll do a camera of the actual walkover, but Melissa's going to.
Oh, okay. Right. Well, in this, it's going to continue uninterrupted, right? Like folks watching, if I tell them nothing's. Yeah. I know I said it. I said you said it. I just said it. Yeah. I get paranoid that if we, if we get quiet here for a minute, they'll be good. It's not. So yes, we're going to take a few minutes. You stay on. When you see me next,
Iowa 2 Democratic is getting really interesting.
This is going to be fun.
And we have nothing from the Republican there. 8%. Mitchell leading McClintock. South Dakota Democratic House is Nicole Grahn. I think that one was unopposed. Okay, governors, Iowa Democrat Rob Sand, unopposed. Republican Governor Lon actually in the lead over Feenstra. It's very close. A quarter of the vote, and difference is only about 400. In the Senate, New Jersey, Cory Booker, the projected winner. The Republican, it is still too early to call. Iowa Democrat Senate is Josh Turek. You ever call him a Republican yet? Hinson, Ashley Hinson. Oh yeah, New Mexico Senate is there. Ben Ray Lujan. New Mexico Governor is Deb Haaland is the nominee. Josh Turek, Democrat in Iowa. Again, they're repeating. Iowa Senate. Do I have Hinson? Yes, I do. Hinson just defeating Carlin pretty handedly already. But yeah, pretty much every time there's an election in the U.S., I will be doing live streams for it. Oh, all right. South Dakota Republican Senate. Apologies for not being right there to market. And it's going to be Mike Rounds. He's the incumbent. I'll mark him with the I. Then Deb Haaland beating Sam Bregman. Gregory Cunningham beating Joe Orozco. Oh, we just got something from Iowa, too. That is Lindsey James is the winner there. And Iowa won. Let me make sure that I can spell her name correctly. Marionette Miller Meeks is the winner. And South Dakota House, I didn't mark it, but Marty Jackley. New Mexico, Governor Deb Haaland has won. I forgot that Dan Allers was running unopposed. South Dakota currently Doden, Roden, Walls. Or no, Doden, Roden, Johnson. Walls lost in Iowa for the Senate. Nothing new from New Jersey Senate. We're still waiting. Iowa Governor Republican. Iowa 2 Republican.
We are coming on the air on
True
election night.
Montana Senate.
6 of these United States deciding who
Montana
will
Senate.
November.
New Jersey 9 Republican. New Jersey Senator Republican. South Dakota Governor Republican.
Right now at the big board and stage, we've got numbers, we've got results, we've got stuff already coming in.
And it's all just a warm up for what's going to happen an hour from now with a flood of votes in California.
We are 60 minutes away, but our special coverage begins right now. Welcome to our NBC News coverage of the midterm primaries, and tonight there is a massive spotlight on the state of California, where we think we're going to start to see some results really in the next hour or so. We already have some data in key races in other states where NBC News can make some projections. Starting here in Iowa on the Democratic side in the Iowa Senate race with the projected winner, Josh Turek, a moderate Democrat who's going to be taking on the Republican projected winner in this Iowa Senate race, and that is Ashley Hinson. Trump-backed Turek, an interesting candidate here. He was in this competitive Democratic primary. He is somebody who won in a red district of Council Bluffs, taking on Ashley Hinson here. She is a member of Congress, and I'll tell you, there are some Democrats who think that this could be a majority maker for Democrats in the race to try to take control of the Senate come November. That's not the only race that we're watching in Iowa. We're also looking at this governor's race on the Republican side. Too early to call between Zach Lane, who's backed by many in the Maha movement. He's a farmer there. And Randy Feenstra, backed by President Trump. He got that endorsement really just recently. That's one to watch. Whoever wins that primary will go up against the projected Democratic winner, Rob Sand, somebody who's a popular Democrat in the state of Iowa. Remember, they have a Republican governor. She is widely considered unpopular. She is not running again. Let's take it to the East Coast in New Jersey. The 7th district, super interesting. Gang, this is a major battleground. Rebecca Bennett set now to take on Republican Tom Kean. He hasn't been seen in months. Last vote was in early March, so we'll see how that race goes. We'll be talking about that a lot tonight. And then there's Adam Hammerly, of course, in the 12th district. Super blue, very Democratic. This was competitive, and now we have a projection here. Let me go to Steve Korn after he's talking to all of the witnesses. Start in New Jersey, Steve, if we're back again.
Yeah, I mean, look, it sets the stage. It's not a surprising outcome, but this is the backdrop here. This is what the district looked like in the 2024 presidential election. Donald Trump won this by just 1 point. Tom Kean Jr., as you said, renominated tonight. He only won it by a few points in 2024. And in the governor's race in New Jersey last year, the Democratic candidate Mikey Sherrill carried this district. So this is the definition of a swing district. Democrats, I think, most of the party leaders endorsed Bennett. I think they got the candidate they wanted. And this is a district we're going to be talking a lot about.
What's also interesting here, Steve, and you've been covering the Republican in the race too, Bennett has not made an issue of a medical issue that Tom Kean says he's been out dealing with. He has a statement out just today, basically, saying he's going to return to in-person work soon. But this really sets up some interesting dynamics when you talk about what's going to happen over the next 5 months.
It's a total mystery here. I mean, you talk to folks in both parties, they're not quite sure what's going on. So Kean is promising, he said in that statement, today, clarity in the next few weeks, a return to public in the next few weeks. You know, I think certainly Democrats are waiting to see what happens, but Republicans are too, because this is a district that's vital to both parties.
We have been watching, as I'm sure tons of people have been, I know, your live stream, where you were talking about the 12th district in New Jersey as well. This was an interesting one. We have a projected winner in this race in Dr. Adam Hammerly. Interesting race on this side. You had 8 Democrats.
Oh, yep. Michael McGuire and New Jersey 3.
For against in this race too.
This race got national attention. A flood of outside money came in on behalf of
Not
in this race.
a real surprise.
Super PAC backed him. There had been controversy in the final weeks of this campaign, really throughout this campaign, honestly, about Hammerly and his ties to Sheikh Omar Abdul Rahman. He had testified in his terrorism trial back in 1995. Some of his opponents tried to make an issue out of this. This is a very splintered field right here, but Hammerly is not a huge share of the vote, but it's certainly more than enough tonight.
Okay, so we've talked to New Jersey. We're also looking at Iowa. We've had numbers come in, and I will tell you the thing that I'm so interested in is what's going on in this Senate race here. We called the race, projected it for Josh Turek here. Moderate from a rural district, somebody who represents Council Bluffs, won by 6 votes in 2022. And he ran in a district that is super red, it's gone Republican since 68, basically, in the presidential.
This was a really interesting choice for Democrats between these two candidates because they're both state legislators. And as you mentioned, Turek represents a district that went for Donald Trump. There's no Democrat in the Iowa state legislature who represents a more pro-Trump district than Turek. His opponent, Walz, there's no Democrat in the Iowa state legislature who represents a more anti-Trump district than Walz. It's the most liberal district in the state. In fact, it just lit up right here. This is the only county where Walz is leading tonight. It's his home county, Johnson County, you can see there. It's no match for what Turek got. The Democrats, Turek had been making the electability argument based on that contrast I just said, and clearly Democratic voters in Iowa bought into that.
And we're going to talk about this more, too, this idea, and this is going to be a theme throughout the night, of what kind of a fighter, when you talk to Democrats, do they want to be putting up when it comes to these midterms in this really existential fight to take control of the House of Representatives, potentially the Senate with this race. Democrats need to win in a state like this if they have any hopes of flipping the Senate.
They don't just need to win in a state like this. They need to win in 2 states like this. And specifically, states that Donald Trump carried in landslides by more than 10 points. If you look at the path, if it exists for Democrats to get a Senate majority, they got to defend places like Georgia and Michigan. They got to win Maine. Certainly no guarantee based on what you're seeing in the last few days there. They got to win North Carolina. But after that, they got to win 2 of Iowa, Ohio, Texas, or Alaska. All states that Trump carried by double digits.
And we should say that on the Republican side of this race, we've also projected the winner. We mentioned it, and that's Congressman Ashley Hinson.
Yeah, no surprise here. This was seen as nominal opposition for her, so a show of strength here for Congresswoman Ashley Hinson. And again, yeah, this is just she goes into this certainly the sort of burden is on Democrats to prove that something is going to be different than this.
What are you looking for next? We got another, I'm looking at the clock here, 55 minutes, I think, until close in California. But for the stuff that's already come in, what's outstanding for you?
Yeah, no, I mean, honestly, I do think we're starting to look here at, we're starting to look here at California.
Nothing yet for New Jersey 9 results. Nothing has changed.
It's an interesting situation because you've got Feenstra, the congressman with a late Trump endorsement. You've got Zach Blunt, who's been sort of pitching himself as the Trump populist candidate. You've also got this. They call it a 35% rule here. So it's not just who finishes first tonight. You got to break 35%. And in Iowa, if you don't break 35%, it's not a runoff. It's a state convention that will decide this race. So there's clear separation now between those two and the rest of the field. Who's going to finish first? And is that candidate going to clear 35%?
And on the Democratic side, you have this guy, Rob Sand. He's somebody who holds state office
Christina
now. He's
Bohan and Marionette Miller Meeks. That'll be an interesting one.
49% disapproval rating, Steve. Broadly unpopular. I think the least popular governor in the country, except for Alaska's governor, which is tax one.
Yeah, no, Reynolds choosing not to run for re-election here. Democrats saying here's somebody who has managed to win statewide before. So again, it's sort of in line with what you're thinking there on the Senate race. They're looking at a state Trump carried by double digits, and they're hoping that there's a different atmosphere in the midterm, a different political atmosphere. You see Trump's approval rating nationally, and they are hoping that there are some state-specific factors here in Iowa as well.
Okay, Steve, we're going to let you keep looking at the big board. I want to bring in a couple of folks who are joining us here to put all of this into context. 2 people who live and breathe Washington basically at every moment, and that's Ryan Nobles, our chief Capitol Hill correspondent, and our chief White House correspondent, Garrett King. Can I start on the thing that I've been kind of obsessed with, which is this Iowa Senate race? We now know what this matchup is going to be. We're going to be talking a ton about this race over the course of the next several months, considering how important it is for Democrats' hopes to take the majority here.
This was a big win for Chuck Schumer tonight. I think there were Democrats who were very nervous that the insurgent candidate, Zach Walz, who was backed by the progressive wing of the party, Elizabeth Warren, Bernie Sanders, and others, was going to break through and win this race. But not only did Walz fall short, Turk won by a pretty convincing margin. That shows that there's at least some level of trust among Democratic-based voters with the party's establishment right now. And it's also a good sign for Chuck Schumer if he's able to pull off a miracle and win the majority back, that his leadership could be okay. Because right now there are real questions about Chuck Schumer's future. The early results that we're getting in here, Hallie, not just in Iowa, but in New Jersey as well, is a good time for the establishment wing of the Democratic Party.
Not to be like the flying Northern here or whatever analogy we use, Democrats haven't won an Iowa Senate race since 2000. Right, so it's not like this is the purpliest of the purple here. It's still an uphill road.
It's definitely an uphill road, and Donald Trump, I think, will be heavily invested in Iowa as a state he's won repeatedly. It's a state that he thinks is sort of part of his political legacy. The Dems had a lot going for them here. Rob Sand is the gubernatorial nominee here. Republicans are very nervous about him. He's already won the statewide election to be the auditor there. His family's very wealthy. He's crushing it in the money race right now to be governor. You could have a situation here where Iowa basically becomes ground zero for this whole midterms. You have a governor's race Democrats like, a Senate race they need, and potentially 3 House seats
I
each.
was just going to say, hey, Steve, can I get you in on this, on the Iowa piece, on the congressional districts there, specifically 1 and 3? Because these are ones, when we talk about battlegrounds, gang, it's not just the Senate race. It's going to be some of these other areas where you've got Marionette Miller Meeks, for example, going up against people called Christina Bohannon, for example. A rematch, exactly, rematch race. But you talk about Democrats and Republicans pouring money into this. Steve, talk us through that dynamic.
Yeah, I mean, look, 3 of the 4 districts here in Iowa are either going to be competitive or are potentially competitive. You mentioned Miller Meeks here. This was one of
closest House races in 2024 in the country. You can see she had some nominal opposition tonight, but she's renominated, and this will be a rematch against Christina Bohannon, who was her opponent in 2024. And I think notably in this district in 2024, Miller Meeks underperformed Trump. She ran worse than Trump. Trump carried his district by a much wider margin than she did. This will be a premier battleground district this November. So too will this, the third district of Iowa. Zach Nunn, the incumbent. No suspense here on either side in the primary tonight. You can see the Democratic candidate will be. This is the interesting one, I think. The second district here in Iowa. You can see Lindsey James nominated tonight easily by the Democrats, as expected. Joe Mitchell endorsed by Donald Trump, leading in this Republican primary. Now, this is a district that Trump carried somewhat handily, a 10-point margin for Trump. But this, I think, goes in tandem with the Senate race. If Democrats are successful in making the Senate race competitive in Iowa, a state Trump carried by 13 points, then almost necessarily it will mean that they've made the second district, which Trump carried by 10 points, competitive. You almost can't have one without the other.
The other race, too, I mean, Gary, you want to jump in?
Yeah, I mean, the theory of the case that I've heard from Republican strategists here is that it starts with the governor's race, that Sam sort of lifts all the Democratic candidates, and that is what makes the whole state competitive down ballot.
There was a great profile of Roxanne recently, and I'm going to figure out who it is. I'm going to say it in a second, where they talked about it was almost like you could walk into a room without other Democrats wanting to smooch him and hug him. Like he was like a rock star walking into some of these places.
It's such a difference when you've got a strong candidate at the top of the ticket, somebody that can bring in those independent voters, energize Democrats that might normally stay home. I mean, Iowa hasn't been a real competitive state for Republicans in maybe 10, 15 years, and that makes the map wider for Democrats across the board. If Republicans have to spend money there, that's going to take away resources from other parts of the country, and I think you're right to call the majority picker, as you said off the top of the show. If they win in Iowa, they've got a real shot.
There's also a narrative value here for Democrats. You can be competitive in Iowa, right? These are the voters who've been abandoning the Democratic Party. If you can compete for these rural voters, if you can make sort of this populist play, that all of a sudden broadens your message.
Pretty much any populist candidate could
you just make Iowa look competitive. It's better for your message.
Do better.
I want to come back to this idea. I want to talk about the third district in Iowa too, because I'll tell you, I had somebody tonight say to me, kind of an operative type, they think that Sarah Trump Garrett is maybe in the most interesting race in the state of Iowa. Democrat going up against Zach Nunn, for a sitting Republican, in a race that is considered, as Steve Kornacki well knows, considered a real toss-up, another potential battleground.
Yeah, and I think that any time that you see Democrats competing in places where Republicans have won consistently, and this district in Iowa is a good example of that. It shows how they are expanding the playing field and playing in places that they normally wouldn't. And, Republican operatives, Democratic operatives have all said to me that they're going to go after, the Democrats are going to go after, and the Republicans are being forced to defend any district that voted for Donald Trump by a plus 12 margin in 2024. And so this is an example of a district like that normally wouldn't seem like it was in reach. But in the political environment that we're in now, with Donald Trump's approval rating where it is, where gas potentially $5 a gallon, you have a district like this with a congressman in Zach Nunn who's not unpopular, but is part of a political identity right now that isn't as popular.
To the point, the vice president is going out rallying support for him ahead of a primary night. I mean, I think that tells you the spotlight in a place like this. And Garrett, and you know this well, right? This is a place where in 2024, the rural vote for Donald Trump is plus 40, right? But you've been talking so much, farmers, fertilizer, fuel prices. I mean, all of this right now is a super live ball. It is a big deal. And there's a real question mark. I mean, all politics is local, right? It all comes back to what do some of these folks think come November when they go out to the polls?
President Trump believes that the rural
Oops, sorry, guys.
Foundation of his political success, but he has done so much damage to that foundation in the last year and change that he's been back in office, whether it's on gas prices being up, fertilizers and the sulfate products that come out of the Persian Gulf that have been squeezed off now because of the war in Iran. And before that, the tariffs, these are export jobs, basically. These farmers trying to sell their products overseas, they're getting hit by the backlash from the tariffs. There's relatively few domestic policies that Donald Trump has put in place that haven't made life harder for some of these voters. And again, if Democrats can put that in place, it's a big deal. And I'll tell you something else. Having spent a lot of time in Iowa across multiple election cycles now, especially
you don't know.
You talk to a lot of these voters in these rural places who are going to vote for Donald Trump. And their second favorite candidate was on cases, Bernie Sanders. The idea that there's sort of this prairie populism element here the right candidates in a primary can tap into that, and all of a sudden you're having a different national conversation.
But you know, our colleague Peter Nicholas just went to Iowa.
I love this one. Yeah.
And what I found fascinating in his report is that he talked to many farmers. I think he talked to at least 8 farmers while he was there. And they all said the same things you're saying, Derek, that they're unhappy with the price of fertilizer. They're unhappy with the price of fuel and energy in general. But every single one of them said that they still liked Donald Trump. And so even though those policies are hurting them, they still identify and are still connected to Donald Trump, the person and the candidate. Now, the difference between 2024 and 2026 is what? Donald Trump's still in that. It's not on the ballot. And what? The point I'm trying to make here about that is Democrats cannot just say, look at how bad these are. They need to go to these farmers who support Donald Trump for one reason or another and offer them an alternative. Say, this is why you will make things better.
And I think that's why, in having conversations with those close to Josh Turk and his campaign, they feel like they have a real shot in the state of Iowa. This, 2-time gold medal Paralympian in basketball, somebody who's got this story, it's spina bifida from his dad, Agent Orange. I mean, just this story where they feel like because he can win in some of these rural, he's shown he can win in Council Bluffs in this more rural district as a moderate Democrat, that maybe portends well for them in the state.
It makes a big difference, and I want to go back. This will be the only time I mention. No, I can't promise that. I'll talk about Texas for a minute. Because this is
only time I can talk about.
Yeah, that's what
how many hours are we on the air? It's going to come up.
There's nothing competitive about
Turk had, it's hard to other him, right? There's some of these Democratic candidates like James Talmadge. Republicans are going to try to say, whatever else you think, these guys are not like us. They don't have our guys. They don't have Texas guys. They don't have Iowa guys. Josh Turk, I think, is very difficult to other in that way by Republicans. It's going to be much more difficult to paint him as like a radical leftist than it might have been for another candidate in another state. I think that kind of connection to the state matters, and that, frankly, that distance from the national Democratic brand that has been so problematic. I know we can talk about other races tonight too.
It was very close to them having that on Zach Walls, who was the progressive candidate in the race, who very inspiringly rose to national prominence when he gave a speech in support of his lesbian mothers, but that necessarily might not play culturally in a place like Iowa. That's no longer an issue for Iowa.
Big battlegrounds there, big battlegrounds as we ran through with Steve in New Jersey as well, especially Ryan, as you well know, in Tom Kane's district. He says he's coming back to in-person work. I look forward to seeing you finding him in the hallways to figure out what's going on with that.
I can't remember what he looks like.
We got to talk about the big marquee races tonight, though, and that is in the state of California. We are, let me find my clock here. We're like less than 45 minutes away from polls closing in that state. And we got some biggies here, folks. LA, I don't have to tell you, this is a mayoral race that has heated up big time, especially maybe the last month. The LA mayor currently, Karen Bass, is fending off challenges from both the left and the right. Victor Rahman, a progressive on the Republican side, former reality star Spencer Pratt. He's had some heat around him over the course of the last several weeks. Then there is the governor's race, right? California, the most populous state in the country, to replace Gavin Newsom. Mostly a 3-person fight here. Democrats, former Biden cabinet member Javier Becerra. You've got billionaire activist Tom Steyer. On the Republican side, Trump-backed Steve Hilton, a Fox News personality. And let me remind you how this works in California. Top 2 win and face off in November, regardless of party. So what does that mean? You could see a Democrat and Republican in November. You could see 2 Democrats in November. You could see 2 Republicans in November, because what we're not showing him, Chapianco is also Riverside Sheriff in this race too. Super fascinating. We're also keeping an eye on another House contest after the other major political theme we've been talking about for a while, redistricting. The Democrats redrew the congressional map as they have tried to pick up seats. Big factor, 3 big November battlegrounds, Steve Kornacki, that we're looking at in the state of California. I know you have no data there yet, but walk us and give us the viewers' playbook, because we're going to be hanging out for several hours. Once the polls close,
I'm going to take another quick peek in at Montana.
In the first hour, and let's be real, we may not know in time for a little bit yet.
Yeah,
Nothing.
one thing I think we can say is we are going to get a ton quick in California. I was saying earlier, you think of the California gold rush, well, the first hour is the California vote rush. The problem is what happens after that. But give me a sense of this. At 11 o'clock Eastern, 8 o'clock local time in California, the polls will close. Now, California is a heavy vote-by-mail state. That means the ballots have been coming in long before Election Day, and the counties are able to take those votes that come in beforehand, process them, get them ready, and what it means is as soon as the polls close, almost as soon as the polls close, they can start reporting out giant sums of votes. So, for instance, in 2024, you take a look right down here at Orange County. Orange County is like 10% of the vote in this primary in California. At 11:06 p.m., we got 750,000 votes just out of Orange County released all at once. It was all of that mail vote that had come in before Election Day. And then these other counties start lighting up really quickly. So in that first hour, maybe in that first 45 minutes, maybe in that first half hour, I think the major counties, the major population centers, whether it's Orange County, San Diego County, the Inland Empire right here, San Francisco Bay Area, think of the voter cells right in those Bay Area counties in the Central Valley. We're going to see them light up one after the other, and we're going to get like half their vote all at once. So instantly, I think that's going to give us a sense of the contours in this gubernatorial race, where again here, this is a question, top two situation regardless of party. And then also, on the heels of that initial vote by mail that comes out there are the folks who do it the old-fashioned way, who go out and vote at the polls today, or who maybe did it in the in-person early period. Not many of them, but also the counties can tabulate those and get those reported out. So it means in a lot of these places, probably in the first 90 minutes, 2/3 or so of the vote we're going to have. Is that enough clarity to know what's going to end up happening in the governor's race, what's going to happen in these other races? That remains to be seen, because that last third is where it lags in California. It is up to a week after Election Day that they allow vote by mail to keep coming in. They process it very slowly here. So that's something to keep an eye on. And by the way, when this one lights up, whenever that is, Los Angeles County, not only is that the biggest county in the state where more than a fifth of the vote is going to come out in the governor's race, that's obviously the home of Los Angeles. And when you get that big batch from LA County, it means we're getting a big batch of potential clarity on the spot from that mayor's race in LA.
100%. You've also got some of the candidates in the governor's race with ties, of course, to LA County. Steve, can I just ask you, there's been a lot of discussion around the sort of game theory in California when it comes to this top two primary, right? And voters, to your point, waiting to kind of see, all right, how is this happening? Who's coalescing around who before I cast my ballot? Which contributes to this idea that some of this vote you may get in 6 days from now in Dallas County.
Yeah, I think two things to keep in mind, particularly if you're a Republican in California and you want to make sure your party gets one of these two spots. You want Tom Steyer and Javier Becerra, the two Democrats. There's a possibility they get those top two spots and Republicans get locked out. Steve Hilton has been doing the best among the Republicans in the polling. There's also Chad Bianco, who's the sheriff from Riverside County. Riverside County, one of those giant Inland Empire counties, more than 5% of the vote statewide will come out of the county where Chad Bianco is sheriff. You have heard in the closing days of this campaign, Hilton making the case publicly to Bianco voters saying, hey, it's nothing personal. I got nothing against your guy, but I need you to get on board with me to make sure I get one of those top two spots. Have they listened to that? Have they heeded that call? When Riverside County comes in, I think that's going to be a very telling moment in terms of Hilton's position in this race. Because again, there are a ton of votes there, especially a ton of votes for a Republican. Is Hilton able to make some inroads there, or is Bianco monopolizing that and potentially costing Hilton position? The other thing I think to keep in mind when it comes to Becerra and Steyer is two different bases geographically in the state. Again, we say like a fifth of the votes going to come out of LA County. Remember, Becerra was the congressman from Los Angeles before. That's his base. San Francisco Bay Area, not so much San Francisco itself, but all the counties surrounding it there in that Bay Area. About a fifth of the vote is primary. That's where Steyer lives. That's where you expect him to do well. Is Becerra able to get more out of his base, or is Steyer able to get more out of his base in a way that gives them the leg up and get one of those spots?
Steve Kornacki, what would we do without you? The good news is tonight we don't have to find out, because you will be on the Kornacki cam online live streaming your every breath, your every blink, and we love it. We can't get enough of it. Candidly, I'm addicted to it. That's going to be on YouTube. We're so excited about that. You're also going to be here plenty. We're going to have you back in a couple of minutes as we talk about all things California. Deal?
You got it.
This is why we're best friends. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Wow.
We're also the best friends. You know who are the best friends? We got a couple other best friends, but they are on the ground in California. They are in the field. They are talking to voters in some of these districts that Steve just laid out and the ones that we're going to be talking about tonight and already are. Like Liz Points, who is joining us now from Don Antonio's restaurant in LA. Will you believe, Liz?
right, we're back, folks. I give you a second here. If you go to a blank screen there, you saw how that just worked on the news now. So they are off and running. And again, I am going to head out there. You see the countdown to California shortly before polls close in California. We have set this up for you. Can you feel the excitement? It is going to be fast. It is going to be furious. And I'm going to head back out there, and we are just going to live in that. So you do not want to miss that. In the meantime, as we do the countdown in California, let's just take you through again some of the other outstanding pieces of business from around the country. We're not going to have time during California to do much with these. So again, let's head back out to the Hawkeye State here.
So-
Mayor, see it. I'm in. Oh, right. Okay, I got to hit governor. And then the state. Thank you, Adam. I've done that for 20 minutes myself.
Iowa.
There we go. The Republican gubernatorial.
Currently in governor, it's looking like Zach Lon does have the edge over Randy Feenstra.
Has continued to come in Iowa. Lon and Congressman Randy Feenstra really have kind of been separating themselves from the rest of the pack. What's big, what's outstanding right now? Two places come to mind. One is Story County. This is where Ames, Iowa is. Iowa State University is again right there in that Des Moines area.
I do think Story County is going to get a big batch of votes.
Dallas County, these are suburbs of Des Moines. Polk County, this is
Pretty much,
in Polk County as well. He won that. He won that by 10 points tonight. You know, Jasper County, there's some growth there. So
pretty much everything so far has been
there are a significant number of votes there. We're waiting. This is a big one. This is where Davenport.
you're forgetting, yeah, we got Scott County with Davenport still outlasting, are still waiting on results. And depending on how that goes, I think we might be able to get pretty much an idea of who's going to win between Feenstra and Lon. I think the other two don't really have any shot at a comeback at this point.
Scott County here is in a good area for Feenstra. Feenstra needs it to be really good because he is playing not just catch up here. Again, he's behind by 1,500 votes. This is the other thing he has to be mindful of. If he finishes just short of Lon and they're both under 35%, he could go to a state convention. And what do you think is going to happen at a state convention when Trump has endorsed one of the candidates and the lead-in race was this close? I would say advantage Feenstra if it came to that. But is it going to come to that? Again, these two candidates have been inching north as more and more votes have been coming in. So it's pivotal for Feenstra, I think, to get a big number here out of Davenport.
Yeah, and if you're Feenstra, you got to get a lot out of them. And you got to get do better in places like Cedar Rapids as well than what you're doing. They're still I'm blanking out on the name of the county Cedar Rapids, Iowa is in, but you want to get more votes from there.
This has just been fun to watch it fill in tonight. And you can see here, Toby Doden, again, he's been running as sort of the Trump aligned, the most. He's been the most adamantly, I'd say, pro-Trump in his public positioning in this race. Running as an outsider here, has now taken the lead statewide. Again, doing very well, particularly in the eastern part of the state here. Larry Roden, he's the acting incumbent, the interim incumbent, took the job when Christy Noman.
Because you have three candidates here.
Again, Doden, though. Larry Roden, the incumbent governor. Dusty Johnson, how about this? Member of Congress, represents the entire state, at-large congressman. He's fallen into third place in this race tonight. John Hanson, the state house speaker there, in fourth, not that far off. Look, what this is looking.
There's only an 8-point play between first and fourth.
Minnehaha County, home of Sioux Falls, biggest in the state. What's going to happen here? You have clustered these candidates. If somebody gets a pronounced advantage out of here, that's going to be a big deal.
I think the winner of Minnehaha County wins it all.
Johnson won there. Lincoln County's a pretty good size too. Hanson won there. You see Doden running in second. So again, this is looking right now like 35%. It could be elusive for all these candidates. Who's going to get in that second spot there? Is Doden making putting some real distance between himself and this field? If Doden could get a good number out of Minnehaha County, he could really solidify that position right there, and this would be a battle for second place. But again, if nobody's getting 35%, we go to a runoff, not a state convention, runoff in South Dakota for the gubernatorial race right there. I am told by Adam Naboa that in the state of Montana, we may actually have some results. We were saying we wouldn't get too much here.
So
not only that, we just got a big one in the past 2 minutes here in
Oh, we got to add Montana 1.
Yeah, okay, big part of the first congressional district. Again, this is one of those. This is the Democrats' dream of making this one competitive. Trump won it by 11. Taller in Montana for Democrats. Again, this is one of those Democrats think if the climate's very favorable, this is one they could put in play. Trump's endorsed Aaron Flint in the Republican primary. You can see how that's going. Trump appears well on his way to getting his way in that Republican primary here. In the Democratic race here, this is more vote than we expected that we've gotten out of this so far. So big population center. Missoula is the biggest. Missoula County is the biggest in this district. We don't have anything from there, but Ryan Bussey, a 10-point advantage here.
All right, I am hoping Missoula County is there's a big something.
This will be significant, but that's the biggest piece of real estate. That's not all of it, but that's a big chunk of the vote right there out of Gallatin County. So that's an encouraging number if you're Bussey right there. 1031. We've done Iowa, South Dakota, Montana. We have nothing left in New Jersey, right? So I'm gonna just go back up to California here. And one thing, maybe we could take this as an opportunity. How do I do it? What I'm trying to do, Adam, is get out of this specific district to just be able to jump between districts.
Yeah.
So I click this, does this.
I think the best thing is to use your
Shortcuts, right. Oh, yes, click on the individual district. So I didn't mean to get us in the 23rd district, but this is the opportunity to do this because, again, this is going to go real fast, like, 30 minutes from now. The House races that we are going to be diving into when we get results from counties here. Remember the backdrop for this in California, the redraw of the state's congressional map by Democrats, trying to squeeze as many seats as they can. 43-9 was the delegation before the remap. The remap, the Democrats would like to get this to 48-4. They would like a net gain of 5 seats. Remember, these are top 2 primaries in California. All the candidates are in the same ballot. Now, the Democrats have essentially succeeded in doing this already. Some of these redraws were so significant. For instance, like in the first district, we have the first district on the first district here. This is a completely transformed district by gerrymandering. Had been a solid Republican pro-Trump district. Democrats redrew it so much that Harris would have won this by 12 points. So that this will be functionally a Democratic game you would expect. We haven't seen the results here tonight. There's also a concurrent special election in the old first district. Very complicated. That's playing out tonight. If it doesn't get resolved tonight, there's a runoff. Then somebody would serve in Congress for like 6 weeks, and the district would go away. That's
Yeah.
Okay. They're going to put the program back in my hand. No, and in case they call your name. Oh, okay. What do they want to talk about?
We're going to take it from here.
Okay. What do they want to talk about? I don't know. House races. Maybe we'll do house races.
We also just got Missoula.
Ooh.
There you go.
Okay. Yeah. Stuff's coming in Montana quicker than we were expecting.
Sorry, folks. I don't know if you can do this. We're experimenting tonight, so I appreciate you guys all bear with us. But Rowley would come to me much significant vote out of Montana tonight. We just got a big piece of the puzzle in this first district here. And again, this is an interesting.
Wow.
Here. Sam Forsberg is running to the left here, endorsed by Bernie Sanders, AOC. He had been trailing. He just got a very big number out of the biggest county in the district, Missoula County. And so you can see he gets about a 1,200 vote margin out of their double-digit lead, and it puts him now within 2 points of Bussey district-wide. Still about half the vote in right here, a little bit less than half the vote in here. Some of the big kind of outstanding places, Flathead County, that's where Kalispell is. We've yet to hear from, but that was a significant development right there. And I'm
just wow.
Too, because this came kind of out of nowhere. And I'm sorry, Adam. Tell me again. What did they?
Wow.
Tell me I don't have to whisper. What do we want to do on the hit?
I think California, but I think they're also watching you in the studio.
Oh, I'm just shocked with how things are going right now.
Okay, so folks, they're going to come to me here at some point. I can talk in my map. I'm looking at this camera. Okay, I see myself. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. So yeah, this was a significant development here. This is the AOC Bernie Sanders endorsed candidate Sam Forsberg. Now within 2 points of Brian Bussey. This is a district, a solidly Trump district. 7 points in 2020, 11 here. Been a while since Montana's elected a Democrat to federal office. This is the theory in the case for Democrats is they make it the political environment favors them enough this November. This is the kind of place they could come into play.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting if Forsberg were to emerge here, does that call that into play? Is he too far to the left of this district? Or what are folks on the left say, look, there's a populist element there that would resonate here. But that result we just got from Missoula sort of raises an interesting question about where this race might be going. We'll keep tabs on that. Again, we didn't think we'd get much right there. California's going to be coming in at the top of the hour, and I wanted to quickly just go through here the congressional districts we're watching. Again, the idea here is this is a redrawn map. The Democrats are trying to squeeze 5 additional seats from. One of the places that makes suspenseful tonight is down here, the 40th congressional district. Young Kim is a Republican incumbent. Ken Calvert is a long-time, 3-decade Republican incumbent. They were thrown together. Oh, okay, they're going to come to me, folks. We'll leave it right here.
All right.
One of these candidates may lose tonight. California's taxing system, they could theoretically both advance, but we may see an incumbent member lose here tonight. Again, what Democrats did was they took these 2 Republican incumbents and they sort of merged them together to create a much more Republican-safe district. But by putting all that Republican vote in one place, it allowed the Democrats to make the districts around it much more friendly to Democrats. One of the places, for instance, that happened was the 48th district. This is a place that under the new lines, Kamala Harris won by 3 points.
Mm-hmm.
Under the old lines, Donald Trump won this by 17 points. So again, what they did with the 40th, what do you got?
Vote is coming quick in Montana, both the Democrat and the Republican race. It's possible that that's maybe what they want to go to on. Maybe, yeah. I would just hang out. I would hang out there. I would hang out there for a second.
Okay.
Maybe on the other side.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
All right. Well, I'm going to double check everything to see if I didn't miss a call or anything. Let's see, New Jersey 9th. Because it's very possible that something got called and I didn't update the spreadsheet. Nope, it's still Pino over Burris at this point. Pino leading currently in Bergen County and in Bergen County, Hudson County. or his birth leads in Passaic County.
Comfortably ahead here in the Republican primary. You know, this is one of those where we're kind of wondering if something might happen on the screen, if you catch my drift, but it hasn't.
Still too close to call for the Senate in New Jersey.
Some real suspense here. I think it's another reporter. I'm sorry, guys.
And in the Montana Senate.
Okay.
Oh, hold on.
I'm sorry, folks. I don't know if you can see this, but I have the program.
We do have a projection in the Montana Senate. Kurt Almy,
If you're watching this, you guys are my thing, and I'm sorry if this is a bit of a mess too. I apologize.
the projected winner. Remember, Daines was in the race was planning on running for re-election up until about 2 hours before, when he announced that he would not seek re-election.
We were wondering if something might light up here. It hasn't. So Adam will shout if it does. But again, we're really kind of zeroing in here on California. We were talking about
Iowa 2 Republican.
district now.
Mitchell beat McClintock.
Darrell Issa, you know that name, who represented this district again under the old lines. Trump won it by 17.
What's the name? Joe Mitchell. Yep.
So Jimmy Desmond looks like he'll be the Republican candidate. The Democrats have a choice here, likely Jimmy Desmond against one of these two candidates. Von Wilford, San Diego City Councilwoman, Amar Najjar has previously run for Congress. He ran for Congress in a nearby district.
I'm still waiting for Iowa, Montana governor at this hour.
So that'll be, that's one district that was utterly changed, transformed by redistricting. Another one we talked about. Adam, can we get? Shoot, I wanted to have the 45th. Can we have the 45th districting? Oh, I have NJ12. Can we get NJ12 off? Oh yeah. Sorry, I got what I have, folks, are these shortcuts to the districts here. This one. So we've talked about Iowa's first district. We have talked about New Jersey's second district. Okay, folks, they want me in 3 a.m. to this. I'm sorry, sir. This is going to be such a hugely contested race this fall. We're going to find out who David Valadao, Republican incumbent, who's always in these close general election races. We're going to find out who his opponent is tonight in this thing. But this is one of those. This will be another top-tier, premier swing race this fall, and seeing how these candidates, how much Valadao gets in this primary, I think it's going to be an interesting thing to see. Tea leaves for November. Do I need to go to the other room?
Yes, go to the other room.
Okay.
And I think they might start with Montana and go through these.
Okay, so folks, I'm going back to the studio. Please bear with me. I keep telling you, it's like whatever messiness it looks like right now, in 16 minutes, you're going to be happy to see too. So stay with us.
We really don't have anything probably gonna happen until then. Until California, which is the big story of the night. Everything's been building up to California in about 14 minutes. Let's see. We have 9 key races we are going to be keeping our eye on during that. Meanwhile, we still have 7 other races that we don't have a declared winner in. Big one of the night is going to be California governor race. Where you've got Tom Steyer, Javier Becerra, and Steve Hilton all competing to be the next governor of California. And we are less than 14. We're about 13 minutes away from getting that in. Montana. Do I have Montana Senate? Yep.
And Steve, I couldn't help as I was spying on you, as I so often do. Steve, you were playing around in Montana, where we've got some interesting races there. As we're also looking ahead in the next 13 minutes to California.
I mean, in Montana, actually, we didn't think we'd get a ton of vote coming into the night. It's going faster than we thought. More than half the vote here in the 1st Congressional District of Montana. Why is this one significant? Because this is sort of a fringe Democratic target in November. Ryan Zinke, the Republican congressman, not running for re-election. Trump had won this by 11 points in 2024. Been a long time since Democrats elected a candidate for federal office in Montana. But their thought is that, look, if the climate is that bad for Republicans, that maybe it's here, but if it is, could that district like this come into play? An interesting contrast of candidates here. Ryan Busse versus Sam Forsberg. Forsberg, an insurgent, running from the left with the backing of AOC, Bernie Sanders. And what had just happened a few minutes ago was he got a big number on the biggest county in the district.
What I'm hoping is, or think is going to happen is, I think that one is in play. Montana's 1st congressional district. As we get a result that Aaron Flint will be the Republican nominee.
Isn't this interesting? I think this is one of these districts where Democrats are hoping it could be a fringe battleground, right? Like if there is some kind of a blue wave that maybe this is competitive here, because Ryan Zinke underperformed here compared to President Trump, right?
Yeah, and I mean, look, there's 2 different theories in the case here, Doc. This is the interesting thing to me is if Forsberg were to win this, if he were to catch up in this remaining vote, it's really testing that sort of left wing of the Democratic Party that we've seen have success in districts, very blue districts, districts that are not like this. And they've always made the case, they said, hey, there's a populist element to this that can resonate in working class areas, even if they're friendly to Donald Trump. Nominating a candidate like Forsberg in a district like this would test that. I have no idea how that would go, but it would test it.
He's a, I think, smoke jumper, right? Firefighter in the state of Montana, got some attention, kind of went viral for that. Let's talk about some of the other races at play tonight. As we are looking, where's my clock? I think we're 10 minutes away now from California closing. And I want to let me just remind people a couple of quick things. Number 1, we keep saying it because it's so important. Top 2, right? It is a top 2 primary system, regardless of party. And that could be a factor not just in the governor's race, not just in the mayor's race, but also in some of these battlegrounds, Steve, where even in some of these more reliably blue districts, if they have been redistricted, let's say, the Democrats could, maybe there's some concern about splitting the Democratic vote. Maybe a Republican ends up in the top 2 as well.
Yeah, there's all sorts of interesting dynamics in these House races tonight. And of course, the backdrop here, Allie, this is a map that the Democrats have redrawn aggressive. This is an aggressive Democratic gerrymander here. And there are some districts, like we can show you here on the House side in California. Probably the most extreme one here would be up in the 1st congressional district here. This district previously was an overwhelmingly pro-Trump rural Republican district. This is what Democrats managed by stretching the boundaries far into the west here. Managed to turn it into a Harris plus 12 district. Had been a Republican incumbent, almost certainly going to be a Democratic pickup this November. There are some more interesting ones here too. For instance, the 22nd district in the Central Valley. David Valadao, you know his name. It seems every 2 years he's in the fight for his life in this district. This is Democrats succeeded in redistricting and making this a little more Democratic. They basically added parts of the city of Stockton, a very Democratic city, to this district here. But just give you a sense of it, Trump would have actually carried this by 2 points in 2020. That show you here. In 2020, it would have been 17 points for the Democrats. Why is that? Those gains that Trump made for Hispanic voters, particularly in like Central Valley counties in California, they were so
Okay.
big, they took a district like this that Biden.
We are 8 minutes away. We don't have anything going on yet in California, but we're expecting it very, very soon.
Conan Nolan brought this up, and I'm going to be totally honest. We've talked about this kind of in our little chats in the office, etc. LA mayor's race.
Yeah.
Let's say, I mean, there is a world, there is a scenario in which the incumbent Los Angeles mayor, Karen Bass, does not make the top 2, right? It could be Spencer Pratt and Nikki Rahman. For that to happen, Spencer Pratt would have to do gangbusters in the San Fernando Valley, right?
Yeah, that's probably 40% of the voters, so he's going to come out of there. You would expect that maybe the west side, those are going to be the places where Pratt would do the best here. But again, I think the other thing to keep in mind from our standpoint tonight, watching these results come in, is it's sort of 3 phases that you're going to see this LA mayor's race. That first batch that comes in, again, we expect to be big, maybe like half the vote of this mayor's race. That's going to be vote by mail.
We are 7 minutes away. I don't see anything new on any of the ones that we have not marked down from Iowa, Montana, a couple New Jersey, and a South Dakota yet. The next, we can get rid of this at this point. Is going to be these poll open ones. We've got 6 minutes until all of these close. And all of those are critical for this state and for this the elections today. What I am hoping is that we can get all of these filled in today. I don't think it's very likely, but if things go perfectly, it will. Our next stream is probably either going to be June 16 or June 23 or June 27. We're going to be streaming most elections. There might be even one, the major one in November. We're not going to really be doing very many House ones in November if we do it, but we will be doing every Senate and governor.
That's right. He was the Trump endorsed, RGA endorsed, the Republican establishment candidate here. He was the guy who had all the backing. He's also never really run a competitive race in his life before now. And the one organization that didn't endorse him is the Maha PAC. Who backed Zach Lane.
That's right.
So this is a Trump versus Maha Republican primary here in a pivotal state. And right now, Maha's up. Well, what just happened, though, to
Right.
put a finer point on it, this got Story County. So this is the Feenstra has been struggling in the Des Moines area, the central part of the state.
Feenstra needed to do better to win in around Des Moines. It really will come down to Scott County and specifically the city of Davenport. And if he's going to get something out of Scott County and not fall below 35%, it's got to be big. Because Potawatomi and Sioux County, you want to just be, you want better than what you have in those counties.
And if he does end up winning here, he would be going up against somebody who Democrats see as a super formidable candidate in Roxanne, popular Democrat, good at fundraising in the eyes of Democrats as well.
Yeah, because this is not a guarantee. The Iowa governor's race is not guaranteed to the Republicans like they would have hoped.
That could be a marquee race, really across the whole midterm landscape.
And it'd be interesting if President Trump gets involved after not endorsing at this stage of the race.
Yeah.
Would he celebrate there? Would he get involved? I think that would also be important.
Feenstra, by the way, is in politics because he beat Steve King. So there's some bad blood there. Like there's generational, Shakespearean stuff going on here in the Hawkeye State.
As we talk about marquee races, potential for those, we know we're going to get blinded in the state of California. And what I'd like to do, Steve, is we are getting closer and closer to the polls close. Very quick, give us like the 2-minute thumbnail of the most important places we should be watching.
Well, I mean, the vote is going to be like this. A fifth of the vote is going to come from Los Angeles County. About a fifth of the vote is going to come from the immediate San Francisco Bay Area. You're also going to have 10% from Orange County, 10% from San Diego County, 5% in Riverside, 5% in San Bernardino. So honestly, what that means here is half the vote is going to come from LA, Orange County, San Diego, and the Inland Empire. Half the vote in the state's going to come from there. You're going to get another, 20%, as I said, from the San Francisco Bay Area. Sacramento and its suburbs are going to be close to 10%. And the San Joaquin Valley, kind of extending south from Sacramento, you're going to get close to 10%.
We'll see if we've got anything yet in New Jersey 9. Where we've got a significant portion of vote that just came in.
San Diego County poured in, and it was like half the vote in San Diego County. So
it is definitely Burris friendly, but I don't think it'll be enough. The difference right now is 800.
Super interesting battleground race down there as well.
But we got house races here. We call them right up here. So an interesting dynamic here I'll show you what happened basically here. This district, this is what the Democrats did to make redistricting work in their favor. They took two Republicans here, Young Kim and Ken Calvert, and they merged them into one district. They made it a very Republican district. It's pretty much a safe Republican district. By squeezing all those Republican votes into one place, it opened up a district like this, the 48th district, which straddles San Diego County and into Orange County here. It's Riverside County, excuse me. And this is a district that under the new Democratic remap, Harris would have won by 3 points. Under the old lines, it was Trump by 17. So by putting all those Republican areas in one place, it made it so much more Democratic. Darrell Ison was the Republican.
And we're still waiting, and I didn't
And that's why this is such a big deal. This is one example. We've got a bunch of
realize this. In the Democratic primary for Montana's second.
to the polls closing. In fact, we are just about to hit the top of the hour, and any moment now, we
10 seconds.
very first results in some of these key California races, literally seconds away. The anticipation is building for the LA mayor's race, the governor's race as well. It is 11 o'clock now on the East Coast, 8 o'clock in the West, and polls have just officially closed.
Polls have closed in California.
2 minutes, maybe 4 minutes. We've seen some of these numbers come in, and all eyes are on the races.
Will they put in results as fast as Texas did last week? The big one.
Right now, obviously, too early to call. Tom Steyer, Steve Hilton, Javier Becerra. Another reminder, don't mean to sound like a broken record, but it's important. Top two will face off in November regardless of political party. Significant there. We've also got the LA mayor's race as well. We said too early to call. At this point, Karen Bass, Spencer Pratt, Nithya Raman too. So we know that it's going to take a second for some of the votes to start to come in. Over the course of the next 60 minutes, as Steve has laid out, we are going to start to see some of these data, some of these numbers.
And I'm going to need to hop out for like 2 minutes. And I just know that something's going to end up happening during those 2 minutes.
We talked about some of these other interesting races as well. Like, look at this, the Iowa governor's race on the Republican side.
Iowa governor's race, Feenstra still down by about 1.5 thousand, but nothing yet from Davenport.
More of a front runner in this race, but this one is a nail biter, projected as too close to call at the moment. We are watching for some data to come in on this as well. Super interesting. We've also got the New Mexico race as well. The Republican primary for governor here, too early to call between Gregory Hull, Doug Turner. In South Dakota, a three-way governor's race as well. The current governor, Larry Roden, who is
nothing for South Dakota governor yet.
She obviously has since departed that position. He is running for his first official full term. Dusty Johnson, interesting here, too early to call. President Trump has not made an endorsement in this race. We'll talk more about that as that race gets going. We've also got the Democratic Senate primary in Montana.
Nothing.
Rodney Neal, Alani Bankhead as well. There is an independent in this race. Let's go to the east with the New Jersey Republican Senate race. Whoever will take on Cory Booker there, too early to call. Justin Murphy there with 32.9% of the vote. Let me bring in now Steve Kornacki at the big board. Clock's ticking. There's nothing we can do at this point but wait for the vote to be counted.
Yeah.
And as you say, we're going to get some coming in Southern California. We're going to be watching to see what that means for some of these battlegrounds, and obviously the LA mayor's race and the governor's race too.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's just a question of kind of who goes first right here.
Yeah.
We took you through how this is kind of going in the past. And again, I think just a reminder to folks that the vast majority of the vote that's cast in California is done by mail, and this vote has been coming in.
I will be also just carefully keeping my eyes on what we're still waiting for.
Some folks went in person today and did it. Some folks did early voting in California. So that gets reported next. And generally what that'll do in the first 90 minutes or so is get us close to about 2/3 of the vote statewide counted. The question at that point will be is there enough clarity to know, as you say, a top two race for governor? Do we know, is there clear separation between the top two and everyone else so that we can call it? Or does it go to overtime?
And then what I'm hoping is that they still talk about on where I'm getting my reporting, the statewide, and I can keep track of the 3 House that we still have to do.
And the same deal goes for LA too, with the top two. And let's talk about that because there's been a lot of talk around Spencer Pratt. You heard Conan chat about it earlier. We talked about it with Ryan.
There's a good chance the stream hits 4.5 hours.
But Donald Trump, President Trump, got something like 26% of the vote in LA back in 2024.
He was able to get 26%. Karen Bass, when she ran in 2022, she defeated Rick Caruso, who had been a Republican at one point. She tried to make that an issue against him. He was able to get there into the mid-40s in that race. Democrats did something in California and Los Angeles a few years ago. They changed the date of these mayoral elections. They used to be in off years. They used to have lower turnout. They'd be in like odd number of years. So Los Angeles elected a Republican mayor in 1993 and 1997. Richard Reardon, folks who remember that clearly.
Last Republican to win the national election.
Did it an odd number of years. And Democrats decided they wanted to sync it up statewide primaries, congressional primaries, when there's far more people voting, there's more party organizations, there are more meetings. The idea was, more turnout for a mayoral race would be a good thing, but also, it lets the mayoral race get caught up in the politics around it, too. There's a thought that is advantage to Democrats, too, in Los Angeles. It's an additional thing. If Pratt has only succeeded doing what Reardon did, it's going to have to do with a different kind of year.
I'm going to let you stare at this thing until something blinks or something lights up. And I want to go to Liz Croyce, who's in LA for us at a polling site. And Liz, what's interesting here, there are people who might be in line, they still want to vote even though polls are closed. Talk me through what you're seeing where you are. Hey, Holly.
All right. Nothing in from California yet. Polls have closed. Okay. Nothing yet from the Montana Senate, although Bankhead did just get quite a bit of a lead advantage. She's now up by 9 points, but only about 25% of the vote, or 29% of the vote is reporting at the moment. Nothing in from California yet. Okay. Still nothing from California. But once it rolls in fast. Again, all of these we're going to be keeping our eye on for California. That's 9 races, each with the top 2 advancing. Still waiting for stuff in Iowa, where you've got Randy Feenstra with Backed by Trump versus Maha supporting Lon. Montana's 2 congressional seats. Democrats are hoping they could pick up one of these come November. The candidates right now still too early to call. Montana Senate Democratic. It is too early to call. That is a seat that the Democrats are thinking they have a long shot at winning. New Jersey 9. In an ideal world, this is one that the Republicans could at least make competitive. That their primary is too close to call. New Jersey Senate. Their Republican primary is still too early to call, where there are 4 candidates running for governor in South Dakota. Still too close to call. All 4 candidates are running within 9 points of each other. Hello. Okay, we're getting our first bits and pieces from California.
We got some results from a bunch of places, and this is probably going to start to multiply really quickly, so let's get right to it.
San Bernardino County is reporting 25% and Hilton in first, Becerra in second, and Bianco all have over 20%. Steyer's currently at 16%. That is for the presidential primaries. That is for the presidential ones. This is not presidential cycle. 2028 Iowa. And even then, not necessarily. Okay, Kings County coming in big points for Steve Hilton there.
Okay, that is, if you're Republicans, you're outperforming how Steve Garvey did in the 2024 primary. So that's encouraging for the Republican total vote share. If you're a Republican, Madera County a little bit smaller here. Let's go up. Now this is interesting because we mentioned. Okay, this is very interesting. We mentioned this at the start of the night. San Francisco Bay Area here was going to produce about 1 out of 5.
Napa County is actually leaning more towards Becerra, and it's looking like it is Becerra's to lose at this point.
The smallest of the Bay Area counties, but take a look at this. Steyer is running behind Becerra here. Again, this is that vote.
And Steyer's not just running behind Becerra in Napa County with 40% in. He's running now behind by about 8 points. It's 23. He's only at 18% in his home base. And again, Santa Clara, Becerra is in. The city of San Jose is in Santa Clara County.
Javier Becerra with almost a 10-point advantage over Tom Steyer. Again, in what we thought would be a relative strength area for Steyer. Also, by the way, Matt Mahan is the mayor of San Jose. This is probably as good as it's going to get for tonight. He's 11%. He's a distant fifth right there. Really clarifying. Again, the polls were suggesting it had sort of come down to these three. Seeing Mahan running that distantly in his home county reinforces the sense that the polls were directionally correct, that we may be looking at something between these three candidates tonight. And again,
we just have, not a projection yet, but this here, New Jersey 9, that it is now a 5-point race. We just got a bit more in New Jersey. From Passaic County, this is one where the race where Burris is managing to get out to a lead here.
We'll see if that holds. That's an interesting thing we're seeing in these results. Becerra with an advantage over Steyer there, not quite as pronounced. Again, going through, we pulled Madera County up on the screen. We'll spend a little bit more time here on this. Hilton, again, more than double over Bianco. Becerra with an advantage over Steyer, a little bit more slight right there. This looks like Placer County we're getting. This is pretty big. You're talking about the Sacramento suburbs. I know it extends all the way there, like to close to like Tahoe and the Nevada line, but most of the population here.
Off to look at California. Nothing new in Montana either.
Very small in the scheme of things. Interesting though to see Bianco leading Hilton right there. Zoom out. What does that do to the statewide vote? We've got 6% in right now. Hilton is leading statewide, but what that's added up to for Becerra right off the bat is a 40,000 vote advantage over Steyer, with Bianco sitting all the way back there at 14%. So Hilton running double Bianco's numbers. And again, I think the polling was suggesting something along those lines here. And Hilton, again, he was trying to get that Bianco number. He wants that Bianco number as low as he can. He wants to monopolize that Republican vote. And Becerra, though, I think that's notable given the areas that we're talking about. I think, these are the two biggest sources of vote that we've gotten so far here. San Bernardino County, and again, this is going to be like 5% of all the vote cast statewide tonight is going to come out of San Bernardino County. About 5% is going to come out of Santa Clara County. Those are the two biggest counties that have reported so far. We took you through some of the others.
Yeah, San Bernardino. That's going to be a big vote chunk.
Obviously, he would like more separation with Bianco, but again, there's Becerra.
Watching the live stream from YouTube on the channel The Highlight is live race for Promise. I am watching the Kornacki cam from Steve Kornacki and MSNBC.
You can even look here. These are smaller counties here. Becerra with the advantage. Merced County, this is a bigger one here. Again, Hilton running in first. Becerra, though.
Okay, in Iowa, we still have nothing from the city of Davenport, so we are wanting to get that. Is it really?
If you're
I mean, I know it's California's largest one by area, but what you want too, you want to get that and neighboring LI County. We know
28%. Look at the separation there between Becerra and Steyer. I think that's the most significant we've seen so far.
I'm an expert on some of it, but not all of it. I do know quite a bit. What I know, though, is this big thing from Sacramento County is pretty much... Oh, great. It's been happening on and off all day.
Everywhere else, we looked at Placer County. Take a look here, in Nevada. I'm just seeing if there's anywhere here where Steyer is running ahead of.
Yeah, Steyer's running behind Becerra in all counties. I've got it on my phone as well, and there's not a single county where Steyer is over Becerra.
Still out there, but Becerra, I think the story of the moment in these initial returns is right there. That advantage that Becerra has opened up over Steyer, I think the key to that advantage, and it's early, but the key to that advantage is it's not coming from the places that we automatically thought of as being advantage Becerra.
Wow.
Some of it's coming from places that we thought might be Steyer. Okay.
That is
the world's quickest commercial break as I see you looking at Monterey County.
really impressive. All right, we're getting bits and pieces from Monterey County, but no. I just don't think it'd work at this point. And now, have they tried that like in 1860? Then different story. It'd been just created. But the only time state borders really have been changed are since the very, very recent ones. But I just don't see it working now. Yeah, and there's a reason every single one of them failed. It wouldn't work at the moment. I'm looking for any sort of sign of life from Iowa, and there's really nothing, because you pretty much need to see Davenport before we can make a projection in that governor's. Okay. Yep. Orange County takes up about, I thought it was a little more than 10% of the state, but it is going to be one of those ones where you want to be leading by as much tonight if you want to make it to a runoff.
So would it be Becerra? Would it be Steyer? Both of them have clearly separated themselves from any other Democratic candidate in this race. And then there's Chad Bianco, the other Republican here, running at 11%. We just got LA.
Oh, okay. Citywide, Los Angeles, we are getting stuff from LA County. It is the largest county in the country in terms of population. 39% in. It's currently looking like it's going to be a race between Bass and Pratt. Pratt is currently up by 7% over Roman. Yeah, it is a lot, and it's a big chunk of where the votes are going to come in tonight. About a tenth of the state, which is significant. California has more registered voters than any other state in the country.
The next thing that would be released here, maybe in one big batch, would be the vote that was cast in person at polling places. And we know from past elections in Los Angeles, like that 2022 mayor's race, that was the most anti-Bass vote.
Yeah.
The vote that was cast in person.
It's slightly bigger than Michigan. It's about the size of North Carolina in population.
Not a ton of people in the grand scheme of things who vote on election day. Probably 15% of all the votes, 10-15% of all the votes in LA. But if Pratt does do well there,
it is, and I think it'll continue to decline.
Non-Democratic candidates in the past in LA, he could narrow that margin with Bass. But I think more critically for him, he could add to that pad between himself and Rahman. Because remember, the final piece of the puzzle that we won't know tonight, right, is the late arriving vote by mail. And we're talking about.
Why did I not add California 6?
We're probably not going to be getting until tomorrow, maybe days to come after tomorrow. But mail can still come in after election day. There's indications, and there's certainly a ton of precedent here, that late arriving vote by mail is going to be significantly more Democratic friendly than all of the other votes. Meaning that would be good news for Bass. That would be good news for Rahman. If she's going to come out tonight behind Pratt, it's a huge hit, but if she's going to come out tonight behind Pratt, it's not a huge hit at this point. She would then have the opportunity, if she's close enough, to catch him with that. That is a 25,000 vote advantage. 8 percentage points.
I am going to just resort the spreadsheet. All the ones that we've called, I'm going to put at the bottom of the sheet.
Much more democratic, has he succeeded in building the kind of gap he needs to finish above Rahman and to get into a run-up. You could say at this point, your Bass votes are encouraging numbers for you, and I think the Bass folks have wanted to get this. The theory of the case for them is if they get to a runoff and they get to a runoff with Pratt, does political gravity take control in Los Angeles? A Republican, for all the reasons we talked about before, the odds of a Republican winning in a city like Los Angeles, 75-25 for Harris. But that who knows if it comes to that. But again, if you're Pratt,
there we go. Okay, House 45, which is not one that we were keeping track of. Derek Tran has won, and Becerra just took the lead in the governor's race. True.
You're obviously encouraged by what you see right now. That's right. So to your point, Spencer Pratt doesn't need to get more votes than Karen Bass right now. He needs to get more votes than Nikki Rahman based on how these polls are laying out. Garrett Haig, I know, has a question for you.
Yeah, Steve, does the same-day vote, are you saying it's more, the election day vote, is it more Republican or more anti-Bass? I ask because 38% is better than she's polled in any polling that I've seen. Do you think the vote we would see coming in that next tranche from election day lifts Pratt and Rahman and brings down Bass, or is this something where these are Republican voters in Los Angeles County who are going to mostly support?
Okay, this is big in Iowa. We just got a big batch of votes from Scott County, and it shows Feenstra up by only about 500 votes. And it's appearing that maybe a Trump-backed candidate will not get his way. It is still too close to call. Zach Lane is leading in Iowa still, and now all Feenstra really has to rely on is he has to hope that he can get more votes than Lane, with only there being the big votes are remaining are Greene County, not very populated, Montgomery County, not very populated, and then Lucas County, which is more populated than both, but he'd need to pull something crazy there that he wasn't able to do. They were tied in the state. It was close, but I don't think it was a tie. But I'm sure that somewhere in the world, a race has come to a tie.
Is going to come out of here. We just got more than 40% of LA counties vote. Remember, Becerra was congressman from Los Angeles, his political base here. And again, that's almost a 56,000 vote margin for Becerra over Steyer.
I can't find any where there was one.
Hilton running in third right there, Chad Bianco back in fourth at 7%. That, on the strength of that, right? Such a
one time in New Hampshire, I think the difference was 2 votes for a statewide.
Into the lead statewide. It's a little disproportionate. LA's kind of punching above its weight in terms of its share of the statewide vote. So Becerra getting that number out of LA County, we said at the start of the night, how is Becerra doing in LA County versus how is Steyer doing in the Bay Area? The Bay Area collectively is the same size. We're starting to get a look. We showed you already Santa Clara County with San Jose. You can see what's happening right there. Becerra with a healthy lead over Steyer. Move to Alameda County here. Again, Becerra, it's narrower. This is probably the best number I've seen so far for Steyer. Steyer still trailing Becerra. Speaking of
Lucas County, 1900 had 16,000 people. Now it has 8,800. Also, what was the election? It was a U.S. Senate election.
Close to 15,000 votes between Becerra and Steyer running in third place. Again, there was some thought that this would be an area of particular strength for Steyer. Solano County, Becerra running in first. Hilton, you get back down here. He's out.
See if I can find it.
We're seeing this in every county. It looks like we got more out in Napa County. This is the smallest of the Bay Area counties.
It was 1974 New Hampshire.
High income, high education attainment. Marin County here, again, in the Bay Area.
I think that was 2 votes was the difference. I could be wrong.
Because we're best friends, I feel like I can ask questions that may sound obvious, but
Yep.
based on it, I understand it's still early enough in California, with about a third of the vote in there, that Tom Steyer has not been in the top 2 in his counties that we've seen so far, other than we just got to Marin. I mean, how much should we bring in that? Understanding obviously the things that have been said.
Yeah, Lucas County, if you're a Feenstra, you need to pull something crazy off there.
We've been showing you county by county as it comes in. As a matter of fact, we just got this is we've got Stanislaus here. This is and Becerra again. Becerra running well ahead of.
You're not expecting a lot from Stanislaus County, but it's not one that you should that needs to be completely ignored. But
is there going to be some kind of reversal there? Could you beat something like that? Or perhaps more realistically, between himself and Becerra, but the distance between himself and Steve Hilton. And you can see here, Becerra's margin over Hilton is not huge right now. It's 23,000 votes.
We got Riverside. Oh, okay. Riverside County is we're expecting a significant portion, 7-8% of the vote to come in from Riverside County. And if you're Bianco, that's not enough. But if you're Becerra and in second and you got Steyer in fourth, you've just got yourself pretty much perfect race. And yes, it was the 1974 New Hampshire Senate election that was 2 votes different.
And the other theory I was saying there, the other thought, if you're Steyer right now, you're looking at this is not necessarily can I make it up with the election, but can I make it up with a late arriving vote by mail? Because again, we tell you the past on this is we've seen so many elections in California, particularly House elections, that flip over from
to the Democrats in the days and weeks that follow the election, because that late arriving vote by mail tends to be so Democratic. And the indications we've been seeing is the partisan patterns of the return ballots in California.
Perfect.
Again, strongly suggested that that's going to happen again, that it's going to be much more Democratic-friendly vote as they start counting the.
Okay, nothing yet.
Could he get in range of Hilton enough where if it's just a much more Democratic vote in that late arriving, if ballots, it's their Democratic vote that allowed him to catch Hilton for second place. But if you're a Sarah feeling very good about what you're seeing.
Team are the ones to watch for, but the incumbent is nominated.
The best of it for Steyer. It's a huge population dense, overwhelmingly Democratic area of the state, and in every one of those counties, he is outpacing Steyer. Meanwhile, in his home county there in Los Angeles County, he's also he might want to be ahead a little bit more than this in Los Angeles County, honestly, in all things being equal. But that any disappointment in that is more than offset at this moment by what's happening right there in the Bay Area.
Yeah, Becerra wasn't expecting to be running that well in the Bay Area, but
that's also San Francisco County. We don't have that. I wanted to see if we got San Francisco County problem because it also means we start getting these. It also means we get house races.
Can I ask about one of those house races? And I'll just say, in conversations with those close to Tom Steyer, they have reason to believe they think that some of those late breaks.
Yep. Yeah, that's one of the most famous examples of the longest contested elections. One of the more famous ones.
It's gotten just. This is a redistricted area, right? It's got. I mean, it has. It's like one that we're watching. Do we have any sense of how that's going right now for Ken Calvert and Young Kim?
It is Ken Calvert, Young Kim, and look at this. We got half the vote in right here, and Calvert, right? Now the division here is Calvert is from the Riverside portion of the district, and you see he's clobbering Kim right there, by 26 points. Then you go over. Kim is from the sort of the inland Orange County portion of the district. She's actually losing that right now with half the vote in right there. So Ken Calvert, the 30-plus year incumbent. If you look at the each of their old districts and how much of this new district it made up, a little bit more of it is Calvert over Kim, but Calvert with the clear advantage here. So I think the question now for Kim becomes, can you hold on to second place? Can you advance to you have to then advance to the general election? And you would have a district where there's two Democrats, a very Republican district.
All right, I'm going to take a peek in on South Dakota, where we did just get a bit of vote, but it really still is a four-way race at the moment in South Dakota.
More appealing to those voters than Calvert would. And so that if she can get into that runoff and not get buried too much here, she can have a chance of winning them over there. Realistically, seeing her with
South Dakota, we need stuff from Stanley County more, and we need more of Minnehaha. So, remember, Minnehaha is the most populated county in South Dakota. And without only being at 35%, we're not going to be able to get anything. Another batch in from California 14, but nothing yet. Okay, and still nothing more from Montana, but I'm not expecting much from them.
Okay, I'm gonna give you a second. Just briefly, because we're looking at these fascinating results in the California governor's race. Surprising to you, or is this about what you expected?
No, I mean, this is about what I expected. I mean, what I'm really shocked by is that Cyrus Saxon is better than Kennedy. I mean, really, it proves the point that there's limitations to money. I mean, he spent upwards of $250.
Okay, California 45 again. Derek Tran.
In this particular race. But I will say, I mean, what I'm finding unfortunate is the LA mayor's race and even Becerra. I mean, Democrats should be doing better in both of these races than they currently are. I mean, there's an underlying sentiment among Democratic voters that they're really pissed at how the state and the city have been run. And so you can see this now in the polls. So the Democrats are going to vote for those guys. They're going to have to be sweating it out for the rest of the night when they should.
And I was
Probably.
that Liz Courts interviewed Garrett and Ryan, who said, "I want
In the U.S., there have been a few of those.
You know, I don't.
Including one presidential where in 1832 in Alabama, one of the candidates only got 5 votes.
We just got same-day vote out of the city of Los Angeles, and it's exactly what we were saying might happen. The same-day vote is favoring Spencer Pratt. Look at what just happened. He's moved now within 22,000 votes.
Okay.
There's a 6,000 vote gap here between a 6-point gap now only between Bass.
1832. I mean, if you're talking the Mexican, yeah, but no, because dead too in 1832.
It's moved him closer, and I think more critically for Pratt. Look at this. He is now double digits ahead of Nithya Raman in second place. He is closer, significantly closer to Bass for first place right now than he is to Raman for third place in this race here. So that's, again, that's a significant development that just came out there. It took us up from just under 40% to 45%. The same day voting.
Yes, 1783.
The vote by mail. The other thing that we're kind of waiting on now before we get to those late arriving mail ballots is also the vote that was cast in person at polling places before Election Day. It's not a huge sum, but it's a bit of a wild card. We don't quite know what to expect with that. But if that was another boost like this for Pratt, then Pratt would be breathing right down Bass's neck and way ahead of Raman. If we talk about him having a pad right there, he just took a very big step in that direction.
I was so excited he just drew an exclamation point. he couldn't figure out how to express it.
How deep can you get into that, Steve? Like, in other words, can you tell us where in LA Spencer Pratt support is coming from?
We're still waiting for a lot of like downtown and central LA, which is going to be heavily Democratic.
In 2 days, I can give you a great breakdown of where it came from.
We'll be on the air for 48 hours. Don't catch that. Go ahead, Brent.
So fascinating. The Pratt thing was just a wild card, right? We really had no idea. I mean, it was really an internet sensation. You know, there were a lot of people in California. I had friends in California that didn't know he was running for governor or mayor. They were mad that he wasn't in the governor's debate because they just knew he was running for something. But a lot of times, an internet sensation doesn't necessarily translate into votes, and it appears that's what's happening.
Can I just say something? I love this producer, and I love it. He said, Spencer Pratt, was he really a reality star? Is that fair? Yes.
Yes,
This man is
that's what I
a
suggested.
villain. I'm saying among millennials, people knew Spencer Pratt well before this race.
Hang on, can I pull back on this a little bit? Because this is something that shouldn't be crazy about this race. When you look at the numbers, already right now, a majority so the Spencer Pratt thing to me isn't even really about Spencer Pratt. It's a vote sink for people who are fed up with the way that city's been run or fed up with the fire response. And if this were any other city outside of California where you had normal primaries, Karen Bass with those numbers would be toast.
Hang tight. Steve, let me come to you because I know we're getting some more numbers in on some of these critical California House races.
Yeah, take a look here. We've got a projection here, too. This is the 13th district here. Democrat Adam Gray won a very, very narrow race.
Yeah.
This got
Okay.
Democratic this district.
Adam Gray, but hold on. We got California 1 a bit.
The dynamic now is who is going to be that Republican candidate to go against Gray. Kevin Lincoln right now leading by 10 points here. The significance for Lincoln is he is backed by Trump. The other thing here is what's not come in yet. San Joaquin County, this is where Stockton, California is. And that's the big change the Democrats made in this district to make it much more Democratic. They added a chunk
of Stockton, a very Democratic city here, to fortify Gray. That's also where Kevin Lincoln has been the mayor, has been an elected official. So Kevin Lincoln right now, with Trump's backing, holding on to that second, has some distance there for that second place position here. But this is going to be one of those elections that's going to be very, very closely watched this November. So is this one, the 22nd district with David Valadao. Again, Valadao, the lone Republican here, so clearly getting first place. But a couple things here to note. Villegas, Baines, his two opponents here, close in that race, second and third place here. Again, Villegas running to the left here. Again, one of those sort of lefty insurgent candidates here. The other thing to keep an eye on when all of the votes are counted here, what is Valadao's percentage going to be here? Because this is a top two primary. Everyone, in theory, is voting here. They're going to vote again in November, but Valadao is the only Republican on the ballot. He's running at 43.7%. He's going to have to get over 50% in November if he's going to get reelected. So keep an eye on that number as it comes in tonight, what that ends up looking like. We have nothing yet from the 11th district. We had showed you the 48th district here. Again, this is this was redrawn. I want to see which county. We don't have San Diego County yet, so that's significant. Okay. Jim Desmond here, likely to be the top vote-getting Republican. This was their license district, redrawn by Democrats, very aggressively redrawn by Democrats. Monty Von Wilpert, a councilwoman from San Diego County. Notably here, look at this, we don't have any votes yet from San Diego County.
Yeah, that's another place where you're expecting to get a whole bunch of votes is San Diego County.
So those are some of the House races we're looking at here.
Steve, I'm going to come back in a second on California 22, the Valadao race, because I want to talk about the Dems in that race. But let me first get a vibe check, if you will, with Liz Croix, who's in LA. And Liz, I think you have ping-ponged your way back to this gathering for Spencer Pratt, right? Talk us through it.
I have, and as chopper flying overhead, he's having this party at a Mexican restaurant that he has loved for years. And there's some Spencer Pratt supporters here who seem in a very good mood. You guys have
Instagram picture, log them.
You guys have probably seen the latest batch of polling that just came out. Shows he's doing pretty well in second place, just 10 points behind Karen Bass. How are you feeling about that? Do you feel really confident that he's going to make it to the runoff?
Definitely, he's going to make it to the runoff. There's a lot of people who already voted for him. Their votes haven't been counted yet. They voted Dale.
Okay.
Old school style.
I think his numbers are we just got something from New Jersey.
Communism and socialism, and it is a real big problem in our cities, especially in LA where it's turned to crap. It's not an accident. They're doing it by design. Karen Bass wants to destroy our city, and it's nice to see someone like Spencer Pratt.
And what's going on is that to take on Cory Booker, it's going to be Justin Murphy.
He doesn't want homeless children out suffering.
Thank you. In 2024, Republicans talked about the possibility of this coming up as a potential race. Murphy was an attorney who worked in Burlington County. New Jersey has not sent a Republican to the Senate since 1972.
Perhaps, I don't know for sure. No suspicion. Liz, thank you. Hey, stay close because obviously we want to talk more about Spencer Pratt. We want to talk about Nikki Rahman. We want to talk about Karen Bass with this critical LA mayor's race. Let me see if Steve has anything he wants to jump in on here. Anything else coming in, Steve, that's been interesting?
I can give you an update on what we're expecting in this LA mayor's race in terms of the remaining vote, because it's a little bit different than they've done it in the past, and this is what LA County is now telling us. So again, seeing what's in with 45%, I've got it on my phone here, I'm going to read it to you. Come on. Okay, so it's 11:45 Eastern right now. Sometime starting at about midnight Eastern in that next hour, they're not saying exactly when.
Okay.
I should back up. Bear with me here. I first want to say, remember that Pratt got closer to Bass with that last update, and we said we think that is vote that was cast in person on election day. So it's actually a different type of in-person vote. That was the vote that brought Pratt closer to within 6 points was the in-person early vote. Okay.
I will be back in like 2 minutes.
For what you're doing best.
But they also
Bye.
millions of dollars of his own money in this race. And so far, it's not translating into votes.
And to your point, Steve, that Scott Wiener number, as expected, considering he had the state party's endorsement and was considered a front runner here. But an interesting one when you look at this battle, as we keep saying it because it's really part of the storyline here, the fight for the soul of the Democratic Party. And what's so interesting to see in the state of California, what kind of fighter do Democrats want to put forward for some of these critical races come November as they're looking to take back the House and possibly take back the Senate as well? Actually, let me see you very quickly on this while Steve takes a look at some of the numbers.
No, I was just saying earlier, the interesting thing about Chan, a former boss, Pelosi is the best vote counter in history, and clearly got this one wrong in her own district. I mean, I'm pretty shocked by that. But I would look to California to determine sort of what's the profile of Democrats to win in competitive seats. I would actually look at Iowa. In fact, I mean, if you look at what Sand's doing and how he's positioning himself, he's sort of, running counter to the Democratic brand.
What I'm
Corruption and fraud. He's leaning into values, not ideology, I think, which is different. It's going after affordability and it's aggressively targeting independent voters. I think
apologies for the background noise again.
Competitive seats moving forward, not necessarily looking at California, and that's it. To our point last week about Tallarico, that's exactly how he's also running himself. So I think that's a formula on how you win these red states in competitive districts.
We've heard it again tonight in some of these acceptance speeches from Democrats. Affordability, affordability, affordability. Hey, Steve, I promised I would come back to you on the Valadeo District 22 in California. Can we, unless you're digging in on something else, can we go there? So we are predicting that one of the winners here, setting up this fight between Randy Villegas and Jasmine Bates.
Yeah, and it's so that the Villegas here running from the left here against Assemblywoman Jasmine Baines, leading here by just over 1,000 votes. I'm just seeing where the vote is. This is Villegas' base, Tulare County. He's a local elected official here. He's outpacing Baines here with only 39% of the vote counted. This is where Baines' base would be. She's running a little bit ahead of him here. I'm seeing these for the first time too, so I'm trying to process. Kings County, look at that big margin there for Villegas. Fresno County, they're basically half the vote. They're basically running even. This is inconsequential almost. Well,
yeah,
it's very close, but Villegas is the candidate sort of the left here. Jasmine Baines is the candidate of the DCCC right here, and those are especially when you consider. We don't have a ton of vote that's even in there yet. We still have.
Alani Bankhead for Senate in Montana.
We got still about half the vote.
Okay.
Yeah. Baines is going to need. I think it's going to need something bigger out of Kern County here to catch Villegas. This is potentially a significant development.
And Hallie, I think this race is interesting for Democrats because there's definitely a disconnect in Washington as to who the preferred candidate is here. That, as Steve points out, that Trip would prefer Jasmine Baines, but Vegas is Latino. Latino voters are going to be so crucial to get Democrats' hopes of winning back the majority. So the Congressional Hispanic Caucus would really prefer to see him as the nominee.
He has made the case that he is the best candidate to win over working class voters.
It's looking more and more like Ron in Iowa.
We're going to sneak in again, world's second quickest break. I promise, because we still have numbers coming in at the big board for Steve Kornacki right as we get close to the top of the hour.
South Dakota is still basically a four-way race. There's been an update there since the last one I mentioned. But in Montana, District 2, Brian Miller for the Democrats. Still, these four we need out that aren't California. Let's see what's going on in New Jersey 9. Burris is catching up. As our stream's gotten to 4 hours, and I've got a snack, a chocolate donut blizzard. It's really good, actually.
Welcome back to NBC News. It is the top of the hour. The polls have been closed in California for just about 60 minutes, and it is already shaping up to be a big night there as we are seeing votes still coming in. Let's take a look at the state of these races, starting with some of those headlines we are seeing tonight out of California in the governor's race there. And a reminder, folks, top 2 winners will face off in November, regardless of political party. You can see that NBC News projects this is too early to call. Republican Steve Hilton, backed by President Trump, former Biden cabinet official Javier Becerra, billionaire activist Tom Steyer. That is one of the marquee races tonight. You know what another one is? The LA mayor's race. This is also too early to call at this point. The incumbent mayor, Karen Bass, facing challenges from both her left, Nikki Rahman there, and her right, Spencer Pratt, a familiar name to anybody who watched reality TV in the early 2000s, reality show villain, who has made the case that Bass has not done enough in response to those devastating wildfires in Los Angeles, central to his campaign. Allegations Bass denies. This one's got a lot of heat on it. We are seeing some of it coming in LA County. Steve Kornacki's walking us through it.
It's not one that I marked here, but Jim Costa renominated.
You've got James Gallagher, the projected winner, one of the projected winners. We will see if it's going to be Mike McGuire, Audrey Denny, who served, by the way, McGuire as Senate Majority Leader for 2 years and the top Democrat in the state Senate for a year as well. One to watch. We'll also take a look at the 13th district in California. Projected winner, Adam Gray, the Democratic incumbent, first elected just in 2024. So the question is going to be, who will the other winner be? Former Stockton Mayor Kevin Lincoln or entrepreneur Vin Crudiventi, largely self-funded. We're keeping an eye with 35% of the vote in there. Big battleground district here, folks. California 22.
Oh, in California 40, Ken Calvert
David Valadao. This is kind of one of those
advances.
Perennially, Democrats think they will be able to knock Valadao out here. He is going to win and be one of the winners. The question is, who will be the other one? We're looking at Randy Villegas, more progressive, thinks he can win over working class voters, or Jasmeet Bains. She is backed by the Democratic Congressional Campaign arm, putting her on their red to blue list. We're going to be talking about this race come November. There's also the California 40th district as well. This is and Ken Calvert. Ken Calvert will be one of the winners. At this point, we'll likely be talking about this one in November. Kim has made the case that Calvert has been in Washington too long. Calvert has made the case that Kim is
New Mexico Governor Gregory Hall.
For this district.
That one I'm
Let's
marked.
talk about Iowa now and the Republican governor's race there. And this one, boy,
New Mexico Governor.
super interesting. Too close to call right now. Zach Lane, backed by the MAHA Action Committee. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy has his backing as well, with Randy Feenstra, Republican congressman who President Trump has backed, who, based on NBC News' reporting, has conceded to Zach Lane. We have not called the race. You can see too close to call there, but this is a bit of a surprise, considering it does not appear that the president's endorsement got Feenstra over the finish line. Lane, if it is Lane, will end up facing Rob Sand, popular Democrat in Iowa there. Montana, let's talk about the Senate race in that state. Again, this is a place that has not elected a Democrat statewide since 2018, but Alani Bankhead is hoping to change that. The Air Force veteran, the projected winner in that primary. There will be an independent in that race. along with a Republican as well, Kurt Alme. New Mexico, the Republican governor's race, a projected winner here, and that is going to be Gregory Hull taking on Deb Haaland in that one. Let's get to Steve Kornacki at the big board on the night we have seen so far. Some interesting races, Steve, some races we're definitely going to be talking about in a few months, and then some real question marks that everybody's curious about, starting with the one you're looking at now, the governor's race.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're getting close to half the vote here in the governor's race. And I do think the situation is kind of clarified in a way where it may be a while here, but I mean, the basic dynamic.
Wait a second, you're not allowed to say it. Clarity
we call that
for forever from now.
We call that California clarity. Yeah, where you think you know, but it takes a week to find out. Thank you.
We're grading on a curve here, exactly, Garrett. So, look, the clarity is the separation that we've seen now between Javier Becerra and Tom Steyer, the two leading Democrats in this race, which stands at about 250,000 votes, the Becerra advantage over Steyer in the statewide count. You see Steve Hilton, one of the Republicans, the top performing Republican, actually running in first place right now. Chad Bianco, the other main Republican, a distant fourth. The question is that a distant enough fourth for Hilton? Because we're getting to the point now where we have largely seen in these counties, just about all these counties, that big pre-election day vote by mail release. That's getting us to, almost all the counties filled in, almost half the vote. Now, we still have, as we say, there's that same day vote that's getting added in other places here. So this is going to tick up. But the upshot of it is this. How many total votes have been cast? Look, over 1 million for Hilton, over 1 million for Becerra. That's over 2 million. You're looking at nearly about 4 million votes right now with not quite half the vote in, meaning there are still 4 million votes to be counted in California, and a very significant chunk of those are going to be late arriving vote by mail that are going to be tabulated, maybe tomorrow, maybe in the coming days, maybe over the next week, whatever exactly it is. But that size of a pool, okay, we're talking millions of votes right here. When you see the advantage right now that Hilton has over Steyer, not Becerra, that Hilton has over Steyer, okay, you're talking about a 300,000 vote advantage, okay, 7 points. But in a pool of millions of votes, late arriving vote by mail, if it's dramatically more Democratic, which we've seen in the past, 300,000 votes is something that Steyer could overcome, and he could potentially pass Hilton. That would mean Becerra and Steyer would pass Hilton here, because it would just be overwhelmingly Democratic vote. It would benefit both of them, and that Republican share of that share for Hilton would just tick down. So Hilton's put himself in a decent position right here. He's running in first because he's consolidated a lot of that Republican vote, but he hasn't consolidated. Again, he was putting out a very urgent call in the final days of this campaign, telling Bianco supporters, look, I like the guy, you like the guy, we all want a Republican in the general election. You've got to get behind me. Some of them, I think, clearly, when you see that separation, did heed that call here for Hilton. I think this is a larger gap than we saw in a lot of polling. But again, the question is, did enough of them? Sitting there, Bianco is on 454,000 votes. He's on pace to maybe land somewhere, upward of 1 million votes in this primary. Probably short of it, but upward of 1 million votes in this primary. How much of that, could Hilton have used? Now, he very well could make it here into this runoff. But I just, when you see this gap, I would flag it here because, Steyer right now, it's not so much about, when I say some clarity, I don't think it's as much now about Becerra versus Steyer. I think it's about both of them versus Hilton in those late arriving vote by mail.
Can I ask you, you described it as you feel like, is looking at the numbers here, Steve Hilton might be in a decent spot with the separation rate. Where does he need to perform to upgrade the decent to comfortable?
Yeah, I think it's less where he needs to perform right now and more to just tell me how Democratic is that late arriving mail and how much of it is there. Because again, it's not so much a geographic question right now. It's just a question of the sort of the contour, the partisan composition of that late arriving vote by mail. I think Republicans in California have come to have like nightmares about this stuff because there have been so many Republican candidacies in California that have been sunk in the slow bleed of the post-election night, days, weeks long count as that incredible blue vote by mail gets tabulated here. So that's what's on my mind when I see this right now. If you're Becerra, you're feeling great. Because you've got separation from Steyer, and you figure you're going to benefit from late arriving vote by mail just because you're a Democrat. If you're Hilton,
another batch did come in
you've gotten some real
from Iowa.
From Bianco, you've gotten some good numbers in these counties, but boy, you've seen Republicans, you've seen Republicans have pretty good election nights in California, only to have terrible days.
Definitely
weeks after
lane
that.
friendly.
So I think that's the question here. What is that gap between Steyer and Hilton at the end of the night, and how much of that vote by mail, late vote by mail, Democratic vote is left?
Can I ask you on the House side of things, some of these battlegrounds, there's really three big ones that we're watching in the state of California. We just talked through the one in the Central Valley. We just talked through the one around Fresno. What about the one in San Diego, where Jim Desmond, the Trump-backed candidate, is going up against two Democrats? Are we seeing anything new on that front, Steve, in any of these battlegrounds?
So we did here in this 48th district, we did get some of San Diego County, and again, Von Wilpert, a councilwoman there. So it's split. The district is basically split evenly between these two. So Desmond clearly in front right there, and Von Wilpert has some separation there. It's a ways back, but again, he's kind of consolidated.
California 48.
The Republican vote. But again, this is a district that had been Trump plus 17 transformed to Harris plus 3. So this is one that going into the general election, the Democrats are going to be favored here.
And
They
again,
need to win it. I mean, that's one of those where they really have set their maps up in such a way that has to be one of the big pickups for Democrats.
you know that, Ryan.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I think that the way it's trending right now, they like Von Wilpert. She's their preferred candidate, at least from the Democratic establishment. And it continues in this direction. I think that they feel pretty confident about that race.
And then Mark.
I hear both of you making murmurs of what I assume is agreement, but you tell me.
No, I agree. They set up these districts for somebody like the Democrat coming out of this, like if it's Von Wilpert or Campanehar to do this. But again, it's a Harris 3 seat, but the road to the majority
Actually,
places like that,
no.
places like Adam Gray's seat,
I'm gonna wait
somebody
until
said that we
both
talked about, look,
two
David Valadao,
two races have been
9
called.
lives, 29 lives. It's incredible.
I don't know what we're gonna know tonight, what we're not.
The only time he lost was in 2018, very, very narrowly to a guy named T.J. Cox, who was later indicted and went to, just actually reported to prison about a week ago. So he won't be running. But Valadao is somebody who has 9 lives in this district, and so they need a very strong candidate. And the NRCC is very excited to see Villegas, who's the more progressive AOC, Bernie Sanders-backed candidate, over Baines.
Valadao is the last Republican who voted to
You stole that from me. I wanted to say.
We were all there, man. It still counts.
You gotta finish
say,
the
I think
sentence though.
The more important thing with Valadao is that he voted for the Big Beautiful Bill, which had drastic cuts to Medicare, biggest cuts in our nation's history. And that district is the most dependent on Medicaid of any of the districts in the country. So Democrats are feeling really good about it. The other thing,
The New Jersey race Burris keeps making gains in that, but I don't know if it'll be enough.
Valadao's district. So he's incredibly vulnerable. I think that is one that Democrats in the DCCC feel very positive about and are going to keep dumping a lot of money.
To finish that sentence though, so people don't, you talk about Vegas, you talk about David Valadao, the only currently sitting member of Congress who is running for re-election, correct, the current House member who voted to impeach President Trump after January 6th.
And President Trump largely silent about it.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I'm not after him.
There's a number, there's a long line of members of Congress who are no longer members of Congress or are on their way out of Congress because of the decisions they made shortly after January 6th. For whatever reason, Valadao has escaped the wrath of Donald Trump and could potentially still be in Congress after all of this, depending on how this race goes.
Some of you may have noticed, our eagle-eyed viewers of the M&Ms have emerged over the We're going to take a very quick break to eat them, and we'll be right back, fueled up on the other side. Stay with us.
Numbers don't lie, but they don't always tell the full story either. So. So yeah.
Welcome back to our NBC News coverage. We've had our post-midnight chocolate, and at this point, we're getting some numbers in. Coming in for the California House. Let's start with the 11th district in this state. This is the seat that Nancy Pelosi, of course, a Democratic legend in the eyes of her party, is vacating. And you can see one of the projected winners will be Scott Wiener, somebody who has received the state party's endorsement. Question is going to be, will the other winner be perhaps Connie Chan, the San Francisco supervisor? She has been backed by Pelosi. We will find out more there. Let's talk about the 26th district as well, where Jackie Irwin has been the heavy favorite to win. And in fact, NBC News is projecting her as one of the winners as well. Samuel Gallucci, Republican, Michael Kozlow, Air Force veteran, also in that race. We will see who is the other winner ahead of November, because your every so often reminder, top two advance regardless of party. You can have a Democrat and Republican, two Democrats, two Republicans. We shall see. So all things California, we are waiting on the governor's race. We are waiting on the mayor's race. I want to bring back our esteemed guests and friends, Matt Gorman, Ashley Etienne, over to my right. Ryan Noble is going to take to my left. We've had some interesting results already. And I'm coming back to some of these California House races, because as we talked about this is in many ways some of these districts make or break if Democrats do want to take back the House come November. And that's what this is all about.
Right.
That's why this is such good news.
I mean, look, one of the stories we've been following for months now has been the redistricting battle. In California made this aggressive move to try to put as many as 5 seats into the blue column. But a lot of what happens tonight will set the table for that. Can the party coalesce around the people who are going to come out of these districts, whether it's tonight or whether it's, you know,
Just a reminder,
Dem,
what we've
what's effectively a runoff race
already
we don't know the answers
determined.
We won't know that because of the hashtag California Clarity that we've already talked about. But
I love that you're trying to make fetch.
I'm going to make it out.
I'm down. I'm okay with that. I like it.
But you know, this is sort of a big investment by the party, and when we're sitting here election night or in the week after election night, I mean, we'll be talking about the seeds that were planted now is whether or not Democrats take control of that, and it will still be that simple.
And I think there was also a real question tonight, not necessarily progressive versus moderate, but also new versus seasoned.
Yeah.
Is the word old, right? There were a number of kind of upstart Democratic candidates, particularly in these House races, that were trying to shake up the establishment. Many of them who said they would not support Hakeem Jeffries as Speaker of the House if the Democrats were able to win back the majority. And I don't really see a consistent thread here among the results so far tonight that demonstrates that one side is winning out over the other. In some cases, we've seen the establishment Democrat do well, for instance, in the Iowa Senate race. But in some of these congressional districts in California, we've seen the upstart progressives and the younger candidates do well. So that, I think, is kind of the story of where the Democrats are trying to figure out where they are as a party. Are they this new next generation, or do they want to stick with what they know? And I don't think they've answered that
We've
question.
not seen any troubling signs for the incumbents yet either in what we've seen so far. You know, some of the older incumbents who are hanging on.
Yeah.
Like Doris Matsui. I mean, she's
Yeah.
doing incredibly well.
No, I mean, look, I will say this. If we're sitting here on election night and we're at about midnight and California is deciding the House majority, it's been a pretty bad night for Democrats. Like, there are a lot better opportunities they should be having in a lot Eastern Central Mountain time zones that should take them over that very small margin that they currently need to win the majority. I think also there's been a lot of talk in Iowa on the Democratic side. Ashley Hinks is a really good candidate. And I think if she didn't have a competitive primary, she's as good, if not better, than Joni Ernst. The first district back when she won it was a Democratic seat. It was at best a purple seat. It's been held by Bruce Braley.
And the Republican Rod Blum, she made it 57% for the Republican last time around. And I feel a lot better going up against Rob Sand with Zach Lane than I did Feenstra, who was losing altitude these last couple weeks. I was surprised it was that close. I think I'd probably attribute that to the Trump endorsement. But Feenstra was losing altitude for the last 2 weeks. I was surprised.
I'll just say, though, our buds over at the Cook Political Report have just recategorized that Iowa race from likely to lean Republican now, right? I mean, because of the fact that Josh Turek is, in fact, the winner there.
I'm not surprised because I think for those folks, Feenstra is a known quantity in federal office for a couple terms. Lane isn't. And so I'm not surprised at that. I expect that to evolve a little bit, but again, Feenstra ran not a great race.
We talked about this at the start, but if you're national Democrats, there's a lot worse places you could decide to have your Alamo than in Iowa right now. I mean, there's so much at play right now. You've got the candidates you wanted, you've got the Republican candidates you wanted in the governor's race here with kind of an unknown in Zach Lane, and that could obviously come back to bite Democrats in the long run. But it's just such a great state to try to plant your flag and win not just the midterms, but the party. About the kind of people you're trying to reach.
And who's going to determine whether or not we're winning that argument are going to be independent voters. When you look at Iowa, they're a third of voters
Now,
in Iowa. Right now, Trump is polling that.
I'm not 100%
with independent voters in Iowa. So that's a huge opportunity for the Democratic Party. And you've got
with this, and so, but it's with everything, how it's going tonight, it's looking like this is going to be the case. Zach Lane.
And that is having overwhelming appeal to independent voters. They're now trending Democratic than they are for Republicans. So that is where the opportunity rests.
You do wonder if there is a boomerang and where it exists, because again, Democrats have not won a Senate seat in Iowa in almost 20 years, basically. And so don't get excited. I'm going to talk about Texas for 1 second. But Iowa, Texas, when you were all sitting together during nothing, talking about, is James Talarico going to be able to
But there are some places that are, but Iowa's more like Georgia than it is like Texas, in a lot of respects. So we have
a Democratic governor, not that one. And Hinson's a far better candidate than Ken Paxton. But Hinson is. I think we're not talking about it. Go back to that point. And I will say this: we saw this in 2020 when Joe Rich was against Reese Greenfield, and it's also true, I would say, in Montana. Montana and Iowa, you're going to get a poll, let's say October 1st, that has the Democratic candidate within about 50. We always will. It's a tale of all this time. No matter what the margin is, I think Republicans will draw both seats. We will see one or two very close polls.
All right, guys, I am getting tired, so within the next hour, probably. Probably shut it off. Joden currently ahead of Roden in South Dakota. They're leading. Hilton over Becerra.
Absolutely. I mean, I think he's again positioning himself as a moderate, which is appealing to the story itself. Yeah, absolutely great profile. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. So yeah, I mean, I think we're feeling very good about Iowa. But when I was making the point that Iowa is more like Georgia, we picked up seats in Georgia when Trump at the midterms, when Trump was president the first cycle around, and so. You look at the economy and all the factors that flip Georgia, you can see that there are possibilities, that's great possibilities.
Can I sneak in, Steve? I see you studying LA there. If you have something, do it. Otherwise, I got a Montana question for you.
We did, this is about 4,500 new votes that just came in here in LA. So this is even a small chunk. Adam, how did it break?
Steve is talking.
Ask 40, Brett Pratt 20. Okay, so this is a bad. This is. I suspect this is. It broke about 2-1 for Bass over Pratt. It gets a small number of votes.
Okay.
Remember, the LA told us that they expected they would have a few updates throughout the night of that vote by mail, which we saw was very good for Bass early on. So I suspect that's what we just got. One of their incremental updates of vote by mail that they said would come in overnight.
that again, that's the dynamic here. That vote by mail is going to probably be better there for Bass and maybe even Romney for that matter than Pratt. Although Pratt has a pretty good cushion over Romney right now, but there is still an update to come in this mayor's race, probably in these overnight hours, maybe soon here, from the polling place vote that I would expect to be very favorable to Pratt. Then after that, it would be all later arriving mail. That is a very, if you're Pratt though, that cushion you have over Romney, I think that's the big development in this race tonight. That's a pretty significant cushion.
You know, and Karen is right. This is a rough friend of mine, Karen Bass, but given the fact that we were saying that there was a possibility that she would need to be in the runoff, the fact that she's comfortably in the runoff right now, as it appears to be, and if you look, there's far more Democratic votes tonight than there are Republican votes. She looks like she's on the path to survival, despite everything.
Which is a fascinating political dynamic, that she just looks on the path to survival.
We even have to be talking about her.
When a majority of people in the city say they want somebody else.
Yeah.
So as we're getting to the last 5 minutes of our coverage here, at least for the moment on this part of it, I wonder if I can ask you all, as we look at the landscape of the night, what we have learned, but I'll ask it this way, and we did this last primary night, even though I maybe messed up the toss, which is the thing that you're obsessed with. You know, what is the thing you're kind of obsessed with? I will tell you, I mean, I think Iowa's super interesting. I think what we saw in New Jersey is fascinating. I'm looking very closely. What is Tom Kean going to do when he comes back from it as the Republican in New Jersey who hasn't been seen since his last vote on March 5th? He's supposed to be coming back to work in person in a couple of weeks. He's facing Rebecca Bennett, as NBC News has projected, and that is going to be a gangbusters race in Jersey here. Brian, you next.
You stole the best three.
I was just thinking, you can't go last.
I'll tell you what I'm obsessed with, and I'm like you said, if you hear it, because we haven't talked about it yet, and that's that Dusty Johnson, who is the sitting congressman from South Dakota, who's running for governor, is giving up his safe House seat to run for governor. Looks like he might be on the outside looking in the runoff in South Dakota, which I think is pretty fascinating. Dusty Johnson's a well thought of member of Congress. He's somebody who is considered to be a productive member of Congress, was thought to be relatively popular in South Dakota. I know South Dakota is probably not at the top of a lot of people's minds, but there's a lot of powerful people in South Dakota, including the Senate Majority Leader. And so the idea that Dusty Johnson might be on the outside, or appears to be at this stage, appears to be on the outside looking in, I think is a pretty significant development. And the idea that he might be out of politics by the end of this year, I think is pretty shocking.
Yeah, that really does surprise me if Dusty Johnson is.
I've been taking a list over the course of the night about all the House Republicans who run for other offices this year and have either lost or appear likely to lose or not gotten the Trump endorsement. Basically seems to have hit a dead end. What I think we're seeing is a split here between Democratic voters who are looking for like kind of meat and potatoes basic candidates. Your Turek's, your Rob Sands
Hasn't conceded.
Who can have credible,
But just
experience.
the idea
Even Javier Becerra, who could argue is kind of
he could
Dave Reston, a former CNN reporter in
end the year pretty much out of politics. Really is kind of a shock.
I don't want your experience. I don't want your government background. I want somebody who's authentic, somebody who's pissed as the next guy. I'm looking at all the things our guy who told us who was running for Spencer Pratt said. He wants authenticity, and he wants somebody who's as mad as they are, And there's that split still between the two parties, and we'll see how that aligns in November.
Ryan and Garrett stole all of your time, so you have 10 seconds.
No, I mean, I think the economy is still the central issue across the country, and we see it in a stark example in Iowa, where you have a situation where Medicare cuts are incredibly impactful to local voters. Tariffs are killing farmers. You've got rural hospitals closing. You've got healthcare costs going up. I mean, that is a recipe for Democrats to actually win. You've got a state where Trump won by 13 points, and now it's a toss-up state. I mean, it's an incredible opportunity. Democrats are going to continue to invest a lot of money. We've got really good candidates that made it through. So I'm going to be watching how they position themselves and what that'll signal to Democrats who are going to be running these into November.
I'm not sure how long it's going to take California to count on the phone.
See in 2 weeks. Tom Kean's race is a perfect example, right? If Tom Kean is surviving politically on election night and he's close to victory, and we're talking about California, then suddenly those Californians become a lot more important, and true for Democrats to win.
Steve, I give the final word to you intentionally. What is the thing that you are obsessed with after tonight?
I'm obsessed with what happens here in this governor's race.
Okay.
It end up being the top two as Democrats. Does Steyer get a huge late arriving vote by mail here? Or does Hilton get in there? You have a Republican versus Democratic contest in California. If you're Becerra, of these three, you're the one feeling best right now.
Okay, Steve Kornacki, we appreciate you so much. It's been a night. We've covered a lot. We're going to have all the results on NBC.
Also, California won. There is the race. For
Switching over the transmission over to Kornacki Cam here over in this like an interim studio between 3A and 3A. Here, Rockefeller, Steve is walking back onto our set in front of our
the General Gallagher is going to end up being at least a representative for a while until
Adam, do we have, what was the last major update we got?
until November or until the end of the term. Previous rep Beglam Alpha passed away in January while in office, and it's looking more and more like it goes that's what's that this is a special election as well for him. Some of the blizzard on me.
With the hundreds of thousands of votes left here, probably like 900,000 votes left in LA County. I'm not sure how much Steyer will end up netting over Hilton there. But again, if there's a huge shift there, I mean, that's really the question here. If there is a huge shift in that in the partisan composition of that later arriving vote by mail, and there can be, because look, that's the other way to look at it. If there's 900,000 votes left in LA County, well, let's say after tonight, because we're going to have some reports overnight. Let's say that gets down to about 600.
See if there's anything from District 6. No.
If Steyer ends up beating Hilton in those votes,
I'm thinking 7.
That's 60,000 votes.
No, 11. Only the one that I marked.
So you would need to get that much more.
Anything for 14?
In the context
nope.
Of this gap that Steyer faces here against Hilton, which is just under 300,000 votes right there.
Anything from second candidate for 22 or 40? No.
Such an element in this thing. LA mayor's race. So we were getting some communication from our decision desk on what to expect here.
Nothing from 40.
Where do we stand on that? And what's the immediate thing awaiting that? Is it the?
I think so.
Here's our second candidate. We have declared in 48 now.
Or mail vote. But yes, my guess is subsequent batches for the rest of this night.
But we have an election day batch, right?
Our election day, yeah.
Yeah, and
I think there will be multiple election days.
And that's the thing. If you were watching over there, so a little bit of confusion here. It's called the polling place vote, right? You can vote at a polling place on election day, or you vote at the polling place, in person before the election, right? Collectively, that's probably like 15% of the vote right here. Now, if you remember, there was a big batch that came in that we got all excited about because it was a momentous moment when Pratt got closer to Bass there. We think that was the in-person early vote, right? It was polling place vote, but it was the in-person early vote. That was the big pro-Pratt sort of polling place vote that came in. Now to come is going to be the vote that was cast in person. Sometime tonight that's going to come in here. Is that going to be as pro-Pratt? Is that going to be a little bit different? But that's an opportunity for him, at least, I think, in theory there, to close this gap more with Bass. But again, that question's going to arise here with half the vote left in the city of LA. Well, again, after tonight, it'll be less than half. That late arriving vote by mail, is that overwhelmingly Democratic? Is that enough that Rahman could erase this kind of deficit? I tell you, though, if you're Rahman, that is a pretty substantial deficit, I think, that she faces here versus Pratt here for second place here there. So, again, resolution tonight, it falls into the category of probably something that's going to take a little time to get to. The governor's race and the mayor's race. Let's go through the House races because this is the stuff we wanted to spend some time on here. And let's just start. What did I do wrong here? House race. Why isn't it
populated?
Click on one of our shortcuts first.
Nothing's
Click on a
populated.
shortcut and then
Okay, so if we went up, okay,
Yeah.
tell me if these all work.
yeah, there you go.
Okay, so let's just, I mean, look, first district, this was one, this is, the story on this is the Democrats
Mhm.
radically transformed this one with gerrymandering, had been a very, a Republican district, gerrymandering, turned it into a Harris plus 12 district. So the suspense tonight, there is James Gallagher. There's an interesting footnote on Gallagher we'll get to, but Gallagher, projected to
'cause he'll
first right here.
be-
Would it be Mike McGuire, state senator,
Uh,
Audrey Denny running on the left for second place right here? Clear gap between McGuire and Denny in this race. And again, you see Gallagher, the Republican, finishing first here. But this is a race where the Democrats are strongly positioned for the general election, and this would count. Again, Democrats trying
Right.
to squeeze 5 more seats out of California. This would be one of those games for them. The first district was a Republican. There it is. Look at that. We got results.
Wow.
We know how to get those check marks on the board. So there it is. It's going to be McGuire and Gallagher in the general election. McGuire, the overwhelming favorite. Now, that said, Gallagher is probably going to be a congressman come the general election. Why? Because if you remember Doug LaMalfa, the Republican, unfortunately, the Republican incumbent in the old first district passed away in January. So there is a concurrent special election playing out in the old, the one that Trump won in the landslide, the old
Right.
first district tonight. That Gallagher has finished first. Has he cleared 50%?
He's at 61%. Right
Okay,
now.
it looks like he's going to clear 50%.
Mhm.
Meaning there won't be a runoff, meaning he'll get likely. Have we called it? I don't know.
No.
Okay, we haven't called it, but he's very likely to be the next congressman. But that it will be an appointment that will last. It'll be an election that'll last months. He'll represent the old first district until the Congress ends. At that point, the first district will cease to exist. But he may end up being the trigger. He may end up being an incumbent congressman running against McGuire for a seat in a different district this November, where McGuire will be the overwhelming favorite. Okay, enough.
They have now called it in the.
Well, we are getting check marks.
Yeah, they just now call it. So he will be.
Called the winner in that special election again for a district that will cease to exist.
He will be an incumbent.
Just kind of continuing in the area right here. Okay, so an interesting story is Ami Farah actually moved this district, Democratic incumbent from a different district. Now, we'll get to his district in a second because there's an interesting story there. But basically, his district got a little bit less Democratic in the redistricting. This one got more Democratic. So he wanted to run here. Oh, shoot, I'm sorry. He moved here. And again, he projected we'll finish first here tonight. Could we get a check mark here too? Are they? If they're watching, we may be able to get another check mark up here for Mr. Tucker. But I won't push my luck. But again, Bera switching districts, already an incumbent, heavily favored to win here. But we mentioned that one because the district that Bera left, let's call that one up here, the 6th district.
Mhm.
So we say it got a little bit less Democratic. I mean,
Yep.
It's Harris by 9 in this district. But Kevin Kiley was in the 3rd district. We were just showing you the district that Bera is now in that got blown up. Kevin Kiley was the Republican incumbent there. He didn't want to run in that district. He ended up moving here. He ended up switching to run in the 6th district. He also left. He's a Republican who left the Republican Party to run as an independent in this district. And with that, that's that vote by mail that's come in here so far. Is it from, it's only from one of the counties too. So we're still waiting on Placer County. No. Hold on. Yeah, Sacramento County. Oh, I'm trying to figure out why it's gray. It's gray because that's Kevin Kiley's. Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
I'm used to seeing gray as a candidate's color. That's what happened when an independent leads a county. So in Placer County, you see Kiley finishing first. The other Republican,
Steve.
yeah.
I do have an update for you in the LA mayor's.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Okay, LA mayor.
Another 6,000 votes.
Yes, tell me about
Bass gets 38% of them.
Okay.
Pratt gets 20%.
Yep.
And Rahman gets 33%.
Is that mail?
Unclear.
We suspect that's vote by mail.
It's likely given how it is.
Right?
38 for Bass, 33 for Rahman, and 20 for Pratt.
Yeah, I mean she in the first vote by mail, Bass hit 39%.
Yep.
In the second vote by mail,
Just
40%.
a sec. I'll be 1 sec.
Sorry, And you've already given me now, they've had 3 subsequent vote by mail updates. They're not huge, but they're not nothing. The pattern in them is Bass first, Rahman second, Pratt distant third. Right. If that were to be the pattern, with the remaining vote by mail, if they could come in and days following if it's 39, 36, 33, something like that.
Oh, South Dakota, Doden advances to runoff.
That's what it would have to be. That's the shift that Rahman would need with the vote by mail that is yet to come. But the other big variable there we should say again is when you get that polling place up. That polling place up there is super friendly to Pratt and bad for Rahman, then that map that I just laid out may change it. But it's interesting to see that kind of shift because remember, when we got the first big report in the LA mayor's race, that vote by mail, that initial vote by mail, Pratt had some separation from Rahman. Bass was well in first, but Pratt had some separation from Rahman. If we end up having, hundreds of thousands of vote by mail, not hundreds, but tens of thousands of vote by mail to come, over 100,000 vote by mail to come, where Rahman is leading by that kind of margin.
Yeah, Toby Doden.
I'd be very interested what that cushion looks like after we get the next polling place update. Because then we can take a look at that map and see if it I think that's a big variable. It's a big variable. And again, the guidance we've gotten from our decision desk on the timing of that is we don't know.
Yeah, I mean, additional.
Excuse me.
It is earlier out there, but I think they
Results are coming in faster than I would have thought today.
What's our plan here?
It's been a good broadcast. We can wrap up whenever you're ready.
I mean, we want to go through any more of these. I wanted to show the 6. I do.
You were on the 6.
Yeah, no, this is interesting because again, the dynamic here was Kiley, his Republican, his district got blown up. Barra moved into his district. Barra projected to finish first there tonight. Kiley moved to the 6th district, which is very kind of strongly Democratic district now. Said I'm not a Republican. He said I'm an independent. I'm going to run as an independent. So we got 40% of the vote in right here. And again, I want to kind of just linger on this because I've seen some of the maybe interesting. So in Sacramento, leading there over the 2 Republicans. It is leading though, right? And because these are like kind of equal size. Now this right. These are pretty comparable, these 2 counties in terms of their share of the vote in this district. And you got the Democratic candidate running in third in like half the district. 800 votes behind 1 Republican. Kiley is not really, he's an independent. When I say Republican, he's 5,000 votes behind Kiley. And over here, he's the other Republican a little bit stronger, but it's closer. So it nets out to, I ask you again, are you thinking what I'm thinking?
I got distracted by an Orange County vote report. Sorry.
Let's see. Okay, and allowing for late arriving vote by mail to favor the Democrats. I think we really have to bake that in. Yeah, that probably is what Pan's closer to getting shut out here than you would have thought. In a district that is the product of the Democrats blowing up Kiley's district to create 2 Democratic districts. You've got Kiley running in first. You've got Pan, the Democrat, running in second, but only 1,230 votes ahead of the other Republican here. Another Democrat, gobbling up 12%. Another Democrat, 11%. And Pan is lagging in. So he's leading the Sacramento County portion. So what's going on? Okay, in Placer County, right? he doesn't have as much distance from the other Democrats. It's more Republican. That's interesting. That's interesting.
Along
Well-
the same lines, yeah, the one I've been thinking about is California 40 with Calvert and Young Kim.
Mm-hmm.
Just because those initial Orange County report, I would expect that Young Kim would have gotten better results out of those initial returns.
Well, Calvert said it's now between Young Kim and Esther Kim Barrett in California 40.
In each county, Kim is not far ahead. Right. This was supposed to be the inland suburbs of Orange County, the inland area. It was supposed to be, Kim was supposed to do very well here. Not a terrible surprise that Calvert's up good in Riverside, but yeah, no, I was surprised when I saw that number for Kim too. Does Kim make it to a runoff in California 40? We're not gonna. I don't think we're getting the answer tonight, but that's an open question. And this is at least. I didn't think this would be at all.
We could get a couple of these answers tonight.
Unique situation, an incumbent member thrown into a new district here, running as an independent. I just put this up here to see how this would, what the number would be, and almost prepared to say maybe Kylie doesn't even get through tonight. I don't know. Well, the top two advance, and the Democrat, the top performing Democrat in this district right now is only, as we say, 1,100 votes, 1,130 votes ahead of the second place Republican. And again, looking at the geographical pattern between these two counties, you're seeing Pan run in first here, but not by a ton. And you're seeing Pan run in third here with not a lot of daylight to the other Democrats. Again, we always, what I'm going to say about the late arriving vote by mail. So again, if I'm sitting in a situation where I'm saying, hey, is there some world where Pan gets locked out? You got to counter that with you assume the late vote by mail will boost them. So, but that's it. That's an interesting one. Again, probably nothing tonight, but that's an interesting one to think about. 22nd district, we've gone through this. We just got another vote update about half the vote is in. I see Valadeo.
All right, so in District 22, it's looking like Villegas is going on Baines in every county. Baines has Kern County, though, as at the moment.
It's going to take a long time to get that one. The 11th district we've gone through. 48th district. Yeah, the Von Wilper. I'm just looking if there's anything. In the 13th district, where Trump's endorsed Kevin Lincoln here. From Stockton, which is the new part of this district. Although Lincoln's only running a kind of distant second right there, but Lincoln, nonetheless, 12 points ahead here for second place again with the Trump endorsement in the district. It was,
Yeah, called Doden for the runoff already. Now it's Roden, Johnson, and Hanson. Although Hanson is always away behind. About 37,000 votes left.
We had, I gotta place myself here. This I wanted to see here, right? Yeah, they're telling me, they're giving me the look. This is the last one I wanted to look at, I promise. Yeah, just unclear who this was again a trade more very close race
District
with Michelle Steele.
45, yeah, Derek Tran. Michelle Steele's not running, so it's either going to be Chung Vo or Chi Wen.
Little Saigon, Westminster, Garden Grove, California, strong Vietnamese American population there. Interesting dynamics in that race, but that's obviously a trans got the only Democrat in there. So anyway, look. We'll wrap it up here. We're saying it's what we said it might be in California. Unresolved. The grapple done in second place. And what's it going to look like when that next batch of polling place comes in? Then what does the post-election vote by mail look like? The grapple done in second place in Los Angeles for the mayor's race, and can Steve hold on to a place in the runoff in California? Will the Republicans get locked out? Will it be a Democrat versus Democrat general election, plus a couple of twists and turns until we come to these House races. And we'll track it in hours, days, maybe weeks ahead. But as we said with California, a lot happens quick. There are a lot of nothing. So we're getting to a lot of nothing. Call it night. Adam, thank you. Pleasure. Dave, you had great to watch today.
All right, they're going down. I am not going down yet. I'll see you either June 26, 23, or 27 with another Kornacki cam reaction. Let's see if we've got yeah, they've went off the air. California election votes live. I'm going to see if there's another. We got Spectrum News still covering, but yeah, do we have anything? The 6th? No. 7? No. 11, 14.
When I was little, I looked to move up, and when I fall, I just try again. Well, girl stats help me see that there's more to it. It's not just about balancing my body, it's about my mind too. Support always kept me going, and I think other people need that too. It's not just about doing more. It's about being the best version of yourself you can be.
Elections, but overall, right now, voter turnout, they're looking at about 32 to 33%. There's about 5.9 million registered voters in LA County. That went up a little bit with new voters for this, new registration voters for this particular election. But if you're looking at all that, you take 30% of that, you're looking at, a large chunk of voters in a million. So they're finding out getting through this, and hopefully we're going to get our answers of what happens in the next steps with the major elections that we see coming up in November. That's a great breakdown, guys, especially when you talk about 32-33%.
The next one's 22 and 40. We'll see if there's. The other ones go announced 48. Back. You're back. Who's winning? Well, right now, the key ones that have been called is South Dakota will go to a runoff. One of the candidates will be Toby Doden. This is the Republican primary. Democrats only had one candidate run for the seat. You've got really nothing on who's going to be the second candidate at this point. You've got LA County or LA Mayor. It's looking like it's going to be a race between a Democrat and a Republican. California governor, really interesting. We have no clue yet. So. How do primaries recognize like presidential elections? Only one. Okay, so what it is these are nominations to go to the general election. For example, in South Dakota, the Democrats had one candidate seek the Democratic nomination. The Republicans had 4 candidates seek the Republican nomination to be governor of South Dakota. And one of those 4 will be the official nominee, but they have an election to become the nominee. But that does not necessarily mean they will win. What I will say, though, is that in this case, South Dakota has not elected a Democratic governor since, I think, the 1990s.
Yeah, the governor's race, we are seeing Steyer hold some of his supporters. He's a little high. That surprises me. He may come back and have a little more, but still not there. It does look like the border is drawn. If you look at the polls the last 2 weeks, she was at 8, she was 7, or fall 8, some other polls. She's a little lower now. I think Mahan also a couple points off of him, moved to other people, so I think Sarah and Steyer, especially. He's doing better right now with 20 points than he was in best polls.
So a lot of people that watch my listening to me saying, okay, so 8 polls coming in, that us, and what we're waiting for, and the balance, I should say. So let's see what happens right now. It's still right there in that top 2. We've been discussing some congressional races, especially.
So yeah, like in California, it's just top 2 candidates in the primaries. They don't go partisan. They have just the top 2 candidates will advance to the election in November.
He's only at 48 and is right now facing another Democrat who's progressive, who's going to come in second. So that's one to keep an eye on for November. However, Brad Sherman here in LA had enough start. Democrat running against him, Sherman is going to advance with the Republican and almost certainly will win that one. So I think some of those are really interesting. I think up in the Central
I'm not expecting as many. There's a very good chance that we don't know some of these tonight. I'm actually planning a follow-up video at some point with everything. The Kornacki cam is off. But now I've got Spectrum News in California going.
2 Democrats, one from the Bay Area, second one Ben Allen. Like that, I think could happen. 2 Democrats for insurance commissioner would mean a campaign on issues, especially given the cost of insurance, given fires. I think that would be a really robust conversation going in November. Still a lot to count, right? And the Republican could overtake Ben Allen or even Jane Kim, but I think really interesting. Kim, a much more progressive, used to be part of the Working Families Party, much more progressive candidate, and Ben Allen more of a kind of mainstream.
Very interesting to think about that. Ben Allen really got a lot of trial by fire, part of the pun after the fires, and really insurance became a really big issue for him. He shared that on our air, essentially, that this is the reason that he had his origin story inside this race. And as you say, it will be a very robust debate. One of many other things to consider. Dr. Christian Gross, we'll have more with you coming up when we look at more results. Meanwhile, take a look here, Los Angeles County Sheriff's race. Mike Borman, nothing happening right now in terms of these results, but we'll be keeping our eyes on this as those results come in from LA County. They're certainly counting those races. And take a look here, city attorney in Los Angeles City, again, about 47-48% of the vote in at the moment. Incumbent Heidi Feldstein-Soto at the moment wouldn't be qualifying to make the runoff. And you see city control there as well. Can't forget the incumbent looked like he might avoid the runoff from Zach Sokoloff after his. On Inside the Issues, we start by asking what decisions are making the most impact on Southern Californians. To find the answer, our political experts are across our.
They're running to an ad.
The people who shape the policies that shape our lives.
Our job is to stay on top of the latest developments and analyze the information to provide an understanding of issues that matter to you. And we do it every week on Inside the Issues. Weeknights at
How things stand right now, we've gotten most of the stuff outside of California. We are just waiting for 3 more positions outside of California. Those being the Democratic nomination for Montana's 1st Congressional District, the Republican nomination from New Jersey's 9th, the Republican nomination, the 2nd spot that will advance to a runoff in South Dakota. We're still waiting for most of California. California tends to report really fast and then really slow. Which state has the most seats in the upper state Senate? Like Wyoming Senate has 31 seats, but Alaska has only 20. That's state legislature, which we are not keeping track of today because there are so many. But the state with, let's see. This is all U.S. Congress that we're looking into. Well, I know that the largest state legislature for lower is New Hampshire with 400 members. But for the upper, the Senate, the largest is going to be Minnesota with 67 legislatures.
Welcome to our primary election night coverage. My name is Amrit Singh, and people always talk about the nationalization of local elections and local politics. But tonight, it's our
All right, this is going to be my last hour streaming. So what we don't know in this next hour, I'm not going to analyze.
The top vote getter, regardless of party, will be moving on to the general in November. So there's much to discuss. We're starting to get a sense of how these races are shaping up in terms of results. So let's take a look here at the Los Angeles mayor's race with 47.3% of the expected vote in. Mayor Karen Bass is sitting at number 1, the incumbent, with 36.6%. Spencer Pratt dipping just below 30%. And Nithya Raman, council member, increasing.
But I think that the next batch of votes for the rest are going to be really pro-Raman. Yes. Yes, there will definitely be a follow-up video.
And we know that there's been a lot of ballot clicking for Democrats, and we do expect a bit of a Democrat wave as the results continue to come in. That's relevant here for the California governor's race as well, where Steve Hilton, Republican, is sitting on top with 26.7%, Democrat Javier Becerra at 25.8%, and Tom Steyer in third with 20% of the vote in. As I mentioned, more Democrat votes will be coming in. To some degree, Dr. Christian Gross has been telling us that those have been breaking a bit for Tom Steyer.
Yes, LA City Council member Nithya Raman is running as a progressive challenger to Mayor Karen Bass. Yes. It's Raman, though. She's she could win, but it depends. Okay, that was funny. But hold on, we got a projection in the not keeping track, but yeah, Raman. This is for the Treasurer of California, Eleni Konalankis. Is going to be one of the nominees for the November election.
In those final two, at least not here. They'd rather have him go against Hilton. I spoke with the speaker about his support for this.
I think I'm very, optimistic. I'm encouraged. It's very clear. I'm confident that Javier.
It is pronounced that way.
This primary election. The question is, who's he going to face? It's very likely he's going to face Mr. Hilton. It could be Steyer, but whoever it is, I'm very confident that Javier Becerra will carry his message to November, and he will be our next governor.
Now, I don't know if you just heard, but they're actually starting to get people to come over to the stage so that they can get everybody ready to listen to the setup come on to the stage. So we'll have that for you as soon as he becomes available, as soon as he gets up on that stage. Back to you.
Okay, looking forward to that, especially fun to gauge the tone of these candidates. You can get a peek into their souls as to how they're feeling about how these results are working out. We'll be hearing from Javier Becerra over the course of the evening. We go now to gubernatorial candidate Steve Hilton, Republican, with the Watch Party in Huntington Beach. Taylor Schaub has been reporting from there. Taylor, Steve Hilton's been in number 1, number 2 throughout the course of the night with these results. There's still much more to come in, but I imagine the confidence that he'll be making the runoff remains as you reported last.
Yeah, Albert, I think you can hear the sound behind me. It's very much a party atmosphere here at Huntington Beach. Steve Hilton, his supporters, very pleased with the results so far.
But it's looking like that, and that's the big one I'm waiting for, and I'm thinking could be called in the next hour.
Now, as the music is blaring here, I can't tell you, I had the chance to talk to Steve Hilton one-on-one earlier today. We talked about a plethora of different topics, including why he believes that you need a Republican on the ballot come November. He said that this election is all about change. He believes that this state has had one-party rule for far too long, that he has some new ideas on how to improve homelessness, how to improve affordability, and that Californians have told him that they want some of that new perspective. We also talked
Yes. Yes, he was the Secretary of Health and Human Services in the Biden administration and is now seeking to be governor of California.
And then, of course, we talked about that Trump endorsement. Both President Donald Trump and J.D. Vance throwing their weight behind Steve Hilton. He said that he understands that it's important, and he says he's honored. And now we have Steve Hilton coming on the stage right now, Amr.
So, what you get that right is the process. See, you go over here. So, we're not quite there. He's got a hat seat going in the chair. That's November, right? So about a week ago, when we were planning this event, I wanted to put a message on the stage here. And I wrote these words, and I thought, is that a little premature to write the words, change is coming? I don't think so, because change is coming. Change is coming to California. Change is coming to California.
Okay, it's looking like District 23, which I have not marked, Tessa Hodge will be the challenger, but coming in a far, far second. 33rd Attorney General of California, yep, and a member of the House of Representatives and the California State Assembly. So yeah, he definitely has quite a bit in California politics. And I think that he is the favorite to be the next governor in Calshi prediction. But I don't always trust that.
A fresh start for our state, which is long overdue, but I just want to say something to every single person who voted for me, and every single person who voted in this election.
I mean, that's
whether you voted for
that's what people have pushed for. And that there will always be a group of people. Same with Quebec in Canada, that there will always be people pushing for independence.
well over 1 million Californians have put their faith in me. The number is rising. But here's what I want to say as someone who is a new American citizen. So proud to be an American, so proud to be a Californian. What an incredible honor. The first time I've run for office, over 1 million people and rising, voting for me to take this incredible state in a new direction. And I know that some of you may be watching and saying, who is this guy with a funny accent? Thinks he can be governor of California. Well, you know, there was actually an immigrant who was governor of California not that long ago. Not that long ago, and I remember when I became an American citizen, that certain governor you may remember. He said, "Congratulations, he made a very nice video." He said, "But Steve, you got to get the wrong jacket."
Yeah, there's a lot of push for California. Yep. It would be. If it did be. I just don't think it's very likely that it happens.
Arnold told me to get on my road to being governor of California. Here it is. I am a proud American. There's the jacket. And I am a very proud Californian. A very proud Californian tonight. Arnold, that was for you.
Right. Right. He's talking about the change that he wants to see in the state, because California has not had a Republican governor since 2011, when Arnold Schwarzenegger left office as governor. Yep.
So I've been traveling this state for the last year. We started off as a scrappy little startup, just a handful of rebels, believing that this state could be better than it is today. We're already the best place in the world, no question about that. There's nowhere better than California. But we all know that this state has gone off track, and we can get it back on track.
Well,
And I've seen
it's looking like he'll make the general election, but if he makes the general election, it's really unlikely. He is from the eastern part of California, but that doesn't necessarily mean he could win, because you'd probably need to win Los Angeles County over a Democrat if this is how it's going to be in California, which is very unlikely in an environment like this. Washington is a great state. We will be covering their primaries on this channel on August 4th. They do not have a gubernatorial or Senate election, but there are 2 House elections in Washington's 3rd and 4th that will be covered. Yeah, you pretty much have to. Yep.
An animated Steve Hilton with a tone that suggests that he will be moving on into the general.
And it does appear that it will be Hilton and Becerra, but nothing has been called yet. I will check again, though, what we've got.
Yeah, I mean, that was what referenced in a piece of the Atlantic about having the Australian.
I'm still waiting in South Dakota, I'm still waiting for a bunch of votes from Minnehaha County before any projection can be made. Minnehaha is the largest county in South Dakota by population, and we're expecting something like 15 to 20% of the votes to come in from that county. And then for Montana Democrats, we still need to get a bunch of stuff for the Montana race from Missoula. We need to get stuff from Mineral County as well, with only 7% in. Minnehaha has a weird odd name. It sounds like Minehaha. Yes, it does. Definitely one of the most uniquely named counties in the country. I mean, there's Butts, Georgia.
spending on climate, these Democratic policies. So he has not just rhetoric, as you say, but also he can pivot to some of these policy points.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of
It does. Well, they're kind of stealing population because Sioux Falls, that's where Sioux Falls is. And that's where a big portion of the vote from today is going to come out of. And we haven't gotten any from the actual city of Sioux Falls yet.
I mean, at least in interesting ways. I think from Becerra's point of view, from Democrats' point of view, they're going to look at this as what we have, in a state where Democrats outnumber Republicans basically 2-1. This is basically a guarantee that Becerra is going to be our next governor, and there's an argument to be made for that. I think the Hilton campaign is going to look at this as they're going to fight it. They're going to push the policies that they feel that a lot of Californians just have not heard. And I think you're going to have basically a nationalization of a lot of that. I think you're going to have a lot of donors, a lot of folks in the Trump administration, Trump MAGA world adjacent folks that are going to start pushing even harder into the California race.
And our final moment, having a Republican at the top of the ticket means that some of the ballot measures are likely to be there. Wealth tax, voter ID, maybe juice Republican turnout for that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think there's a lot of things that are of interest in California that are happening that are of a partisan nature, and it will be considered to have a national story.
And we got this dynamic now to talk about, and also we can talk about jacket lining.
I did not know either. Definitely a unique name. I would have thought that would have just been a one-off in South Dakota.
Because so much of the population is here in Los Angeles, and so much of the national attention has been on this race as well. With 47% of the expected vote in, you got Mayor Karen Bassin first with 36.6%, Spencer Pratt at 29.8%, Councilmember Nikki Rahman at 20.5%. We are expecting a Democrat wave to come in, as many people who are clutching onto those ballots were Democrats waiting to not waste their votes. That should benefit Democrats to some degree. The question is, will it benefit Nikki Rahman enough for her to take over Spencer Pratt to the second place at the moment? If you get a sense of where it's lying, and we'll see where it goes moving from here. Chase Peach has been following this re-election campaign for Mayor Karen Bass. And Chase, last time we heard from where you are, it was Mayor Karen Bass sounding very animated. She didn't declare victory, but she felt like in a few hours she would. Her tone certainly suggested that as well. I'm sure the followers have now kind of harnessed some of that energy too.
Absolutely, Amrit. Yeah, the campaign ending this evening really on a high after a tense few days with that polling from UC Berkeley showing that Mayor Karen Bass was neck and neck with Councilmember Rahman. As you've already spoken about, some of the initial results show that Mayor Bass has a strong lead, quite a strong lead, of course, with the caveat that there are still quite a few ballots yet to be counted here in California. Now, as you can see behind me, there are people still here at the campaign event. Mayor Bass here just a bit ago, and she spoke about one of the key issues that she has run her campaign on, fighting back against federal...
North Dakota hasn't had their primary yet.
We are a city that is unified. Just think, this Saturday marks 1 year from a dark day in our city, when we all had to face the raids by ICE. And they thought that they were going to divide our city. But nobody divides Angelenos, right? Because we stand up for each other.
Again, Amrit, the Mayor Bass's response to those federal immigration raids that were just about a year ago here in the city of Los Angeles, came on and spoken to as a testament to why.
Yeah, because the primary elections are going to be on June 9. Hilton wins 5. Yeah. Well, if Hilton wins, it does not necessarily mean he would win in the general, because he'd be either going up against Javier Becerra or Tom Steyer, and both of which would be the favorites over Hilton.
might in fact be mayoral candidate Spencer Pratt, whose candidacy has received a lot of attention from around the country and certainly here in Los Angeles, enough to put him in second place. At least in these early results, Anna Elbarian is there outside the watch party. Anna, are you still outside? I'm seeing some photos, some commotion. Is that because Spencer Pratt is making his way through?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Amrit, great timing because Pratt is getting into position here. It's the first time we're hearing from him since we got results from the race.
I agree, but California actually has more registered Republicans than any other state in the country. But they're still outnumbered because they have more Democrats than any other state in the country. They're just such a large state. And
as we get into place here, slowly but surely.
Okay. Every community that hasn't heard my message to make them safe. So I'm actually very excited because I felt very rushed. It's a big city, and I was not able to talk to as many people as I look forward to talking to.
To those,
Yeah.
To those voters who will now be deciding between you and Mayor Bass, what is your
nice.
on why you are the better candidate?
So many people just don't vote. That's why I think that people should vote. You need to vote. If you're eligible to vote and are a registered voter, vote because it's so important.
Again, Mayor Bass, this is the first time since 2005 an incumbent is going to a runoff. This is not a candidate that I'm too concerned about. So.
Spencer, we talked about the fact that you've had 6 months. This trajectory of yours has been nothing short of meteoric. Has the moment sunk in yet of where you are now? You have now become a serious contender to lead the nation's second largest city. You could be Spencer Pratt, the next mayor of Los Angeles. Are you ready for that?
I'm ready for whatever God puts in front of me. And obviously, I was going to accept whatever God's plan was tonight. I was going to be happy if I wasn't moving forward because I would have known God didn't want me to be the mayor. And but now continue to work hard, learn everything I need to learn, build my teams, show all the experience I'm going to surround myself with because that's a concern people have. Oh, he has no truth. I'm going to build that experience around. And with 5 months, with the best team.
That's a way to think about it. I don't necessarily agree.
And you talked about you have some of that team in place already.
I do have that team. We'll see who's ready to come.
The ability to vote and vote for what matters. Exactly.
And people connected to the city. So
Spencer Pratt should not be mayor. It's looking like he may not even make the go to the general. There's still a huge batch of votes that are probably pro Bass, pro Rahman for in this race.
They used to live in LA. They had to leave here because it became not safe, too expensive, and just dangerous again. So people in other countries that support me, they get all my prayer warriors. So many people praying for me. They come up to me on the street, they hold my hand, they pray, and so thinking everybody's emotions and the hope people put on me. Again, I'm gonna prove to everybody this is for real, and I'm ready to run the city.
Are you going to debate Karen Bass again? What do you want to tell her if she sees?
You know, I love debating her on NBC. I look forward
He's ready to do something bad. Yeah, he's a reality TV star with of I mean, I agree. I think that for a city that big, you definitely need experience. Los Angeles. He's running for, mayor of LA. True. They had their mayoral election in November of last year, where Progressive Democrat won.
who want to be able to go to parks and not see anybody shooting up with their pants off. I was in
So you've got currently you've got Bass in first, and Bass is they had just called is advancing to the general. So you've got Spencer Pratt and Nithya Raman looking like I mean, right. I mean, I see that. Yet he won twice. True.
Much discussed about what this sets up for November, what we're learning tonight. I was bringing Jim, editor of UCLA Maggie. I really break this down, Jim. I know you were just listening to that. It's interesting to think about the fact that this candidacy from Spencer Pratt began on the 1-year mark.
Well, some of it is just the political environment of 2024. Nice. There are yeah, it's all cities in California are having city elections. I'm mainly just keeping track though of the general the stuff for national implications. I mean, I see that argument. Okay, in the Democratic primary in Montana, we don't have a projection. We did just get some, not a lot, but some vote from Mineral County. DeWitt Deepfake says Pratt for mayor. There's a chance he makes the runoff. It's still a little early to tell. Okay, and in South Dakota, we just got vote in from Potter County, and it is very much pro-Roden. I'll expect this race, the South Dakota race, to be called. Don't live in LA, but support Pratt. I mean, I personally see the argument for all three candidates at this point. And I see just about every argument it's been made in this. I see the argument for just about everything that's been made, because as Mayor Karen Bass is insanely unpopular at the moment. her lack of action response to the wildfires led her to being fairly unpopular. If you could vote between Steyer and Becerra, leaning towards Steyer. Yeah, I mean, there's a very good chance those are the two candidates. It's looking right now, though, that it's going to be between Hilton. You're going to be a good president, but you won't who are qualified. I see that argument. Definitely. I mean, I will say, we've had some of the older, a lot of our recent ones have been older. Yes. But there are people voting against because the unpopularity, because I believe she was in Ghana during part of them. Mm-hmm.
Two immigrants, $12 and a drink. They came to California in pursuit of a better life. A construction worker and a clerical worker.
I can't remember the reason she was in Ghana, but how did he give us a hot take? Mom Donnie is a good mayor. I mean, I personally don't necessarily go that far and say he's good, because here's the thing. I look at this stuff from a historical perspective, and I have a hard time usually judging whether or not incumbents are good or bad without seeing their long-term impacts. But I do definitely see why he's popular.
Some sweat equity and the full faith and confidence that California is always worth the fight. Almost immediately, he's counted out. An afterthought, overlooked by many, outspent by a ton. Even called along the way to drop out and save us all the trouble.
Yes.
Well, guess what?
He is the mayor of New York City.
Like my parents, I never gave up. Never stopped putting one foot in front of the other. Never stopped believing in the beacon-like goodness of California. And thankfully, neither did you. Because we know the true miracle of democracy is this. After all the exhausting ads are run, the pundits are spun, and the billionaires try to buy their way in, it's the people, only the people, who have the last word.
Okay, that's a good one. That is funny. Is this room about the California primary? It is about the primaries going on in California, New Jersey, South Dakota, and all the Iowa ones have been called.
There are lots of ballots left to be counted. It appears that we are on track to advance.
I would say he was decent. I wouldn't say he was great, but I'd say he's decent. Actually, there's 112 mayors in its history. That's a lot.
Becoming the next governor of the great state of California. Now that's more than a Hollywood ending, more than a milestone. It's the everyday miracle of living in a state that regularly makes the improbable seem inevitable. And I couldn't have done it without you. The doctors who clocked double shifts but still found time to canvass. The teachers who became our best volunteers the minute the afternoon school bell rang. The small business owners and union members who kept our economy running by day while walking door to door at night. The firefighters, the janitors, the caregivers, the nurses and longshoremen, the students. Most of all, I wouldn't be here without
Ellisport is an official micronation. In my room, there's a constitution and declaration of president. Wow. If I could make a micronation in my room, I don't think I'd do it, but it does seem cool. My favorite is always Sealand, where they founded it with on like an old oil rig.
Between Steve, possibly facing Steve Hilton, who is at the top of the polling right now with 49.6, just under half of the vote in across the state of California. Hilton Becerra at the top. Tom Steyer hasn't budged very much in the standings since, and so this might in fact be the runoff. We'll have to see as it comes. And yes, we're following these results across the state of California. We're also looking at on a county by county level. Joining us now to look at Orange County is Joe Rapolo, Orange County correspondent at LAist. The happy primary election.
Las Vegas and West Utica. Yeah, those are also really, really interesting ones.
Yeah, well, if you want to just start with the governor's race, I mean, I guess not too surprisingly, Steve Hilton is ahead by more than Orange County, 35%. But we tend to get Republican votes earlier than the Democratic votes here.
Yeah, that's another thing Big Spectrum News just brought up. The rest of the votes in California are going to be very, very Democratic friendly.
Prominent city like LA and Orange County, the Board of Supervisors is kind of the big deal, right? Those are the big races in the county. And we have three of them. Actually, the 3 seats held by Democrats are up for re-election this time. Vicente Sarmiento in the central part of Orange County seems very safe. He's got 63% of the vote right now. The other 2 districts are much more hotly contested. The 4th district, and this is an open seat, the current supervisor is out.
Yeah.
We have Tim Shaw, who's
Without a doubt.
the Republican favorite, and Connor Trout, who's the Democratic favorite. Very close. Tim Shaw's ahead by a little bit, but both with about 32%. And then in the southern part of the county, really from Costa Mesa all the way down to the end, Katrina Foley is the incumbent there. She is a Democrat. This is a majority Republican district by a few percentage points. But she
I will have to check that out at some point.
48% ahead of Diane Dixon, who is Republican Assembly member, hoping to flip that back to Republican.
Okay, the New Jersey election that hasn't been called yet, the Republican primary for District 9, is currently just 400 votes separating the 2 candidates, Rosie Pino with 6,534 and Tiffany Burris with 6,168. So there's a good chance we don't hear that one tonight. I'm expecting South Dakota, Larry Roden, to be called the winner fairly quickly. Because but just the shock of Dusty Johnson going from one of the most respected House members to out of office within a year. He took the risk of running for governor, and it's looking like he'll come in third.
All right, some big races there in Orange County, and yes, across the state as well, especially the marquee matchup at the top.
That is so cool.
A lot of the turnout, of course, that for the California governor. Right now, Steve Hilton in first place, 26.9%, just under half the vote in across the state. Javier Becerra, who we just heard from, the former HHS secretary, the former California attorney general, who shot to the top of the polls from a Democrat standpoint after the implosion of Eric Swalwell's campaign after allegations of sexual misconduct. A lot of Democrat voters said, how well did we know Eric Swalwell? We want to go with someone who seems calm, steady, that we know with a long resume. And Javier Becerra checked all those boxes, and he's essentially held on to that lead ever since. And we see that in the results tonight. Tom Steyer hoping
Becerra is the Calshi market odd to be governor.
From Tom Steyer, Brian, in San Francisco, he sounded measured, not necessarily as bright and optimistic as Javier Becerra. How's it feeling right now amongst the supporters in San Francisco?
Yeah, Tom Steyer, though he may be in third place, is not giving up hope that he can etch out a victory and potentially obtain that second place spot. He's actually on the floor behind me, some 20 feet away, meeting with the supporters, thanking them for their support and promising that this is not over. Take a listen to him speaking a little bit or earlier to the room about how this could potentially go.
We're going to wait till every hour is down and democracy is on the work, and we know we finished really strong.
Now, speaking to some of the advisors of the Steyer campaign a little bit earlier, they say this is all par for the course. They are not thrown off by the order of events or where Tom Steyer's results are sitting tonight. It is their belief that
Never heard of it. California will not follow the MAGA. Well, yeah, as of now, it is looking very clear, very promising in the California elections. What it'll say is the only times it's been Republican are usually in recent years are in special circumstances, such as like a recall election, which is the last time a non-incumbent Republican won the governorship.
Voters have in fact been moving towards Steyer from potentially Katie Porter. The question is it enough to make up the difference? And take a look here, 19.7% for Tom Steyer, with Javier Becerra at 25.8%. We do expect that Democrat wave to come in. The ballot clutchers, those who are waiting to make sure they weren't wasting their vote and going to the right candidate, are the ones that will be counted in that last half of the vote to come. Because if you take a look at the bottom, 49.87% of the expected vote in, still have to go, but there's a big amount to make up there for Tom Steyer. That margin between him and Becerra, who's in second right now, is about 6 percentage points. And by the way, that will continue to move in opposite directions for Hilton, who will likely come down, given the fact that there are more disproportionate Democrat votes to come in, and Javier Becerra and Tom Steyer will be the ones to benefit from that. How much will that break? What will be the margin? You can ask that and so much more from Dr. Christian Gross, who's a politics professor at USC, a polling expert, and so much more. We were taking a look at some of those numbers. We just heard Ryan there with Tom Steyer saying the Steyer campaign is saying essentially what you and I were talking about. A lot of the votes still to come. We feel like we're going to be the ones benefiting from the late-breaking Democrat votes. How much should Steyer be investing in that hope?
I mean, I think we should remain hopeful, but
Red wave.
It's going to be uphill. Right? I mean,
Red scare. We've had red waves before. 2024. 2024, California had a Senate race, and that went blue. At the same time, most of the country was shifting red.
They were in part potentially Katie Porter voters, other voters, and they were looking for whom to pivot to. How much have you been seeing that play out? Who's been benefiting from that?
I mean, we are seeing that, and that's why Steyer's not conceding yet. I think we do need to see more votes. A lot of the Democrats last week in our surveys who said they had not yet decided, even if they're leaning towards a candidate, said that they wanted to hold their ballot because they wanted to see who was going to be viable. And so Katie Porter's going down, some of her supporters moved to Steyer. Steyer's doing a little bit better even in the early vote than I would have guessed. So I think you saw Democrats consolidate around Becerra, consolidate around Steyer to a lesser extent.
The other big election for a single race across the state of California, and the nation has been looking at this, is the LA mayor's race. We heard from Mayor Karen Bass earlier sounding very victorious, not declaring that victory, but saying she would in a few hours. Meanwhile, Spencer Pratt also coming out speaking very defiantly about now this has been God's plan for me to move forward, now we'll embrace that. Councilmember Nithya Raman had a different tone. The numbers explain all that.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Bass and Pratt will likely advance. I mean, we do need to wait. Ballots take time in LA and California to get counted, so you never know. Maybe Raman comes back. But this is looking pretty strong for Karen Bass. Karen Bass, I think, overperformed. I think Spencer Pratt overperformed in a couple areas of the city, maybe beyond what you might have expected. But he has got a real uphill battle in general. He has got to expand well beyond just the West Side, some places where he's getting support.
And let's talk about that real quick. I mean, talk about the registration, the Republican registration in LA City. Talk about what President Trump did and how Spencer Pratt can use those numbers and what more he needs to do.
Yeah, as long as Pratt is identifying as this hardcore Republican, which some of that's coming from the outside, it's going to hurt him. City of LA, a quarter or less of the voters are Republicans. This is not a city where Republicans do well. Republicans have to switch to a Democratic city where the debate is like DSA Democrats or mainstream Democrats.
Yeah,
Not Spencer Pratt.
And at the moment, 29.5%, he's outpacing what Trump did in 2024, but we're going to see some of that shift. There's still a lot of the votes to come in, and you will be looking at all that, I know. Thank you so much for all your election insight tonight. It's great to have you.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Dr. Christian Gross breaking down a lot of the ballot information. And Jess Kang is at the LA Ballot Processing Center, where they're hard at work to get more of those votes in. Those vote drops will be coming in every hour, Jazz. How are they looking behind you? I'm seeing now a lot of folks working, so they're going to be working through the night, aren't they?
Yeah, that's right, Amrit. You have probably close to 2 million ballots are going to be coming through here that were cast in LA County. Anything that was sent in by mail-in voters, dropped off at the ballot drop boxes, as well as the 646 polling locations. All of those are going to be here, and they're going to be processed. As you can see, it's quite a full house still behind me with workers. They're going to be going through the night in order to get the answers that people are waiting for, to see what's happening in some of these major races, like the LA mayor's race, like the race for the governor's seat as well up in Sacramento.
Bye.
The LA County Clerk, Dean Logan, said they're anticipating about 33% voter turnout. There's 5.9 million registered voters in LA County, so you can imagine a lot of.
Yeah, I'm planning on ending the stream at the top of the hour.
All those ballots are going to end up here, and so what you're seeing inside there, this is a very secure part of the facility. Not every worker is allowed in there. No media members are allowed in there. That's where the official counts are happening with those machines. They're going to be the ones to give us the answers to see what's going to happen in the political scape around not just Los Angeles, but all around California. So a lot of work to be done. They are anticipating it could take a couple of days to through the final totals and see what happens in those races. But ultimately, so long process has their county. All right.
Yeah, thank you, Jazz. I mean, it's so fascinating to see it all happen, seeing those transparent barriers. No one's allowed in, but you can see it. There's some integrity in the process, give you some reliability in the results. And a lot of folks working through the night, we thank them, and that's true across the state of California. Meanwhile, those votes in Los Angeles and part tabulating the national attention for the LA mayor's race, where Marissa Rio has been covering the campaign of City Council member Nithya Raman. Marissa, we have to say, our polling expert, our data expert, Dr. Christian Gross, is looking at this saying there's still votes to go. Of course we know, but given the way the margins are panning out, it's not looking particularly good for City Council member Nithya Raman to move on to the runoff. You were saying they're still expressing confidence. Has any of that wavered? Are they still holding on tight?
We are still sensing a sense of positivity here when I'm speaking with voters. Now, we did hear Councilmember Nithya Raman, who expressed gratitude for her family, her supporters, and the staff on her campaign, saying that she entered and that was backed by supporters. Peaceful. I'm feeling liberated because I'm here tonight with a bunch of like-minded people that believe in human rights, that believe in the dignity
All right.
for all people.
We've got a bit more. Let's see. In New Jersey 9, the Republican primary, and it is a batch of 30 votes. It's one precinct. We're not going to get an answer for that one, I don't think. I'm not going to say no because I'll check it again right before I hop off midnight. But
City Councilor Nithya Raman's watch party. Much to go. Over half of the votes still to come in. As you can see, they're counting those ballots at the ballot processing center. So let's understand deeper what's happened tonight with this LA mayor's race. Joining us now is former LA City Councilman Mike Bonin, currently the executive director of the Pat Brown Institute of Public Affairs of Cal State LA, also a podcast host who understands Los Angeles in a way that few others do. Former Councilman, it's great to have you on.
Great to be here. Thanks a lot.
We've been looking at what's been happening with these results. It's been a fascinating race. People all over the country have been tuning in, and they're listening to these speeches. You hear the tone of voice from these three leading candidates. What do you take from that?
Well, it's been real interesting, right? I mean, first of all, it's been
okay, we've got some more from California 14 as well. That one, we've got a shot at possibly being called in the next 12 minutes.
Nithya Raman still can come back. still, as you said, 50% of the votes are still out, and they probably lean progressive. But good night for Bass and Pratt for sure. And what you heard tonight in the speeches is Karen Bass was the most Karen Bass I've heard her in 4 years. She was feisty and passionate, and she was optimistic. Nithya Raman was the Nithya Raman of 2020 when she was first running. She was aspirational. She had a vision for the city. And then Pratt, was strictly on message, saying this city is dysfunctional, this city is dystopian, and I'm the solution.
It's a great read to understand a bit of how they performed tonight, reflecting not just how they performed this election,
Yeah, I'm
about where they've
gonna just pull up
Mayor Karen Bass, as you say,
South Dakota to see if we've gotten a call. I don't think so, but this is one. Yeah, it was just an update. It really comes down to where we're exactly missing votes. The only county with no precincts reporting so far is Oglala Lakota. I can't really speak, but yeah, I would love. We got some more from Minnehaha. I would love more of that county result there. And also,
Spencer Pratt versus Karen Bass candidacy. Break that down.
Yeah, well, I mean, between the upcoming Olympics,
Where's it?
Pratt in it with TV coverage from PBC, Los Angeles is going to be consistently in the spotlight. That's not necessarily a good thing, because what's going to be happening is whether or not Pratt wins or loses, a race between Bass and Pratt is going to be a battle for a narrative about what Los Angeles is and what it's like now.
I'd like
Bass is going to say we're a great city
to get
Pratt is going to say
another
an unsustainable path.
batch, if there's going to be any more from Hughes, because I don't think there'll be more, but there could be, just in case there is.
We haven't heard much about service resistance and about people who are homeless by choice. Pratt has pivoted the conversation. People are now talking about drug-addicted zombies. You don't need beds.
And
so win or lose, Pratt is going to change the view of
what I
He's going to change the
where is it?
Los Angeles. So even if Bass wins against Pratt, the political terrain that she will be able to navigate will be different than the one she's been navigating for the past 4 years.
I think that it's absolutely true, and it's just so interesting to think about just that. The fact that Los
There's
Angeles
one other county that I
on folks, and now that spotlight's going to be coming on us potentially. It does shape up to be the way it is. It's a great read and great to have it. Thanks so much, Mike. Much more to discuss.
Great, good to see you.
You too. Mike Bonnet, former city council member, breaking down what might be ahead for.
there's one other county that I'd like to get some results in.
Count on a state level, on a city level, and also a lot to understand about
Pennington.
50 redistricted maps and how they've been playing out in this primary election.
Pennington is the other county that we really need some results in.
Live in Washington, where it is late, and she's continued to cover this for us. Cassie, what are we seeing in these House races tonight?
Yeah, so let's specifically focus on the California 40th, because this is a race where we saw Republican voters packed in.
Pennington, that's in the city of Rapid City. I don't think. Or we got some. We have some, but not a lot. But then the big one's the California governor, and I don't think we're going to get an answer tonight.
Albert is leading by about 15,000 votes at this point. And it's worth noting that when we're looking at this breakdown, Riverside and Orange County is what makes up this district. Albert does represent Riverside right now. That is where we're seeing a stronger vote share for him.
he has less of a vote share when it comes to Orange County. He has a lesser margin, we should say, over Kim in that county specifically. Again, 47% of the vote in, a lot of ground still to cover. There could take days before we get a final tally. But it is looking more and more likely we could see these two incumbents head into me a bloody primary battle, and it's really teeing up what could be an even uglier November election between these two House colleagues. And it's something we're going to be watching very closely over the next several months if this does indeed come to fruition.
Yeah, it's one of the many things that we'll be talking about, especially in Washington, D.C. when it comes to
Okay, I'm going to take another peek in Montana. Yeah, the difference in this one's now only 900 votes. Their Democratic primary.
And also the mayor's race. Let's take a look at some more results. Desmond, Republican there from San Diego, looking like he will be the one who
Really want some more Mineral County. We got that one, those two things earlier. But I'd like to get some nice batch of Mineral County maybe before I end the stream. We're 5 minutes away from ending it at this point. I'm getting really tired.
We'll have many more of these results available for you on our website as they continue to come in. Make sure to check there, specialnews1.com.
Flathead County is one I'd like to get some results in from Montana.
What a night. What a night. Yeah, let's talk about this from a governor's race standpoint.
Flathead and Silver Bow.
Javier Becerra saying it's looking like I'm going to be moving on. Steve Hilton saying the same. Tom Steyer saying, let's just wait. There's still votes to come in. What do we take from the speeches that we heard tonight?
I don't take a lot from the speeches because the speeches probably reaffirm what they believe, that the voters have verified and validated their vision of what the state is, the state of the state. I don't necessarily take a lot from that.
Big one's Missoula County, where we've still have some outstanding vote.
Should not be celebrating overall. They will have at least one Democratic candidate in the runoff, which by all means is what they want. But it does show how soft the field it was for the Democrats.
Okay, so you think they shouldn't celebrate because you feel like it should be too
validated that he touched upon something that the wider Californians were concerned about, not only the issues, but the willingness to vote for someone other than a Democrat. Now, I would also caution the Republicans because we remember what happened with Steve Garvey and also Adam Schiff. There was only 7,000 votes which separated them in the primary. Come the general election, lost by like 2.6 million.
Yeah, and we saw a lot of that with that jungle primary. I mean, that's going to be a conversation too. When you see this come out, how much of what you see play out do you attribute to this top two primary system? And what do you think it sets up for the conversation in California about potentially repealing it with a ballot measure in November? Because there is talk about that.
Yeah, it's one of those things where the voters get to decide. I think that the jungle primary is not bad for California because it forces everyone to compete each step of the way. If you're a party, you know that you have at least one candidate guaranteed to go to the general election. I think it allows them to short shrift voters and not necessarily campaign as hard or as long.
A public sentiment from Republicans and Democrats coming out of this election has been against this top two system because both parties say, I would just like our candidates to be in the general election. So we'll have to see where it plays out. But having Steve Hilton make it to the top two, should he hold on to the seat right now, would mean that there would be a reason at the top of the ticket for Republicans to come out with some big ballot measures likely on the ballot in November. One on the wealth tax, one on voter ID. Talk about what that means for Republicans.
Well, it means the Republicans have skin in the game. That's what's most important. It means that they'll most likely have a larger turnout. They will be at the ballot box and they will have an influence on not only the governor's race, but also those ballot propositions. So by all means, you want to have at least one candidate in the race so you have a reason to come out and not stay home.
And so now we think about that big race. The nation's eyes are very attuned to what's happening in the LA mayor's race. These results, what do you think?
depends on how you stand. If you're Karen Bass, you can say, look, I overperformed my polling. The polling said I was going to be in the 20s. I come in at 30 something when all the votes come in. And the Spencer Pratt can say, I acquitted myself very well amongst the voters. I made my point that there are some serious issues, and maybe Karen Bass is not the one to solve them.
Mayor Bass, you should take a look here. 36.5% of the vote coming in. This is outpacing essentially even the best polls for her leading up to this. So what do you attribute that to?
Coalescing near the end. We were talking about how undecided is.
All right, everyone. We are going to do one last sweep to see if there's anything new. Montana, no.
Yeah, there's still
South Dakota.
not going to be throwing in the flag just yet, but Spencer Pratt potentially being
We need some Potter County. There.
brings a lot of attention to Los Angeles from a national.
Nothing. No projections. No nothing. New Jersey. Nope. They've probably quit for the night. It's been a while since they've reported stuff. California governor, no. Helton leads over Becerra, Steyer in third. California 6. Kevin Kiley is leading. None of the three candidates have went ahead with only 3,000 separating first and third place. California 7. Doris Matsui is leading, but has not been called the winner. Do we have a second winner in 11? No, we do not, although Connie Chan does have a decent lead. California 14, where Rob leads by quite a bit over Hernandez and Huang. But I will note that Hernandez and Huang are very closely tied for second with 10,539 and 10,382. California 22, Villado. Is he going to go up against? We still don't know. California 40. It's looking like Young Kim is gaining on Esther Kim Barrett. But I'm not confirming that. Nothing's been called. Again, 48, Jim Desmond is going to go up probably against Monique Van Wilpert, but who has 20% with compared to Amar Kampa-Najjar, 9.6. Yeah, Karen Bass over Spencer Pratt there. Hilton should win. He's winning now. All right, guys. Thank you guys so much for watching. I've really enjoyed this stream. I do need to hop off, though. Bye-bye.